did not invent fire. We harnessed it. And before we mastered it, we had to overcome our fear. But we were curious, and we learned to use it as a tool, unlike anything we'd ever used before. We forged things that made us infinitely more capable. It was a new power with the potential to change everything exponentially. Today, artificial intelligence is our new fire. With it, we're building cities that can think, homes that can protect themselves from intruders, robots that can perform complex surgeries, and even neural implants that promise to make us smarter. And that's just a taste of what's possible. The new fire of AI brings more opportunity and hope to us all. The time is now to embrace this new fire that will light the way forward for humanity. And the place is DeepFest, where the sparks of our ideas will ignite AI innovation beyond imagination.
Hello everybody, and welcome to day 3 of DeepFest. It's fantastic to see you all here again, and let's have a recap, because of course days 1 and 2 were really focused on what today's technology can really mean for advances in the future. But now we are accelerating deeper into the future and looking at some of the big trends that we're set to see. First of all, the computing mega cycle of quantum computing. It's on the horizon, and it could have huge benefits for helping to solve some of the world's really difficult problems at scale. But of course, ethical considerations are right at the heart of this trend as well. Plus, we're going to get another peek into the future of healthcare, how AI harnessing the genomics and biomarkers are really going to help create more personalized care in the future. And we're going to look at a real transformational, generational shift that is underway. How Gen A and Gen B are going to spark a collision of gaming, of AI, of spatial computing, of the human-computer interaction. And as a Gen X mum with Gen A kids, I am going to be really fascinated about the trends ahead. We're also going to take a dive into the crypto revolution, how crypto is going to play into AI, how already artificial intelligence and the blockchain are converging. Are we going to see armies of decentralized agents on the horizon? We're going to hear more about that. And what will the future hold for cybersecurity? We already know about the deep fake threat. What kind of defenses are we going to have to build in the future with all of this fast-moving technology? And we're going to dive deep into the digital mind, the era of artificial superintelligence. What will it mean? Will it unlock experiences and capabilities that we can barely dream of? It certainly is looking that way, and some of those possibilities we're going to hear about on the stage today. Now, this may all be quite a lot to get your head round, but we have to start now. We have to be ready for the huge shifts that we're going to see ahead of us on the horizon, many of which are already happening now. Now, we've got a packed agenda. We're going to be here again until 7:30. There is an awful lot to talk about, but I'm very pleased that to set the scene, I would like to welcome up the Deputy Director of the National Information Centre of Sadaya, Dr. Mashari Al-Mashari.
You- Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, distinguished experts, and valued colleagues. It's a privilege to welcome you to the third day of DeepFest, a global platform where the brightest minds converge to push the boundaries of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. This conference serves as a beacon of innovation, fostering collaboration, knowledge exchange, and groundbreaking advancement in AI. Representing the Saudi Data and Artificial Intelligence Authority, SDAIA, I take great pride in the role we play in driving Saudi Arabia's digital transformation and shaping the AI landscape at global scale. Under the visionary leadership of His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Vision 2030 places AI at the heart of national progress, ensuring our competitiveness on the global stage. Today, we invite all of you to explore how Saudi Arabia has transformed AI aspirations into reality and how we continue to push the frontiers of this technology. Artificial intelligence, once a distant vision, has become an integral part of our daily lives, revolutionizing industries from healthcare to energy, security to education. Saudi Arabia is not just adopting AI, we are shaping its trajectory at global scale. At the helm of this transformation is SDAIA, leading strategic initiatives that foster an AI-driven ecosystem, one that ensures AI serves humanity, drives economic sustainability, and positions Saudi Arabia as a global hub of AI excellence. Now, let's take a closer look at SDAIA's contribution and the strategic steps we are taking to establish Saudi Arabia as a leader in AI. Saudi Arabia is rapidly emerging as a global leader in AI, a journey driven by SDAIA's strategic initiatives aligned with Vision 2030. Our dedication to AI adoption, research, and ethical governance has earned us global recognition. We are proud to share with all of you that Saudi Arabia has secured a place among the world's top AI nations, ensuring prestigious rankings that highlight our leadership in this domain. We have been ranked 14th globally and first regionally in Global AI Index 2024, a testament to the kingdom's bold strategic and AI vision. Moreover, in the same index, Saudi Arabia holds the first position worldwide in the government strategy pillar, demonstrating our commitment to AI-driven governance. Our digital transformation extends beyond AI alone. Saudi Arabia, among leaders globally in open government data, holding the first global position in Open Government Data Index, OGDI 2024. These achievements reflect our unwavering belief in transparency, accessibility, and digital excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, these global recognitions are not merely numbers. They are the result of concrete actions, bold initiatives, and visionary projects that are shaping Saudi Arabia's data and AI landscape. At the core of our data ecosystem is the National Data Bank, which powers the kingdom's AI and digital transformation. This initiative has led to successfully hosting more than 350 government data sets, providing a robust foundation for innovation. Additionally, our national open data platform has made over 10,000 data sets publicly, serving more than 1 million visitors. We also take immense pride in Alam, one of the world's most sophisticated generative AI models for the Arabic language, trained over 400 billion words, and has even been made available on global platforms such as Microsoft and IBM, underscoring Saudi Arabia's contributions and commitment to AI at global scale. Our commitment to linguistics AI extends to Sautic, an advanced speech recognition system that excels in understanding the diverse local Saudi dialects, trained on over 40,000 hours of audio data, and is available to 5 clients, including the Ministry of Justice. AI is playing a transformative role in healthcare, and our Ainai product exemplifies this impact. This AI-driven medical project has successfully diagnosed over 1,500 patients with diabetic retinopathy, achieving a remarkably 95% accuracy rate. Distinguished guests, AI progress is not merely about technology. It's also about people. The future of AI depends on investing in human capital, and Sadaya is very well committed to empowering Saudi talent through comprehensive training and education programs. Through Sadaya Academy, we have successfully raised AI awareness among around 700,000 citizens, a milestone that contributed to Saudi Arabia's second global ranking in AI awareness. Furthermore, our collaborations with prestigious institutions such as Stanford University, NVIDIA, IBM, and Microsoft have enabled us to train about 9,000 AI specialists and experts, ensuring that our workforce remains at the cutting edge of AI innovation. AI innovation thrives when entrepreneurs are empowered, and Saudi Arabia is well nurturing an AI-driven startup ecosystem that fuels economic growth and technological advancement. Sadaya has collaborated with the National Technology Development Program, NTDB, to launch two specialized AI business accelerator, Gaia and AIMX. Together with T5 for Smart Cities Accelerator Program, these accelerators have collectively attracted 76 companies from over 20 countries. These initiatives create real growth opportunities, driving Saudi Arabia towards its ambitious AI goals. As AI transcends borders, global collaboration is essential to ensure its ethical and responsible advancement. Through strategic partnerships and joint initiatives, the Kingdom is strengthening its position as a key player in the global AI landscape, shaping an inclusive and sustainable AI future. As part of this commitment, Saudi Arabia hosts International Center for AI Research and Ethics, ICARE, in Riyadh, recognized as an international AI center under UNESCO, which plays a key role in shaping global AI policies. Also, Saudi Arabia reinforced its commitment to AI safety by joining 28 nations in signing the Bletchley Declaration at the AI Safety Summit. Through these remarkable global efforts, we are not only embracing AI as a driver of progress, but also positioning itself as a key player in ensuring AI governance is being built on trust, ethics, and international collaboration. With AI's rapid advancements comes the responsibility to address ethical, regulatory, and societal challenges. As Sadaya, we believe AI's success is not only measured by its capabilities, but by the principles guiding its development. At Sadaya, data privacy and security are paramount. The Personal Data Protection Law, effective since September 2023, safeguards individual rights, regulates data processing, and prevents misuse. Complementing this, we have launched 4 key data governance policy: data classification, freedom of information, open data, and data sharing, to ensure transparent and responsible data management. To uphold fairness, accountability, and transparency in AI, we have launched a comprehensive AI governance framework, including AI ethics, generative AI principles, AI adoption framework, and deep fake guidelines. To further drive maturity and performance, we have launched National Data Index to assess data management practices across establishment of more than 270 data management offices in different government entities. We are not just advancing AI, we are ensuring it's being developed responsibly with ethics, security, and transparency at the core. In conclusion, DeepFest is more than a conference. It's a platform for innovation, collaboration, and shaping the future of AI. Today, we have explored how Saudi Arabia is leading in AI development, global collaboration, and responsible government, but AI's true impact lies in how we choose to develop and govern it. Moving forward, let's continue this dialogue, push boundaries, and work together to build an AI future that is inclusive, ethical, and transformative. Thank you, and I wish you a productive day and an insightful day. Thank you.
Many thanks, Dr. Mishari Al-Mishari, for that address, really summarizing the criteria that we need to keep in mind when it comes to this rapid development of the technology. Ethics, inclusion, so much to think about, and particularly when we know there are huge changes on the horizon, not least the arrival of the next big computer mega cycle that it is, of course, quantum computing. It has unparalleled processing power and is set to revolutionize AI. It enables faster data analysis, precise pattern recognition, and really innovative problem solving across industries. I mean, the opportunities really are vast. It's very difficult, actually, to understand the potential ahead, but there are real prospects for this technology to help solve many of the world's most pressing issues and problems at scale. How close is this technology? Well, the panel is going to dive deep into this, and we have 1,000 speakers here at LEAP, including at DeepFest, and I can say that coming onto the panel now are some of the most innovative minds out there. So please do welcome to start this debate Ariel Wallano, who is Managing Director of FinServe Experts. He's going to lead this panel, so please do give Ariel and his panelists a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon. It's great to see you all here. Is that better? Yeah. How about this? Try again, shall we? All right, that's good. Can you all hear me in the back? Raise your hand. Just make sure it's coming. Excellent. My name's Ariel Wallano, and I'm really kind of flabbergasted to be sitting with such august talent. I'd like to start by asking each of you to introduce yourselves to the audience and just talk a little bit about why the topic that we're talking about, which is the intersection between quantum and AI, is important and relevant to what you do. Bob, do you want to go first?
Sure. My name is Bob Sutor. I guess the first thing to know about me is I'm a mathematician by training. And that tends to be the way I look at the world in terms of...
Bob, get your mic a little bit closer.
Did we slide down? All right. All right. I knew I'd end up holding this. I'm Bob Sutor. I'm a mathematician by training. Spent many years at IBM. I was head of the mathematical sciences department. Also spent about 6 years in IBM Quantum as an executive. They do, as you may know, superconducting quantum computing. Spent 2 years with Inflection doing neutral atom quantum computing, atomic clocks, sensing, all sorts of things. And the last year I've been looking across the industry. My interest, well, is my background there. I've written a book. The second edition of my Dancing with Qubits came out about 11 months ago. And in the second edition, I finally did a chapter on quantum and AI. I couldn't do it the first time. I think I had a page count issue, but I also thought it would be further along. And so I'm very interested in this topic, but I think the order of these words is very, very important. Because people tend to think about how will we use quantum computers to make AI better? Well, frankly, I think that is the last of the use cases of these two words that we're going to see. The first one, and one that people have been doing for quite a while, is how do we use machine learning and AI to make quantum computing better? And then, oh, by the way, we can use it for AI. And then the third part is, well, we're just going to use them in the same neighborhood. Because sometimes people look at an algorithm or a model, but they don't think of the whole business process, the workflow, everything that's going on. So what might happen is some spot over here, you have a quantum computer doing something interesting. The data from that is going into HPC. The data from that's going into AI. So there are three primary combinations here. And let me just end this with my attitude is I'm very optimistic, but we have to be realistic. This area is filled with hype and demands proof.
Right, Daniela.
Well, thank you so much, first of all, to the Kingdom and also to the organizers of DeepFest to making this possible for us to speak here. I'm very excited. My name is Daniela Herman. I'm a serial entrepreneur. And I'm a co-founder of Dynex and mission leader of Dynex Moonshot Family Office. We brought quantum as a service to market with an availability of 1 million qubits. And we are doing it all efforts, programs of education, etc., to make it mainstream as quick as possible. We also integrated an ethical integrity layer combined with ethical tech so that we are sure, or at least trying our best, to not support any kind of malicious use. Thank you.
And Katrin.
Dr. Catherine Kind, and thank you very much, DeepFest and the LEAP team and everyone here at Tahaluf for this excellent organization and for the kind invitation. I am the Chief Data Scientist of Cognizant Technology Solutions, and at the same time, I'm the member of the Board of Advisors of the Swiss School of Business and Management in Geneva, guest lecturer in quantum computing at the University of New Delhi for the Applied Mathematics Department, as well as for the University of Agder in Norway. Quantum computing is very close then to me and my team because we are researching, we're one of the very first faculties to research in quantum computing applied to business, quantum computing applied to life sciences. Why both? Because if we look at the very first business cases of quantum computing, it is the new potential that they can have, and that is on life sciences. Many might be surprised to know that less than 2% of the medicines that you can buy in the pharmacy are made and are adequate for females. That means that the research of medicine that is particularly targeted to female of all ages needs quite amount of big of research. And at the same time, why applied mathematics? Because a lot of the mathematics that needed for the new development of what would be not just the mechanics, we're also working together with the University of Calcutta, the mechanics department, because the quantum entanglement is quantum mechanics. So it's very, very important to bring these three areas, mathematics, mechanics, as well as what would be in business, in together be able then to create one collaboration network in order to develop this new and novel technology and bring on about what would be excellent and socioeconomical positive impact through the development of new medicines.
Thank you. So my name's Ariel Wallano. I am an advisor to UK Parliament on both blockchain and AI. Google hired me to develop the AI risk management framework for their own go-to-market team. I led the team that used machine learning to build the credit engine for Kenya's M-Pesa mobile payment platform. And I am a guest lecturer at Cambridge University in the UK and Zhejiang University in China. My firm, FinServ Experts, was launched in 2016. Like Bob, I was a long-term IBMer before that. And we focus on emerging technology problems, which now begins to include advising our clients on a stable pathway towards quantum resilience in advance of the arrival of Q-Day, whenever that may be, which is the point at which it will be possible to use quantum computers to make it very easy for bad actors to access passwords, read internal emails, spy on private video conferences, etc., and to be ready in advance of that. So the first question, though, when I get asked, and this actually just happened yesterday when I was giving my talk on quantum resilience here at LEAP, but the most common question I get asked, this thing about qubit, it seems so science fiction. Is it real? And my first, the first thing I say, and I go back to something the great economist Milton Friedman was fond of saying, which is the value of a theory, of any theory, outside of academia, is not about whether or not the premises are sound, but whether or not the predictions are accurate. So if somebody is standing up a quantum computer, could be IBM, could be Dynex, could be anybody, we don't actually have to know, I mean, it's nice to know, or we're all intellectually curious. We don't have to know whether qubits exist, because it's a very hard idea to get your head around. What we have to know is, does the capabilities that, that all the hype is talking about, are they real? Can we really solve problems that classical computers, even very powerful supercomputers, cannot solve in a reasonable amount of time? If the answer is yes, if it can solve it, it doesn't matter to anybody outside academia whether qubits are real or not. What's matters is we have a capability that can solve problems we can't even conceive of today. And with that, I'd like to actually dig in. So what is the level of capability now with quantum computing, with specific regards to AI? What can we actually do now, right now? Evidence, numbers. What is the actual state of play on the ground? Bob, you want to have a go at that?
Sure. And let me start by talking about the landscape of... I'm going to have trouble with this all day. Let me start by talking about the landscape of quantum computer manufacturers. Now, these are real quantum computers, right, with real quantum effects. Now, at the moment, an interesting and important area is actually simulating quantum computers classically. But this is not actually the future of quantum computing, right? We're going to rely on these big systems, and you've probably heard some of the big names, such as IBM and Google and Microsoft are working on this. They're not the only ones. There are, by my count this morning, 70 different companies around the world making quantum computers, honest to goodness quantum computers. So 70. That is too many. If you think of any technology we have today, if you think of the chips in your laptops and your phones, the number is not 70. The number is, let's be generous, a dozen, right? You've got companies like Qualcomm, you have ARM and the derivatives, you have Intel, you have AMD and so forth and things like this. So somewhere along the line, we're going to have to go from these 70 companies that make quantum computers using 10 different methods, right? There's not one. The way, for example, that IBM makes quantum computers is very, very different from, let's say, an IonQ, another public company that does this. Now, they each have great promises, and they'll each show you these stats, which are better than those stats, but don't look at these stats because they're not quite as good as those stats. And so quantum computing, on one hand, the science, the engineering, is very, very hard. But it's also very, very hard to understand the relative quality of them and how quickly they will develop. So you have people, several weeks ago, the CEO of NVIDIA said that, well, quantum computing was going to take 15 to 30 years. And then the three public companies, their stock just dropped tremendously. Now, their stock had risen very strangely over the previous month, so it was an odd effect, nevertheless. But then we had other people piling on, saying, well, quantum computing can't take that long because we need it sooner. Well, science doesn't really respond to the we need it sooner argument to actually develop these. So the fact is we don't quite know when we will have real quantum computers, right? At scale, meaning tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of qubits, that will then be able to do interesting AI problems in particular. Because real quantum computers load data, load information very, very slowly. So all these things you hear about quantum computers being able to process petabytes of information, well, somebody heard something that their cousin's brother said once at a party, right? But that's not actually backed up by any science there. So there's a combination of technologies that will come along. We're very motivated. AI is a great use case for this, but I think we'll see chemistry first. I think we'll see lithium batteries come out of quantum computers. But this research is essential, whatever it's for, AI, is to drive the development of the hardware.
No, I think that's right. The underlying thing across these 70 companies, creating qubits is hard. Most of the methods require instantiating very extreme and unstable environments, and the qubits require that those environments be stable. But as hard as it is to create a qubit, it's even harder to measure it. And the best way of understanding that is a letter that was written to Albert Einstein in the 1930s, a term you probably all know called Schrodinger's cat. The moment you open the box to see whether the cat is alive or dead, that special state where the cat is gone. Okay, and it's true with qubits. When you try to measure them, they can sometimes lose their state of what's called superposition. So that is the challenge that a lot of the designers are facing. Creating the qubits is hard, measuring them is harder. Katrin, Danielle, do you want to add anything on this sort of industry survey?
That's why I was mentioning it's very important to work as a collaboration. This is way too big of a task to be done just by either one of those 70 companies or one particular university. So that's why it is important. That's why we're going into it with all these different areas. So like you said, if we first take quantum computing, the ones that actually are, the very first challenge is that they have to be near absolute zero. Yeah, so that's null Kelvin. Number one, that would be for the hardware type. Then we have a different layer, which would be them powering the computer and also ensuring that that is also at the lower type of temperature. So these are computers, chips that have to be put into what would be the hydrogen, liquid hydrogen, of course, and then bits separate from the particular chip in which you would have the base layer, the BIOS, the SPI, where you would have the processing base software just simply to try to understand exactly what the calculations are doing. Then it comes the next mathematical layer for error correction, because up till Microsoft created the very, very first Novell chip that is able then to autocorrect that layer, 50% of the error codes. That is one of the areas, not just the measuring, but also knowing that you have to understand can I trust it? The level of reliability. So we need to have then that level of mathematics there in order then to validate if the results are coherent or not. Then comes the true application layer, which is also the ones that we work on. And we are living here in what would be a quantum type of simulation. So it's living out of the batch results of these first three layers of validation. So why is it necessary then that we work as a mathematics, as a business, as a mechanics together? Because it's very important from the very early beginnings to look for the business case of quantum computing. Even though, again, we would be at the early stages, there could be different type of myths already occurring so far, but it's very important to see because the capabilities and the way that we can implement it now are so important for the next advances of computer science. So in a way, one of the areas that we should also be looking at is how we can work then together and also share the particular results and cooperate.
Thank you. Daniela?
Yeah, so first of all, I think also, the NVIDIA CEO did not include anyone from the scene in quantum computing when he did his kind of projection. And I guess that gave also a little bit of a backslash in the market at the reaction point. But as said, the stocks were actually rising incredibly high. And if you did 400% and you have a correction of 50%, it's a different perspective as if you're coming from a very, let's say, different kind of span of performance. So that's one. And two, with regards to quantum computing, we, for example, are working with quantum as a service and a large emulation. So I am not here at all. I think the computers that are currently advancing also at their speed are doing a tremendous job. And as IBM, I'm a great fan, by the way, because I think they paved the way enormously regarding quantum computing. And we profited also a lot from that evolution that they initiated in the market. So that is with much gratitude taken. And I think that what we are maybe a bit caught by surprise, like we caught by surprise with like DeepSeek, that there are different ways of how to enter into the quantum market. I am completely sure that the leading companies of the quantum market cannot be today stated with 100% surety, because we don't know what's coming around the corner of innovation, and it always has been. You can call it quantum, you can call it the car, from the horse to the car. These movements have always been here. So I think, to come to the topic of computers, I think there will be different types of outcomes, of offerings in the market in this sector, but the main importance of everything is that it becomes mainstream and that the economies globally can use it, and that there is a support on education to make it an enablement for the economies globally. Now, the last point I wanted to say is, when you take it in combination with AI, I fully agree. You can look at it from one perspective, where you say that if you use a hybrid, where you use AI models for training and you use sequentially quantum in combination, you can have better outcomes of if you just say, oh, now we're going to put on top of AI quantum, because that's not the solution. I do think also what is important to say regarding AI, it is not a speed kind of increaser quantum. What quantum needs is, it needs transformers, it needs LLM algorithms to be put so that AI can, in combination, be used with quantum. But that it enhances, we're working, for example, on cardiovascular disease with an AI enhancement. It can be used in health tremendously. So it's a fascinating time we're entering into, and our opinion is it's now, and it's not happening in 3 to 5 years. Thank you.
You're welcome. So, and that sort of segues nicely, because, okay, so we have some level of capability now, which is largely exists in a lab. There's some emerging people trying to solve actual problems. In the opinion of yourselves as panelists, given the limited capability we have now and the things that are likely to happen sooner rather than later, and nobody knows when the vaunted Q day is actually going to happen, I think it's safe to assume that when it does happen, people won't be ready for it. I mean, if we look at AI, people have been working on AI for 30 plus years now, and all of a sudden it has traction and relevance, to use your word, across the mainstream. It's reasonably safe to assume that will be the case in quantum. There will be a small group of very talented experts working, and then all of a sudden it will be here and it will be everywhere. When that happens, whether it's today or 30 years from now, what are your views on which industries, which applications, which use cases are going to be first in line in terms of most readily capable, in terms of the nature of the problem, to benefit from the intersection of quantum and AI in either direction? To your point, Bob. So which industries are going to be capable of using it, capable of monetizing it, and getting the value the quickest, either because of the natural fit of the problem, or because as an industry they're more ready and more amenable to this kind of rapid and radical transformation. Katrin, do you want to take a first shot at this?
Yeah, sure. So for monetization of data, the important thing is that the industry itself already has a monetization process, a methodology, and what would be then the tool in place, as well as the data governance, before even stepping up into quantum computing. So if we look at the use for that, the first three that would definitely be the ones that would be benefit right now. That would be number one, cryptography. So any industry that is depending on the data protection, be it on the military, be it of course then on the medical industry, be it on banking and finance and insurance, and there's so many big threats coming up through now through the use of generative AI for bad. Yeah, for example, deep fakes, or what would be then fake news. It's so easy right now for any cryptskitty to download a particular model from what would be Hugging Face or GitHub and pretend to be someone else online while having, for example, a video conference conversation. So what would be the most important thing? It would be to create the algorithms to identify, is this real or is this fake? which is one of the biggest challenges that we have right now. The same thing what would be then on cybersecurity. The cybersecurity industry would be able to create new mathematics that would be so complex that would be deemed unhackable, which is now one of the main problems that we're dealing with, that there would be, through political powers or not so positive powers, there are cyber hacks happening all around the world. So in this case, then the cryptography industry would have the main and most important benefits, and of course banking and anywhere where your data must be protected. And then, as I already mentioned before, it would be also then on life sciences. There is just so much that through the potential that quantum computing has of bringing about complex systems, data systems, now multi-agents running in parallel, bringing what would be M plus M possibilities, we would be able to do research for good within days or weeks instead of months or years.
Bob, anything you want?
Sure, and let me ask and then answer a basic question as it relates to use cases, which is, why do we care about quantum for AI at all? I mean, isn't just regular AI fine? Right? Why do we need this quantum thing just because it's there, right? Well, one of the main reasons is that when you think of machine learning, that part of AI, its main job is to find patterns, right? To find patterns in data, and then do something interesting with it, right? So if you're talking about generational AI, you find patterns in, let's say, in text as one example, and then you can generate new text from that in some way. So it comes down to this very basic question of how good are we at finding the patterns in the first place? And this is the training process. Now, the quantum computing model is not just like a supercharged way we do computing today. It's absolutely, completely different. As an example, let's say I have some data, some information, and it's in quantum form. And Ariel, I want to give it to you. I want to give you a copy of my data.
Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, when I give it to you, it destroys my copy. It's impossible to copy quantum information. Okay, well, this is a little problem, all right? Which means like databases don't work, and neural networks, they don't work either, by the way, anymore. But we do have these other types of things like entanglement. You mentioned superposition, all these fancy words we always mention here. And because the model is so different, maybe we can find new patterns that we couldn't find classically. Or we can use this different machinery to find the old patterns faster, if you will. Now, moreover, I said before that loading classical data into a quantum computer is hard. So for a lot of these applications, you're not going to take gigabytes and put it in a quantum computer. But if you are getting this from, let's say, medical sensors that are quantum, right? That's great. That's quantum data. So we can do quantum AI on information that's coming from quantum sensors, from bio, from medical, from planes traveling, planes traveling, rotation speeds, all these sorts of things. So I think as we open up the world and we think of quantum networking and quantum communications beyond this, this is where the quantum and AI thing is really going to shine.
And Danielle.
Yeah, so there are, different perspectives in quantum always, but I do think one thing is clear: it will shift industries. And I think in healthcare we will experience enormous advancement. We will also be able to use, we're doing it, AI enhancement, for example, for cardiovascular disease. And as you say, we need to put machines in between, because you can't just say, okay, I'm plugging it into AI and now it's going to work faster and better and smoother. It's really something that needs to be put, be it a transformer in between, be it LLM algorithms that need to be adapted to make these two worlds sing. And I also agree that it's not just you have to now shift it to quantum, by all means if you can. It's, at the end of the day, it needs a good hybrid solution of the two worlds, because some stuff in classical AI with classical training is much better than using it straightforward with quantum, right? So there will be quantum use cases. Use cases are in the automotive industry. Use cases will be, now where do we quickly monetize? I do think my friends in the financial sector, I'm a former investment banker myself, so I know they have a lot of fun with quantum, right? Because you have on D-Wave, for example, there have been trade optimization instruments already developed, and they will develop more on that. So I think from a monetization, they will probably be very fast. MIT has given out an index where JP Morgan currently is leading with using quantum on the level that they have. And in the automotive, it's Volkswagen right now. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm actually going to offer my own point of view on this. I agree that both life sciences and financial services will be amongst the fastest to come up with real-world applications and to monetize the quantum AI capabilities. But there's an industry sector that's going to be faster. Okay? If we look at every major technological revolution in our collective professional lifetime, the internet itself, mobile, IoT, blockchain, AI, okay? In every single case, there's the sector that is first, the first adopter is an industry sector we don't like to talk about for obvious reasons, which is criminal enterprise. Per the World Bank, criminal enterprise is about a $1.3 trillion industry sector. And they have a natural first mover advantage. They don't care about governance. They don't worry about compliance. They often don't worry very much about making their customers happy. So they have a natural first mover advantage, and they exploit that. The scam artists are the first or amongst the first movers in any new technology, and there's no reason to assume it will be any different with quantum computing. And that segues very nicely into the third topic that I'd like to invite the panel to discuss. So if that's the case, well, one of the first things we should ask, being, having at least, some level of foresight, how can we prevent that, or realistically, how can we slow it down? How can we minimize the first mover adoption and indeed the access that criminal enterprise has to these capabilities, because we know they are going to be amongst the first to try and exploit it. Well, one of the ways that we can think about that is by how quantum computing resources are made available. They're expensive, they're at this point quite rare, and most of them require a huge amount of energy and a significant level of infrastructure to stand up and to support. So it is not going to be the case in the foreseeable future that even a fairly sizable organization can just buy their own quantum computer. So the distribution and delivery model for quantum computing resources is absolutely key. And I think some of the biggest opportunities are going to be with the companies who get that right. So I'd like to ask the panel's opinion about which sort of delivery models for quantum capability they think are the most attractive, the most likely to succeed, and the ones that people are getting ready for. And Daniela, I'd like you to have a first crack at this, if you could.
Well, from a delivery model, you mean really use cases?
No, I mean how. So I've got a company, and I think that I have a use case. Doesn't matter what industry, what it is, and I need I think I will benefit by plugging a quantum computer in and solving a problem that I've unable to solve in a reasonable amount of time with a classical computer. I can't afford to just go buy one. How do I go get some quantum computing resource?
Yeah, so that was our motivation as such, right? We brought to market a unique architecture of a decentralized GPU network, an own layer 1 blockchain, and we created logically also the emulation on that architecture, if you want. And this has been brought to market in March 2024 and can be used as a subscription model. And you have 4 different levels of subscription, and then you have a customized solution. That is for us also the model we will maintain. We will also develop a chip this year, and we will kind of implant into that system also, into the quantum nodes, the chips, so that you always access the same platform figures, and that will allow you to avoid the costly infrastructure you're speaking of, and will allow also to make quantum computing become more and more mainstream. As a part of that also, we're giving out grants when it comes to universities, so we do educational push into India as well. We've just now launched a book, another textbook on neuromorphic quantum computing, and are teaching currently in India at Sona College Technology neuromorphic quantum computing. And these things are as essential as avoiding that you need 100 million or whatever to build the infrastructure to make use of it. So like this, everyone is actually more and more able to access.
Yeah. So, Bob, if you could, I'd like you to go to the next level. So I'm going to be, so right now, if I want to play with quantum simulation, I can log on to Bracket with AWS, or I can go to IBM. There are places I could do that now. Is this as simple as just following the cloud software as a service model, or is there going to be more to it with regards to quantum?
I think most quantum computers will be available on the cloud ultimately. And I would say that we used to think that really that was the delivery model. Because in the early days, the quantum computers, if you bought one, it would be very small. And you would look at this and say, 2 years later, why did I spend all this money for this little thing? It's like what you really want is a race car, but what they deliver is a bicycle. And you paid a lot of money for that. Well, if you're on the cloud, you end up getting a race car there. However, the models have started to change, and there's another important element, which is sovereignty. AI sovereignty and quantum sovereignty. If I can be direct, not everybody wants to buy a quantum computer from somebody in another country. Mm-hmm. So I mentioned the 70 different quantum computing companies. Those are in 18 different countries. Now, some of those are just commercial ventures, but for many of those countries, France, Germany, for example, they want their own quantum computers. They want them built in their country. They want them to run in their country, right? So this notion of sovereignty is becoming very, very important regarding the delivery model, and it's also being backed up by export controls that we're seeing more and more.
Katrin, do you have anything to add on that?
Yes, I can tell you how we implement it at Cognizant today. Yeah, so as I mentioned before, this is too big of a task to do it alone. So we partner, number one, with all hyperscalers that are right now involved with it, so IBM, JCP, as well as AWS and Microsoft. Number one, to have access to it. Number two is we also partner with universities to build the scientists to help us research on what would be the right new methodologies for what would be the layer of quality that we need and reliability on the calculations. And as well, then, as I already mentioned at the beginning, any research of this would be nothing if we didn't have trustable data. So we also partner with master data management partners, for example, like Informatica here, and that it allows us to understand the complexity of where this data is coming from. And the number one thing here, we are in version 0.1 rubbish. And why is that important to say it? It's not a criticism. It is just that we are generating a lot of what would be unreliable data and reliable data results. So for a delivery model to work, you need to understand, well, how do I process something that's going to bring me to the particularly business case, or if I'm going to use it for government use, in which regulation is not that much of an aspect, still, reliability of those results, it is a need. It's one of the main requirements. So we need to know in which version of hardware, like I said, there's different layers of hardware at quantum computing, as well as with the software, did a particular algorithm result worked. So you need to be able to track it. You need to be able to follow a structured process so that it's reproducible. Like with any type of research, if it's not reproducible, you cannot use it. So, and as you mentioned there at the beginning, because of the state of quantum entanglement that is so difficult to measure, that is the particular main challenge that we have. So part of the delivery model is how do we come up to validate that? How do we come up at least the method and the structure of the process is something you can reproduce, if maybe the results might be a bit rubbish. So that is really important to bring that up, that structure in the teams, be it from the research part, the delivery model from the development, as well as with the cooperation. So all of that is very, very important to bring up in what would be then a project. We have a project that we call pods. In every single pod, there is a particular partner, which is the one that's administering the computer. Then the particular engineers that are, and the scientists are working together in order to bring up what would be the particular use case into the flesh. And then, as well as the quality model and reliability model team that is able then to work together to bring about a useful result.
Cool. All right, so I'd like to close out. We've got just about a minute left. In the days before the internet, the networking events, you would often wear a name tag that says, "Hi, my name is Ask Me About." So I'd like to tell you. So if somebody wanted, if you were wearing a thing, what would be say? Ask me about what, Bob?
Quantum networking and why it's going to be essential to make any of this work.
Okay, Daniela.
Ask me about making quantum mainstream and making it a use case for you.
Ask me about the business case for quantum computing and AI.
Okay. Ask me about quantum resilience and making sure that my passwords, my data, my messages, and my emails are safe from quantum attack. Thank you very much. Glad to have you with us on the conversation.
Thank you very much.
Questions there, certainly some big questions and plenty of answers, but still, as indicated at the end there is still an awful lot to discuss, the use cases, the resilience of data, but also the protection as well going forward. So a lot to talk about, and even though we can't take questions from the floor, please do take the time to catch up with the speakers afterwards outside the conference theatre, because as you can hear, they're really, really welcome to chat. Now, let's move on, because we know that data is absolutely crucial. There is, after all, no successful AI without a strong data foundation. So aligning your AI strategy with really robust data strategy is absolutely the key to driving innovation responsibly. So how can you best harness the power of data while ensuring compliance with your local regulations? And that is a question that many of you will be asking. Well, here to tell us more is Mohammed Zuhari. He's the General Manager for Middle East and Africa for Snowflake. And he's going to explain how data and AI really have come together to transform decision-making and fuel the next wave of innovation here in Saudi Arabia. So please do welcome Mohammed Zuhari.
So, my name is Mohammed Zuhari. I'm managing Snowflake in the Middle East Africa region. Happy to be here today, third year in a row at LEAP, to speak about the importance of data and AI for the kingdom. So first of all, I want to let you know that it is really snowing in the kingdom today. We officially launched in Saudi Arabia a few weeks ago. We are having our regional headquarters here in Riyadh. It's really a commitment and investment from the company in the kingdom. We are also having our sovereign deployment on GCP Dammam live since end of November. And we support all types of workloads, including the Class C workloads. So no excuse, you can put any data into the Snowflake platform here in Saudi. And just a picture here with our country manager here in Saudi, Ali, and also Google country manager, Badr, where we were together 3 weeks ago launching to the market in Saraj venue here in Riyadh. So, today we'll talk about AI. It's top of mind of everyone. 74% of the CEOs definitely confirm that Gen AI is one of their priorities and will deliver additional value to their business in the next coming months, not years, really months. And if we look at the annual business value combined that can be generated by GenAI use cases all around the world, we are talking about trillions already in 2025. But of course, with this opportunity, there are challenges, okay? The adoption is fast, yes, and you see here on this graph that it took us less than 2 years to reach the same level of adoption than ML in 10 years. And this is accelerating again and again. And you see every single day new announcements, new accelerations. Everybody heard about DeepSeek in the last few days, I will say, and how it transformed the way companies are thinking about their AI and LLM strategies. Adoption is fast, opportunity is there, but there are challenges. If you look at what is really in production today, less than 20% of the use cases are in production. And even if we talk about the Middle East region, we are talking about less than 8% of the use cases in production. So why this? 3 main challenges that we see. First of all is the quality, and the quality of the data underlying those use cases, those GenAI use cases. Second, the security. Everybody is afraid when there is a disruption, when there is a new technology. So security and governance are part of the equation. Third, the cost. Everybody knows that it can cost a lot to deploy use cases on costly GPUs, sometimes if you find them. This is also the issue, the availability. But as I just mentioned about DeepSeek, things are changing. Cost will still be a challenge, but the improvements day after day on the capabilities, on the infrastructure, on the GPUs, LPUs, etc., are improving in that way. So those 3 challenges are all about data, in fact. They're not about AI. And as mentioned in the introduction, there is no AI strategy without a data strategy. So you need first a solid data foundation in order to be able to really execute what you are promising to your CEOs in terms of value that you can extract with GenAI. And this is where Snowflake can help. So Snowflake AI Data Cloud is a data platform. Okay? So this is the solid foundation that we are talking about. It's a fully managed service that will help you unlock those additional use cases around AI and GenAI. And we embedded into the data cloud all the capabilities on the AI and GenAI. We call it Cortex AI in Snowflake. And we will see today how, if you start with the right data foundation, you will be able to achieve this AI and GenAI much more easily and with a quicker time to market. Quick slide to show you the Snowflake platform. Okay? So it's a slide that I put on purpose to show you that even to achieve complex use cases around data and AI, it doesn't need to take months. It doesn't need to take weeks. It can be done in days and in minutes. How we can achieve this? If you have a fully managed service. And this is what Snowflake is from day one. So forget about the slide that I just showed, that just show you the power of the platform. Focus on the fact that you can have a very fast time to market. Any one of you can subscribe to Snowflake now. You go to snowflake.com. In the same second, you have access to the service, including all the capabilities I just showed in the previous slide. Okay? It's by default and by design a much lower TCO. So we are solving the cost problem here because everything is delivered as a service. So you pay only what you use, and this is available on everything data, but also everything AI. So you don't need to pre-provision GPUs, for example. You just access Cortex AI, fully managed service in Snowflake, to execute anything related to GenAI. And also, you will minimize your security risk. Remember the 3 challenges that I mentioned. When you build one strong data foundation, which is Snowflake Data Cloud, you already implement all the governance and security in one platform. So any new workload that you are adding, today is GenAI, tomorrow it's something else, will inherit automatically the security and governance of the platform. So you solve with this fully managed service all the challenges that I just mentioned. Just to give you an idea about the power and the elasticity of the platform. As we speak, we execute more than 6 billion queries per day on our platform. Just to give you a point of comparison, we all use Google to do search every day, and it's B2C. We are consumers, not enterprises. It's 8.5 billion searches per day. Here we are in a B2B world. Our customers, more than 10,000, are executing every second hundreds of thousands of queries. And it's, if you do it on a yearly basis, more than 2 trillion queries. This gives you the scalability of the platform in a fully managed service that you don't need to manage at all. You have other figures that I will not describe here, but it shows you that we don't have any limitation in terms of storage and compute because of our cloud-native design that we started with from day one. You will have many platforms in the market today that claim to be fully managed service or cloud, but they are not cloud-native. They all have a legacy, or they are not fully managed service. They are platforms as a services. This is the only available data cloud in the market in a fully managed service. And again, I repeat myself, it's available in Saudi in a sovereign way, deployed on Google GCP. So, Snowflake is all about innovation. Since it started in 2012 with our 2 founders, with this, our cloud-native architecture, we always disrupted the data and now the AI market. The first disruption was about analytics, and I will walk you through these 4 layers of disruption until AI today. So when we say disrupting analytics, mainly it's about storage and compute and how we design the core platform, okay? First of all, when you go to Snowflake, you will be able to consolidate all data that you have in your enterprise. Whether it is 1 giga, 1 tera, 1 peta, or 100 petabytes, there is absolutely no limitation, and it will work with the same performance, same scalability, same concurrency. You can host any type of data, structured, semi-structured, unstructured. You can host and work with open source data like Iceberg. You can also compute data that is on-prem, okay? Sorry. So the date, yeah. Hear me? Hello? Test, yeah, okay. So the data doesn't need to be in Snowflake, in fact. The data can be on other cloud storages or open formats, as I mentioned, but it can be also on-premise. So for example, if a bank wants to go to the cloud for the HNI, high net worth individuals, they need to keep the data for regulatory purposes on-prem, we can keep it on-prem. For a telco, for a certain category of data and numbers, they need to keep it on-prem, etc. So this bridge with the open world and with the on-prem give us the ability to store any type of data at any place. Then you can manage this storage very easily, and it is a very, very cheap storage if you compare it to the rest of the market. We are talking in Saudi about $30 the terabyte per month, and this is a compressed, encrypted, replicated on 3 availability zone storage, so the equivalent of, let's say, 10 terabytes. Then on top of this storage, and completely independently from this storage, you have the compute layer. So you can scale up and down the compute completely independently from the storage. But this is not the most interesting part. The most interesting part is all the compute clusters are separate one from another. So there is no more need to do capacity planning and do data ingestion while you are not doing data science, heavy algorithms, etc. Anything can run in parallel without any concurrency or performance issues. You can have thousands of clusters, and we have customers in the region already in this model, running at the same time on the same centralized data in hundreds of terabytes or some petabytes without concurrency issues. And this is because of this cloud-native architecture. So this is the first disruption. It's already 10 years ago. This is what gave Snowflake a name in the market. But of course, we didn't stop there. The second disruption was about data collaboration. So our customers were very happy with the elasticity, the scalability. But they don't consume only internal data. They consume a lot of external data. Everybody is sharing data with other entities, with central bodies. inside the group or a conglomerate between internal companies, etc. But it's done in very old-fashioned way, okay? So SFTPs and APIs, etc. A lot of problems, errors, costs, time delay, etc. So we disrupted this market by creating what we call the data sharing without data movement. I am a provider, you are a consumer, I can share with you data without moving this data. So you are able to query it as if it was your data, and it still remains with me. This was a complete disruption in the market. This is how we renamed our offer the Data Cloud. So when you are a Snowflake customer, you are, yes, managing your data platform, data governance, etc., but you are part of an ecosystem. You can share with thousands of customers the data sets that you need to share in order to unlock additional business value. Based on this technical capability, I would say, of data sharing, we created a lot of products. One of them is the marketplace. So we have today thousands of data providers that are monetizing data on our marketplace. It starts with the classic providers that all of you know, like S&P and Refinitiv and others, but it goes to local providers in every single market. For example, Sahel, which is the real estate data in Saudi, is on our marketplace, and anyone can use it and can use this data in order, for example, for a delivery company to know where to open new restaurants, for a bank to know when to open new branches because there are new communities being built, etc. So this is just a simple example on the power of the marketplace. But the marketplace today is not just about data sets. It's also about applications. So data become more and more important in every single company, and now applications like vendors who are partners of Snowflake, for example, or providers who have ready products. So for example, KYC product, anti-money laundering product, supply chain logistics product. These products now are running on Snowflake. Why? For two reasons. The first reason is definitely the scalability of the platform, because the more these products are growing in the market, the more scalability and flexibility they need at a reasonable cost. And this is what we provide. Second main reason is we are multi-cloud, cloud agnostic. It's the same service running on Google, AWS, and Azure. So when you are distributing either data or applications to the world, you need to run on all the hyperscalers. And this is what we solved as a challenge for those companies. So these are few examples in different domains. For example, Stripe as a payment gateway, or relational AI in everything related to graph modeling or Neo4j, etc. They run as a native application in Snowflake, and these applications are available on our marketplace today. Third disruption is about application development. So applications are becoming more and more data intensive today. And as I just mentioned, they need scalability, they need power. The native applications on the marketplace are one example, but we can also help customers to bring the machine learning and AI to life in minutes with what we call Streamlit, which is an application, low code, no code, that we acquired 2 years ago and completely integrated into Snowflake. So you give life to the machine learning models of the data scientists and the Gen AI models, etc., in a few clicks, literally a few clicks. So we have more than 200 applications running in the marketplace today, as I just mentioned, in the data collaboration part. So the last part, which is, I think, the most exciting for all of you, because this is the world we live in, is about disrupting the AI and Gen AI. So I talked at the beginning about the challenges: quality, cost, security, governance. I explained that we solve this with our fully managed service. So Snowflake is a fully managed service for the data world, but it also includes Cortex, which is the fully managed service for the Gen AI world. So if we look what is behind Cortex, we will find different things. First of all, we will find a completely agnostic world to any LLM that runs today on any capacity. So we embedded some of them, so they are already included in the product in order to reduce the cost for you. So you don't need also an access to the LLM from an external platform. And we are very fast in including those new LLMs that are on the market. You see on the slide, DeepSeek is one of them. Literally a few days after DeepSeek was released to the market, it was embedded in our Cortex AI. But there are a lot in the market today. In every single market, you will find specific LLMs. Alam here, JSON UAE, and it goes to hundreds and hundreds of LLMs per country, per language, etc. So it's not easy to embed every single LLM because they are released every day. So what we give you from a Snowflake perspective is the ability to execute and containerize any LLM that you need for your work. So the openness of the platform is still there. We were always agnostic from data ingestion side, the visualization side, the hyperscaler that we run on, etc. We are also completely agnostic from the LLM that you want to run on. And of course, there is a big, I will say, development on top of these models. What we are doing now is to release ready products to the market, because there are some common use cases that any single company is needing. So instead of reinventing the wheel every time, and for example, to search documents and to be able to interact in natural language with documents, no need for scripting, we create ready products. Document AI is one of them. So you can, through this product, immediately on hundreds and thousands of documents, interact in natural language, ask questions, okay? So the next time you will call your insurer in Saudi in order to ask about how much I am reimbursed if I do this type of surgery, be sure that there is a very big chance that the agent on the phone will go and interact in natural language and ask this question that will scroll a lot of documents and the agreement that they have with the end customers, whether it's a company or end user, and immediately they will give you the answer. This is a completely transformative way of using the Gen AI. So the main use cases that we see in the market around this. First one is the automated BI. So really a new disruption on the business intelligence side. Instead of having ready dashboard or self-service BI, you can interact and build what you need in natural language. Also, everything related to chatbots, or what we call conversation assistants. So you can build chatbots very easily on top of Snowflake today and Cortex AI. And also everything related to text processing and summarization. This is really from a productivity perspective, and I'm using it every day in our productivity workplace tools. It's really a big enabler of productivity. In a summary, the data cloud, as I mentioned, is an ecosystem. If you look at a real representation of what the data cloud is today, this is how we evolved in less than 5 years. From the moment we started, right when COVID started, the first data share that we have was Start Schema, which was the COVID data from Johns Hopkins University all around the world. And we already had customers using it to plan their operations back in that time. And today, as you see, it's a full ecosystem with more than 10,000 customers, and all of them, majority I will say of them, are sharing data either from consuming them from big providers or a one-to-one sharing between the different companies. Thank you very much.
So that huge explosion in cloud growth there, really underpinning the demand for AI applications across so many industries. And of course, one of them is healthcare. And certainly AI is already revolutionizing healthcare and healthcare provision. We are now going to find out a little bit more about how healthcare is going to be made smarter and more personal with AI. And you are in for a treat because Alan is in the house. Who's Alan? Well, you're going to find out. Alan is going to do a live demonstration of Mo, the Doctor AI assistant. So really exciting to see how AI journaling and claims processing could actually turn health management into more of a gamified WhatsApp experience. And here to explain how is Jean-Charles Samuelian, who is the co-founder and CEO of Alan, and he's also the co-founding advisor of Mistral AI. And he's going to be in conversation with Iman Ubi, who is the co-founder of Vocable.ai. So please do welcome Jean-Charles and Iman.
Excited for today's conversation. I'm Iman Ubu, co-founder of Vocable.ai, and thank you all for joining us in this afternoon for an interesting conversation around how healthcare can transform, how AI is transforming healthcare. So today I am joined by a fellow entrepreneur, Jean-Charles Samuelian, who's the founder and CEO of Alan, which is a digital platform, healthcare platform that is making prevention the new norm, and you're also on a mission to help people reach 100 healthy years using the power of AI. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
So for context, can you briefly introduce what Alan is all about and also what inspired you to launch this venture?
Yeah, so Alan has been created 9 years ago with a vision that, as you said, healthcare should be the new norm. And in order to do that, it's really hard. Like, healthcare systems are complex, they are slow to evolve, they are more and more costly, they are taking a larger share of the GDP, while doctors are burnt out, patients don't have the access they need, and so we decided to create Alan to change that. And we created a new kind of player, which is both a payer, so a health insurance company, and a digital healthcare provider, meaning that you have a medical team in your pocket 24/7 that can help you answer your questions, build personalized programs for you on your mental health, on your back pain, on your nutrition, on your sleep, that helps you manage chronic disease, and everything in one experience that is seamless, that people love. In 9 years, we cover now 700,000 people. We are above 500 million euros of revenue, and we really do believe that artificial intelligence is going to transform the way we deliver and we access care, the way we build prevention programs, the way we think about personalizing every of our healthcare and well-being journey. I hope it will bring longevity in an affordable way for everyone. So that's where we're spending a lot of resources today.
And how did you come up with the name Alan?
Alan is a reference to two people I really admire, and who were representing what we wanted to do, which is being at the crossing of technology and humanity. And so it's Alan Turing, who invented machine learning, more or less, on artificial intelligence, and Alan Watts, which is a British philosopher who wrote a lot about well-being and mindfulness. And we felt that using technology to be more mindful about our health and well-being was really what we wanted to achieve.
It also adds that personal human element. It feels like you're talking to an Alan, like a person, so it's a little less scary for people.
Exactly.
So when you started the company, it was around 2016, right? How has it evolved since then? Especially, I don't know if you started it with the idea of using the power of AI to increase longevity and also make prevention the new norm, but how has it evolved, especially, and how are you keeping up with these initiatives as the industry is advancing pretty fast?
When we wrote the initial memo and vision of the company in 2015, just before creating the company, it was, we are going to leverage machine learning, we didn't say AI at the time, to build personalized prevention and access to care at scale and reduce the cost of care for everyone. But the thing is that the technology were not ready. So what we did is, how can you build tools to engage your member, tools to help them access doctors, tools to build data sets that help track people, build the financing model, so being the insurance company to achieve that. And what we have seen indeed in the last 4 years, I would say, was a real acceleration of transformers, the technology that is behind large language models, and we felt that it was the time to accelerate in artificial intelligence. And that's why we worked a lot internally to build new products, and we can discuss about that. We worked a lot as well in Europe to help create Mistral AI to have a sovereign player for large language model. And so we met with many researchers, and we had a match with a team, and we decided to create the company together to power our technology for healthcare, because healthcare is so personal, it's so important, it's so sovereign that you cannot depend on a black box API from someone and you don't know how the model has been trained. So you want to control the full value chain, and that's why we want to control our model, we want to control the delivery, and we want to control the user interfaces, because the way you interface with AI is going to be really important in healthcare. And I really do believe into the transition, making seamless transition from AI doctors to real doctor, back and forth, and in a seamless way for the patient. And in terms of technology, as a result, I think you need to understand where is your value. And your value is likely in your data set, in your relationship with your members and your patients and your customers, in your capability to engage them with great user interfaces and great user experience. And some of the technology and models you're going to take, some you're going to fine-tune and work on that to make sure that it's always great. One of the other elements that is really important, and we just discussed it earlier, is how do you evaluate the quality of the outcome and the quality of the models for healthcare? So how you build medical benchmark and data sets where every time you have a new model, is it smarter? Is it more empathetic? Does it solve the problem of members at scale? And so our proprietary evaluation model is really, really important. And then there is all the data regulation, especially in Europe, with GDPR, with healthcare regulation, to make sure you can innovate in a framework that is really protective of consumers.
So, and speaking of that, obviously with AI systems using a lot of sensitive data, especially in healthcare, how do you ease that fear for the end user, for the patient? How do you approach that communication with your users that, this is safe, there's, a lot of that goes into data privacy and security. How are you approaching that?
So we did an experiment, and in our app, you can chat with doctors 24/7. And so we put in our clinic, that we call the clinic, the digital clinic, the option when you open a discussion with a doctor to say, do you want to wait for the doctor or chat directly with the AI, with the medical AI? Your conversation will be reviewed by a doctor within 15 minutes, but you can have an instant answer. And your data will be stored in a compliant way, and we will just use it for you and for nothing else. And 86% of people say yes, and they interact with the AI, and at the end of the discussion, they say, I don't need it to be reviewed by a doctor, and I'm happy with the answer. And I think it's a bit surprising. 86% is a very high number, especially when your intent was to talk to a doctor. Mm-hmm. And it means that, and we did a lot of user research, people love instant answers. They really they want instant, they want fast, they want quick. They trust more and more AI because they use it in other things, where they use it to search for information, to organize the travel, and so why not using it? Many users already use like ChatGPTs or Mistral to ask healthcare questions, but it's less safe, it's less structured, it doesn't know your past history and your past data, it's not reviewed by the doctor, so I don't advise that much. But so it's getting there, and I think in 2 or 3 years, it will be seen absurd not to ask to an AI first before consulting, as it's absurd today to not check information on Google before doing a medical visit. Like it's not checking Google Maps before doing traveling from point A to point B, and I think that's what's going to happen.
And it's also a great telling, because now people are trusting AI more than, and not only trust, but they also feel comfortable sharing some of their problems directly with AI versus a human doctor. That's really interesting. How much of your time and resources are spent on the engineering side and training, fine-tuning these models versus also evaluating the user experience? Because I think one of the issues with AI adoption is just that interaction with human. How do you keep that human element while also appeasing the fear around AI and keeping that efficacy of AI as well?
I would say, in fact, there is like 30 to 40% of our resources on the pure model and quality of models, but 60 to 70% on user interfaces, prompt engineering, finding the right tone of voice, building the right interfaces so you can switch from text to voice to video. You can switch from the AI to the doctor. The AI can be very serious at one point, but also very funny at one point. So now you create a companion that really is more than just a doctor, that is your coach, that helps you, that is proactive. And that is a lot of energy, a lot of attention to detail. And I think this application layer and this user interface layer is going to be extremely important in healthcare. Of course, we spend a lot of time to build better predictive models, to have better data sets, to make sure that we are better at diagnosis down the line. But you don't, like, what is funny is that you don't need that many people to do that well. You need really great researchers, giving them great flexibility, accessing data sets, but the size of the team doesn't need to be really, really high. While interaction at scale for hundreds of thousands, millions of users is really important in terms of engineering.
So one of the things that is really important now as we move forward with AI is personalization. And I think especially in healthcare, because everybody's different, everybody's struggling with different issues. But also there is medical history, there is all kinds of stuff that needs to go into that. How do you as a company approach that element of making sure that it feels tailored to you as a patient?
I think the first thing you want is to build a memory agent that learns from every interaction you have with us, and knows the name of your kid, know what past procedures you had, what past discussion we had, and use that for the future conversation to make them smarter and feel more personal. Then it's how you can leverage the information you share to have a lot more personalized outcome in terms of diagnosis. And so one thing that is really, really hard for a normal human is to digest all the literature in terms of new research papers, in terms of all the cohorts that has been studied. And as an AI, you can digest all that information, and you have like hundreds of new scientific papers published every week, if not thousands. And how do you digest that? You qualify that, and you personalize your answer based on the information of your members. Then you have wearables, and how you integrate the data from wearables to be more personalized, to be proactive as well, like, oh, I've seen that your sleep was not great. What can we do? How can I help you? I'm going to correlate it to the mental health journaling you did the day prior, where you shared about some of problems that were really stressful to you, and we are going to build an action plan for you. That is, in terms of preventive care, really important. Then we see in the more delivery of care part, like really the personalization of AI through DNA sequencing for tailored treatments, where you can sequence a tumor and have a chance of having a treatment that is going to be a lot more successful than in other cases. And that is also going to be the norm as we produce more and more data. So I see really two big streams, one which is the personalization of treatment, which is biotech, and one which is the personalization of prevention and action plans for you as an individual to work on your longevity and on your health span.
Have you encountered any challenges or apprehension from customers around sharing that much data with you? Because I know there needs to be a balance between a personalization but also feeling like your data is safe and you don't want to share too much.
I think it will really depend, and I think as a result you need to bring solutions to everyone. So what we say is not, we don't want to force people to use the AI. We want to say, do you prefer to have AI more personalized? And we really push on having explicit consent at the beginning and in the main framework of GDPR. And some people just want to talk to a doctor, or some people don't want to talk to anybody. But I think, again, it's how you bring it safe, how you show that you're really strict in terms of data governance, in terms of using the data only to the benefit of your members. And for us, being as well an insurance company, sometimes it's a question that is asked, are you going to use that data against me? And so we put very strict rules where all the data you share with us will not affect your premium. Like it's written, it's in the contract, there is no chance we can change your premium based on the information you share with us. And so we push to more, just have more information so we can help you more.
Yeah. So I know we talked a little bit about the patient side and then the technological advancements on platforms like yours. What about healthcare professionals? How should they be thinking about, upskilling, or how should they be thinking about their role in all of this as AI advances more and more to a point now where people are preferring to talk directly to AI versus a real doctor? How does a healthcare professional kind of prepare for what's next?
So we spend a lot of time, we work with 100 healthcare professionals, so we spent a lot of time with them working on that transition, and they are all very enthusiastic. And why? Because they see that as a way to focus on the most interesting, most complex cases, the cases that need to bring the best of themselves, I would say, and not the repetitive tasks that are, the less value added. I would say that there will be a need to push research to the edge, always from the healthcare professional. I think there will be still tons of exchange and interaction that will be in the physical world, and that's where we will need doctors to interact, to look at your body, to look at yourself, and to look at your data, to be at your side, to do surgeries on you. And so I'm really not afraid for doctors. I think it's just going to change the shape of emergency rooms. Like in many countries, you have to wait for hours. There are places where between diagnosis and treatment, you have several weeks or months. And so what it's going to do, it's only to compress that time. But healthcare professionals should first leverage those tools to be more efficient. I don't think they should take notes anymore. I don't think they should have to do the input in the electronic health record. It should be done automatically. I think they should have automatic prompt on suggestion on the diagnosis, on medical interaction between different treatments, and be sure that if someone is on one medication, they can prescribe the next medication. And so how can we have super doctors like that are empowered by the technology to do their job even better, to be a bit less overwhelmed, maybe to work a bit less, but to have higher outcome on people? I think that would be fantastic.
So really eliminating the grunt work and the admin work so that they're more efficient and more focused on really what matters and what they do best, which is the human element that I think also patients are still looking for. So for Alan specifically, what is next, and how are you thinking about the next frontier of AI? We talk a lot about agentic AI now, I think, as an industry, so that's where a lot of companies are thinking, okay, we got to invest there. But I'm curious about you guys and how you see the future of AI the next couple of years.
I think there is one thing that is at the connection between healthcare and agents, which is really interesting, which is care navigation, and really helping you navigate the healthcare system for you, booking your appointments, preparing like all the information on you and sending it to the doctor before. And so we are trying to build that. I think like really helping people navigate a healthcare system that is really complex, knowing what doctor is right for you, in what are your steps and so on, is one thing. Working a lot on agent memory, as we discussed, and now making sure that models are more and more personalized. Working on multimodality, so how can you ingest documents like lab results, but all the documents you can have, discussion on voice notes, do a video with the AI, like all kind of modality in terms of interaction, for text to document to voice to video. I think there will be huge impact in dermatology, in pediatrics. I really believe in AI for mental health. How can you have a daily companion that helps you to create an AI therapy that really helps you reduce anxiety, helps you to be the best version of yourself? And again, how you integrate that super well with the reality of the healthcare system, I think is going to be one of the main challenges and one of the most interesting one.
Yeah. So I'm sure there are maybe some founders in the audience or just here in the industry of healthcare. What is one advice you would leave us with, and I know we're coming up on time, for people that are building in this industry, whether at the intersection of healthcare and AI or just healthcare in general?
I would say it's think about technology and innovation as a dance. So new technology and new models should inspire you on what new is possible, but be always super grounded in what is the patient or the citizen or the doctor problem I'm solving. And sometimes you can be too obsessed on the technology, sometimes you're too much on the ground and you don't see what's next in terms of technology. And I think really trying to have that very iterative loop between the two is really powerful to have the art and science of those new models and new technology be applied in a way that is repeatable, scalable, and delightful for every stakeholder in the healthcare system.
Great. Well, thank you so much for all your insights and for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Jean-Charles, thank you so much. Really fascinating to take that glimpse into the future and look at what else can be happening, particularly in the realm of mental health as well, really creating that personalized care. Interesting to hear Jean-Charles talking about that assistant who could be with you to perhaps nudge you into take you on that step to get some extra help and all of those layered opportunities that are already in terms of providing access to healthcare. Now we're going to get another glimpse into the multimodal frontier now and how young generations are really going to be a catalyst for change. So we're going to explore the really transformative convergence of AI, spatial computing, and the human-computer interaction. Now we're already feeling the big shifts prompted by Gen Z and millennials, but what will the future hold with the power of Gen A and Gen B? I mean, the pandemic for many parents was an absolute game changer, and virtual worlds really were a lifeline for so many young people. And for them, the virtual is already their reality. It's where they socialize. And so all of this is kickstarting a chain reaction, really, and it's going to spill out even more in the future, because already we're seeing these forces reshape industries, blending these physical and virtual worlds, and it's going to create a future that really does redefine how we live, how we work, and how we play. And here to explore more about all of this is Kathy Hackle, who's the founder of Future Dynamics, and she's going to be in conversation with Rosanna Lockwood, international journalist and presenter. So please do give Kathy and Rosanna a warm round of applause.
Thank you, Susanna, for that warm introduction. We do appreciate it. Kathy, make yourself comfortable. And look, I want to open this by saying we've got a brief 20 minutes, and that's tough for a lady as interesting as Kathy. She's got a lot to share. And she's joined us here from Washington, D.C. today and flown around. She flies everywhere. And your most recent event, I think before this, was the 1 Billion Followers Summit in Dubai, where you were named, Kathy, the godmother of the future. How did that feel? And why do you think you got that label?
It's a really exciting title. I previously was known in tech circles as the godmother of the metaverse. Obviously, the metaverse is not a word a lot of people want to use anymore. But my friend John V., who's the CEO of Napster, yes, Napster is still around, actually called me that at CES. I was hosting the AI House there, and he called me the godmother of the future, and then the folks in Dubai heard that, they started using it. So now it's taking on a life of its own, and I kind of like it. I work around so many emerging technologies and converging technology that, I'm enjoying the title.
Yeah, you know what? I think we should just update the wording here to Godmother of the Future instead of Founder of Future Dynamics, which we'll get on to what Future Dynamics does and how you're advising various people in this region and around the world on multimodal frontiers. But before that, I want to talk a little bit about futurism, which is a term I know a lot of you will know and you've heard a lot about, and you see futurists. But in terms of technological advancements that we've been seeing recently, Kathy, things have been going hyper speed.
Yeah.
How much of what we've seen has been a blind side, do you think, in terms of, you know, things like DeepSeek, versus how much was actually predicted and expected a few years ago?
So I think it's really interesting because does anyone here have a flying car? No, right?
Give
Zero
us time.
hands up. That's one of the things I think a lot of people have predicted flying cars for a long time. And while there's obviously in Dubai, there's like some things around eVTOLs and things being worked on, no one really has a flying car yet. So I think futurists or, you know, people that think about the future sometimes make those predictions. Let's say it doesn't mean they always get it right. So yeah, you know, that being said, you know, you've got AI really has been like moving at a faster speed than a lot of people expected. That being said, with DeepSeek, and I said this on my podcast, Tech Magic, should not have surprised people the way it did if you were paying attention to things. I would say last October, was anyone at FII in Riyadh last October? Maybe a few of you? Kai-Fu Lee, who's a really important figure in the AI space, especially from the China side, talked about how he had models that were being trained on a fraction of the cost. They're moving really fast. So that was said in Riyadh in October. You know, that should not have surprised people where in February and January that DeepSeek was something that would pop, right, that would happen. So, you know, unless you have to be paying attention to the landscape and to what's being said and who's saying what.
Yeah.
So I was not surprised at all. You know.
So, I mean, we'll come back to that maybe at the end, how you pay attention, what you sift through, what information you consume to stay ahead of things. But let's get on to the crux of this conversation.
Yeah.
Multimodal futures, multimodal frontiers. What is meant by that?
So what you're about to see is an explosion of new devices, new hardware. I even said this, I said this on LinkedIn the other day. I said the next battle for AI, one of the next battles won't only happen in the algorithms and the models, it's going to happen in the hardware. Because the moat, so the moat around the software, it's getting smaller by the minute. If you look at what happened with DeepSeek, for example. But what's going to happen with this new hardware is that new hardware is going to power the models that will come. If anyone was paying attention to the Paris AI Summit, Yal Nikun, Meta's chief AI person, was talking about how he believes that we cannot get to AGI on pure LLMs. There will be new models and new architectures. And in order to create those new models and new architectures, you're going to need new data, right? Data is going to power everything, and that will come from all these inputs, from this multimodal future where it's not just text, but it's going to be video, it's going to be audio, it's going to be gestures, it's going to be real-time data of the physical world in real time to allow us to get the physical AI. The multimodal future or frontier plays a really important part in the future of AI, the future of cities and everything, because this is where it's going. At CES, for example, Jensen Huang from NVIDIA, who many of you probably follow or are very impressed with what he's done, he talked about where AI is going. So we are currently in that generative AI moment, going into agentic AI. In his perspective, in NVIDIA's perspective, the curve follows physical AI. So in order to get to physical AI, you need to have lots of inputs, not just text, not just video from YouTube. You're going to have real-time data of the world scanned in real time to train the robots and the virtual beings and the holograms that will be kind of like navigating with us in that multimodal future.
And look, your career has taken you through so many types of physical AI, I think we can call it. We're talking about spatial computing, gaming, specifically augmented reality as well, and human-computer interaction. So you're kind of really at that interface of where people kind of become tech becomes them. It's all one thing. Talk to me specifically about gaming, because you're so interesting on this. Why has gaming become such a catalyst for innovation?
Yeah. Just show of hands for me to know. Who here plays video games?
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's a good half the room, if not more.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this, obviously, the Gulf states are one of the places where there's a lot of people who are gamers. They might not qualify themselves as gamers. But 1 in 3 people in the world, 1 in 3 is playing video games. The video game industry is bigger than the music industry and Hollywood combined.
Yeah.
We're talking about a massive industry that, in my perspective, doesn't necessarily get the respect or the recognition that it should, even though I'm happy that Leap has a gaming stage. So you're talking about a massive thing that is worth a lot of money. And with the younger generations, it's only going to become more important because it is becoming their social network. For example, I've got 3 children. They are Generation Alpha, and we're going to be talking about this. But they are avid Roblox and Fortnite players. How many of you here have a child? They don't have to be your child, but a child in your life who is playing video games.
Yeah, again, more
the
than
vast
half
majority.
The room. Yeah.
Okay, let me break it to you. I feel like we are all working for Roblox or Fortnite or whoever it is because, yeah, I know, because all our money is going to these companies in the sense that this is where the gaming side comes in, right? I'll give you a really good example. My son, who's a Roblox developer, sometimes, and he's 13 years old, just turned 13, sometimes makes $100 a month.
Whoa.
Right? I was not making $100 a month when I was 12.
Yeah.
He makes it sometimes in his Roblox developer. And one of the last Christmases, they asked me, "Hey, Mom, what is Auntie so-and-so going to get me for Christmas?" And I said, "She's going to send you $40 US." They immediately made the conversion into Robux, which is a digital currency inside Roblox. They're not doing that with South African Rand or with euros. They're assigning value to what happens in the virtual space. So gaming will continue to be a really important front. Virtual worlds, virtual experiences will continue to be massive when it comes to education, when it comes to the newer generations. That is their new social network.
Yeah.
So that should not be ignored. Where it gets really interesting, and the combination of gaming and multimodal, because that's what I'm here to explain, is that as you get these newer devices, so whether it is Ray-Ban Meta AI glasses, which you've probably seen, Apple Vision Pros, AirPods with cameras, which are coming, whether it's OpenAI getting into VR, AR, smart wearables, all these sorts of things, what is going to happen is that those devices are not only going to scan the physical world and get all that data to train the new models, but it's also going to allow computing, that's where spatial computing comes in, computing to expand into the physical world. So enable that virtual layer that we're all seeing through our phones. So I see some of you guys are on your phone right now. You're engaging with the virtual layer on your phone. Imagine if that virtual layer is visible to you in the physical space. When you expand computing into the physical world, it becomes a canvas, right? So you're going to bring that new element that the younger generations are very comfortable with into the physical world. I'm an older millennial, so I'm a millennial mom. I feel like older millennials and up have a really hard time understanding that for those younger generations, what happens in the virtual space is equally as real as what happens in the physical world.
Look, people, sort of technologists and tech bros and the big tech leaders that got into the Google glasses and the facial wear quite early on, they're sort of predicting we're going to see obsolescence of things you hold in your hands. Is that what you think?
Well, I think you're going to see a barrage of different hardware trying to complement the mobile phone, eventually replace it, right? I think you're going to see all sorts of things from, many of you might be wearing an Oura ring. Some of you might have the Meta Ray-Ban AI glasses and be filming this right now. Many of you are using your cell phones. You're going to see a lot of different hardware types coming, right? Because that is where the new moat, I think, is going to be for AI. So you're going to see definitely kind of like these new devices. Just for me, show of hands, how many people here think that we're not replacing the mobile phone? We will never get another technology better than the mobile phone. Okay. No one, right? Something has to change. Something has to evolve. The mobile web is going to evolve into the spatial web. Mobile computing is going to evolve into spatial computing. We're going to head into that future where you're able to see that virtual layer in front of you.
Look, before we get on to talking a bit more about Generation Alpha, Beta, how to ride that wave, where the disruption is coming, let me go back to that question I posed at the start about how you stay ahead of this, how you make sure you filter the right sources of information, that you're listening to the right conversations, speaking to the right people to be ahead of these trend curves. What are you advising the people that you advise through your company in order to do that, to hop on the right trends?
This is why I tell anyone that asks me about that, is try to find the trusted sources, the people that you trust will tell you the right information, usually within your industry. right? So if you're in healthcare, pay attention to what's happening here, but try to double down on who is an AI and healthcare expert that can truly give you the information, right? So follow those sources. I would say also, it's really easy to get lost in the barrage of AI news every single day and the new tools being thrown at you. Every day there's a new software tool to do this or do that. My advice to anyone is maybe choose 1 or 2 tools that you want to get really good at and use them. Never have we had a better time in history for people to have an idea of like, I've always wanted to create the blah-blah-blah, whatever, right? the AI of Netflix or whatever it is. You now have the tools at your disposal to try to accomplish that. So if you are overwhelmed with the tools and you're just using ChatGPT to write articles, think outside the box, right? If you don't code, you can actually use, for example, Anthropic's Claude to create your own apps. You're an augmented human right now. You can create these things. So give yourself a challenge and say, what would it be like if I build the next, whatever it is that your vision is, and try to do it. It might be a total failure, but you will learn a lot, or who knows, you might be the next billion-dollar company.
I interviewed an engineer, ex-engineer for Snap and Meta on the Deep Media stage yesterday who said exactly that. You've got to use it like an app store in deep tech. Start experimenting with these platforms. It's all there for the taking at the moment. Let's get back to generations Alpha and Beta. You and I are both millennials. I would also describe as elder millennials. Does that mean that us and Generation X, our behaviors are somewhat baked in now when it comes to technology and companies knowing what we like? We like our smartphones, we like a selfie. Is that game over for us?
I don't think it's game over.
Okay.
I think it's a really exciting time. If you embrace the right mindset, that growth mindset, which I think is very, very, very much alive here in the Gulf states, I see that. Like every time I come here or I go to like parts of Africa, I see this kind of younger, really excited generation for the future that is thinking about what comes next, right? There's a hopefulness to it. I don't think we're
we're totally
out.
past it.
No. I'm excited about the newer generations. I think that those younger generations are going to push us into this further future.
Let's talk about that then. Gen A, Gen Alpha, and Gen Beta, of which there is a lot in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Very young population, very exciting, and again, very technology savvy here in the Gulf at large, as you've seen. What generational shifts do companies, do businesses need to keep the biggest eye on when it comes to those generations?
Yeah, and just for frame of reference, so Gen Alpha are children being born around 2010, 2012 till the end of last year, right? And then Gen Beta, which has been around for 40 days, started being born on January 1st of this year. Right, so we don't know much about Gen Beta. They're not spending money yet, right? Because they're babies.
Wait till they get their hands on those Roblox.
I know. Once they're in Roblox or whichever game takes over, they're going to be spending some serious money. But I think you're going to start to see with them a change. Because maybe for us, we grew up with email being a necessity. AI is going to be their email. Someone used this analogy the other day, and I loved it. I was like, you're 100% right. They are truly, this Gen Alpha, Gen Beta especially, are truly AI natives. Especially like Gen Alpha, Alexa and these virtual assistants were already around when they were born. For Gen Beta, GPT has been around for 2 years for them, ChatGPT. So I think they're a new generation. I think that's going to put a lot of pressure on a lot of things in the industry. Two things: education. I think education is being disrupted as we speak. I've got a friend here in the front of the audience from MIA AI who's already working to disrupt curriculums and help governments with kind of their AI efforts. A company, Hondo Lab, out of Abu Dhabi, as well, is working on those sorts of things. If you're going into a traditional educational model and getting a master's degree in AI that lasts 2 years, I'm sorry to tell you, but that curriculum within 6 months is going to be outdated.
Right.
This is moving so fast, right? So it's a really interesting moment. I think you have to stay relevant and move along. So that's one thing. I think another part that a lot of people are not thinking about is how these generations approach work or approach career. And stay with me here. I asked my children who are Generation Alpha, I asked my son, what do you want to do when you grow up? And he does a lot of things in Roblox. He was like, maybe I want to be a game developer for a while and do other things. I asked my 14-year-old, then 11 years old, what she wanted to be. And she said, I want to be a lunar food scientist. Lunar food scientist.
So she's looking up there. We're there.
This generation, Gen Alpha and Gen Beta, are not going to limit their career prospects to the physical world. They're thinking virtual, physical, and off-planet.
Wow.
That is a completely different thing for millennials and up to think about. You usually think about, what advice did you get from your parents? You go into the job and work there for 30 years and get your retirement plan. I think for this younger generation, they're not limiting themselves to the physical world. They're also going to live longer, longevity-wise. They're going to have to live longer. They're going to have multiple lives, multiple careers.
Yeah.
So that in itself is going to be a change for the system.
Now, that's lovely, boundless optimism, and I love to hear it. Let's, for a moment, think about planet Earth, terra firma, whereon so many industries have been disrupted out of existence in the last decade. Calling a cab, whatever it might be, restaurants having to get on with food delivery. I mean, those are just small examples. What industries and sectors do you think might be disrupted out of existence in coming years?
Out of existence? I don't know if out of existence is the right word. I definitely think education is going to change. It's going to have to evolve from the current. We're still teaching people like we did last century. That sounds weird, right? But we're still following that kind of industrial revolution kind of mindset where it's regurgitating information, and that does not serve children well in an era where ChatGPT can give you all the answers. Not that they should, not they should, but I think medical, the advances I'm seeing in medical, not just in AI but also spatial computing. For example, Apple and the Apple Vision Pro, which many of you might think was a flop. In my perspective, it necessarily wasn't. They're doing a lot of really interesting work around medical. I think that there's medical, there's healthcare, there's education, fashion. I mean, just before getting on stage, we were having a conversation about how fashion is being disrupted by technology in the sense that you have now a cohort of young men and young women and young children, boys and girls, that are playing amazing video games. There's a game in Roblox called Dress to Impress that has been a huge hit, right? And what their avatar wears is important to them, right? So fashion is one of those that I'm keeping my eye on for that disruption. So I don't think they're going to be obliterated. They're going to be changed, right? Especially when you merge virtual and physical, that is going to change a lot of different things, including tourism, including services that you get from your city.
Now, look, we just got about a minute left, Kathy. You've been so generous with your thoughts so far, and I just want to end by getting back to this region, back to the Middle East, because you've been traveling here over the years. What excites you? What's the potential from this region?
The younger generation that you guys have in this region is extremely powerful.
Yeah.
That is a huge benefit to you, right? The Western world, sadly, is getting older by the day.
Yep.
And I truly believe that the future is in these regions. I'm spending more time in the Gulf States. I'm spending more time in parts of Africa as well, Latin America, emerging Asia, where there's these groups of younger generations that are really going to push us into the future. I think there's two narratives there. One is, and I'll take a couple of seconds more.
Please do.
One narrative there is that the younger people are disenfranchised, they don't have jobs, because we're creating jobs for them that are all-time jobs. There needs to be new job creation in these new spaces, thank you, in these new spaces, because that is where they're going to have to work. The reality they will face is different, that's one. The other narrative that I think is wrong in the way we're approaching things is, and I've heard it across many stages, is the idea of human intelligence versus artificial intelligence, human versus machine. I don't think that is how you should wrap your head around this. I think you should think about this moment in time, and this actually came from Claude, which is really interesting. My friend Jenny Nichols, great voice in AI, was talking to Claude, and she said, can we have a conversation about this? And the way the AI actually framed it was like, for the first moment in time, you as a human can have a conversation with maybe not the full collective intelligence, but a collective intelligence of the knowledge of humanity. Right? So you're having these conversations with AI. Why are we thinking that it is human versus artificial when you actually have access to this collective intelligence? It's like having access to every book that was in the Alexandria Library before, before what happened. So I think it's framing it. We're building this new world in partnership with AI. I don't like framing the world as humans versus Terminator. I like thinking of the future more less Terminator and less Ready Player One. To me, the future is more like Jarvis in Tony Stark in Iron Man, where you're co-creating with AI, and it's allowing you to give you the tools to create those dreams and the things that you want to bring into the world.
A lovely note to end on. Let's give a round of applause to Kathy Hackle, godmother of the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, so much to think about from that presentation, hey? I mean, everything from fashion to education. Certainly from my point of view, education needs disruption. My children, just are not inspired by the learning when they spend all their time in virtual, exciting worlds and then go back to old-fashioned ways of education. And certainly in the fashion space as well, you can see those apps like Dress to Impress, how they're going to revolutionize the catwalks, the designers and everything, and how those virtual and real worlds are going to collide even more in the future. So much to think about. And we're going to continue this right now because AI really is seen as just a limitless engine of innovation. We heard all of that from Kathy, but we know that shaping its evolution really does come with challenges. I mean, it can revolutionize so many industries. We're hearing on stage here about health tech. We're hearing it about ed tech. But its deployment does still demand a really thoughtful approach. There is a lot to consider, particularly in terms of the responsible implementation. And this isn't just about ethics, although of course ethics is the headline, but it's also about sustainability and minimizing risks, making sure that we have inclusivity as well, and really looking at how we deploy resources right around the world. Well, this is what the next session is going to focus on. And I'm very pleased to say that Isabel Kumar is back. She's hosted lots of panels over the last couple of days, so has a lot of insight. And so I'm going to hand over to Isabel, who will introduce the next panelist. Welcome, Isabel.
Defined AI is one of the world's fastest growing startups. It specializes in high quality AI training data. It's got to be data that's ethically sourced and diverse. That's to ensure that AI solutions, as Susanna was saying, are inclusive, but also accurate, responsible, and bias-free. Now, Defined AI's founder is now such a trusted figure in this space that she not only advises national governments on AI strategies, she's been at the EU, also previously at the White House. So that's one side of the story. The other side, what's the other side of the story? Well, it's a story that can go down roads we might not want to go down, roads of data exploitation, making money off our backs, theft we don't even know about when we're being stolen from. So these are some of the issues we're going to touch upon now. And to do so, I'd like you to give a really warm hand of applause for a very exceptional woman, and that is Daniela Braga, who is the founder and CEO of Defined AI. So Daniela, in the past, people didn't really get what you were doing. We seem to be at a sort of inflection point. People are starting to grasp the importance of your work. So explain to us what you're doing so we can get everybody here on board with us.
Yeah, I still remember when we were doing our startup pitches around data, marketplaces, and collecting data for AI being some of the most exoteric and, I guess, non-understood topic these days. And I think since OpenAI released their GPT in the end of 2022, the world understood that there are three pillars in the AI ecosystem. There's models, there's compute, but everything starts in data. AI is, the blood of AI, the foundation of AI starts in data, and finally, I guess, the rush to data is very similar to the gold rush back in the in the late 1800s, 1900s, with the same purpose of importance.
So why is this important to me? Why is this important to everybody in the room?
Well, in fact, let's go back on what is AI. AI is the artificial simulation of a human brain and all its capacities: knowledge, reasoning, decision-making, prediction. But humans learn from experiences, school, books, information, and much more chaotic. Humans learn chaotically, that's the truth. The thing is, with AI, they can't learn. There's, of course, many techniques and supervised and unsupervised, but they need to have structured data. And this structured data, with the new technology of neural networks and transformers and all of those technologies that require lots and lots of data, large amounts of data, that the importance is that what you feed in your AI model reflects the quality of the data that you fed the model with. So this is why data is now so important, and this is why you see a race to amassing the largest amounts of data possible.
Okay, so what data do you provide? Why is your data different?
So we provide closed source, private, custom tailored sometimes data. It's not open source, it's not public data. I want to make that disclaimer. It's smaller, so we have a marketplace of data that is off the shelf. So it's basically when you are in the pre-training phase of the model, you do want to feed it with the largest amount of data possible that you can get to, but you're going to get it from, and we get it from small and medium businesses, we get it from content creators, we get it privately. It's private closed source data. Then there's another phase of the model training, which is the fine-tuning phase, where you need to fill the gaps of the model, whether it's a domain specialty, like you want to fine-tune it for code creation, code development, or math problem solving, or just making it understand a different Arabic dialect. So these are the types of custom data collections we provide, and that need to follow a protocol of unbiased, of transparency, of anonymization, of copyright clearance, so that's
the point, isn't it? And I guess the point is, when we're talking about copyright clearance and issues like that, does that refer back to what I was saying about theft? People know here that they are allowing you to use their data, whereby in other models, that data's just taken. Do we even know that it's being used? Are people making money off our backs and we don't even realize that?
Yes, this has been the quest of our company's mission. We are public. There's been, because of this race, this AI race of building the largest model, largest language model, the largest visual model, there's been a race to take over, ask for forgiveness and not for permission, to what is considered public data, disregarding that public data has copyrights associated to it. And there's different players here. There's those who are the largest publishers that produce content, or publishers, or movie producers, or any content producer type. There's the bigger ones, and there's just the common you and me person, where that use applications on our smartphone, that basically every time we download an app, we are giving rights of access to every other app usage and geolocation that we have. And these are things that are contributing to so-called open source models that quickly become for-profit models, and are training without compensation, proper compensation, and information of the users that they're taking the data from.
So it's weird, isn't it? Because we were chatting earlier and I was like, well, when I go to the supermarket and I want to buy coffee, for example, I will always look for the fair trade stamp. I want to know that what I am using is sourced ethically. Does that exist in terms of data to collection? When it comes to big brands, is there a new trend taking place there where people go, oh yeah, I trust you, your data is ethical?
That's a great analogy, and that's what I've been saying for years, that consequence before, in the last few years, and especially after OpenAI's opening the race for these models building, you start seeing brands that care about brand reputation explicitly putting on more information around more transparency and building their chief responsible officers in-house and departments to show the world that they are course correcting what happened before.
And something that's obviously going to help those brands course correct is regulation. Now, you touched upon that just a moment ago. Just give me a sense of where you see this regulation going. It's obviously patchy. It's a mixed bag depending where you are geographically. But how do you see this shaping up when it comes to data?
Well, when it comes to data, Europe led the way with GDPR in 2018-19, making mandatory or this awareness of private data and the importance of private data for the citizens of Europe. Then we saw a growth of bills around what kind of data and biometrical data collection in the United States. There are states these days in the United States that you absolutely cannot collect data from in any form or shape, whether you're paying or not. Like Texas, Illinois, sometimes Washington, sometimes California, and it just adds on. So there is a movement towards, which I also am not in favor that everything is banned. I think there's a legal framework for everything as long as it's clear, and it can even be free as long as it's clear and consented. We are, of course, we move in the closed source data. We believe that everybody has a play in the ecosystem. Everybody should be paid for their contribution. But it's fine if it's your will to give your data away in exchange for a free product. That's your choice as long as you know what you're doing. So we have seen this movement, and more, I mean, keeping up with the legislation in AI in the United States alone is appalling. It's hard. It's a lot.
It's a complex kind of
state by state.
Yeah.
State by state, everyone is moving towards their own legislations.
Yes, which will make the development of these rules even more difficult to abide by, I imagine. But
Absolutely.
Look, so we've talking about how these kind of rules are changing at a global level, possibly a lot more slowly, and definitely a lot more slowly than the pace of AI. So let's just take a look at where this technology is going. And I'd like to split this into short term and to long term. So, let's think about the next 5 years. What can I expect in my home from what you're seeing that could become almost democratized?
Well, we already carry almost on par intelligent agent, assistant on our phones. With OpenAI's or Google Gemini, so OpenAI GPT, OpenAI, Google Gemini, Meta Llama, IBM Granite, whether it's more consumer-oriented or more enterprise-oriented, the amount of new models coming out every day, every week, and new builds is astonishing, right? So we have seen an improvement of productivity. No one is building an essay anymore or preparing for an interview anymore without using these technologies. On the other hand side, I think that what's exciting is seeing the promise of autonomous vehicles becoming a reality. If you were at CES this year in Vegas, which is the Consumer Electronics Show, you could see already in production robo-taxis in certain United States cities moving around independently, autonomously, which will be amazing from a sustainability perspective and a smart cities efficiency. That alongside with embodied AI, so robots that are helping us in house chores or manufacturing assembly lines, logistics, carrying weight or augmenting us in terms of skeletons and things like that. I mean, I have already robot vacuum cleaners. I mean, that is going to be a wonderful reality.
That's a wonderful reality. Let's look further down the line then, because we're also seeing things. I don't know if anybody here is aware of kind of like how, DNA, our kind of genome, can be tampered with. And that seems very far in the future. But what I'm wondering is, how far in the future is that?
Well, this is maybe the side of AI and in correlation. First of all, AI is going to be completely horizontal platform, touching every area of the domain, the human knowledge. It's gonna revolutionize healthcare and education, which for me, I think, and agriculture are some of the areas that are more exciting. I don't see a lot of investment yet in these areas. Sadly, I see a lot of redundant investment on still fundamental research, which that is a solved problem, not the application of it. In the genetic manipulation, sounds very far, but the United Nations, you can check it out, already has a watch group and standards looking at what they call DNA editing or human cloning, which is really genetic manipulation, and it will obviously be it's going to be AI driven, and that starts to touch some ethical challenges of AI, which the EU is bringing to attention, not necessarily in the DNA editing field, but in anything that makes that touches developments of applications that decide between life or death, or awarding a credit or not, or denying a credit to a person, or a job, or education.
Yeah, so it's got such far-reaching kind of implications. Now, I just want to look at you for a moment, because I imagine your journey at times has felt quite lonely. It's generally, you're fighting almost probably against a torrent at some points, trying to get this message of kind of ethical data through. You're a woman in a predominantly male industry. Tell us what that's like.
It is lonely. The facts don't look good for women entrepreneurs, women in tech, women in AI even less, even women in any C-suite position. But it also makes me get up every day with the responsibility that if I don't get up and I don't go out and speak, and because I want to sit at the table, the world will continue with polarity, with inequality, and so it is. It's a lot of weight, but it's also very exciting to see more and more voices joining.
A growing movement in some respects, a growing movement
Yes.
in terms of just kind of embedding kind of ethics into something that's moving very fast, and it doesn't necessarily have to be so complicated. So if you had a simple message, very briefly, in just about a minute, to the people here, bringing together, because I know you've got so much in your head that you're trying to kind of to transfer to everybody here, what would it be?
Well, first of all, the next generation of humanity is AI, and so we all have the responsibility to keep humanity in the next generation of AI. And that humanity means diversity, it means the languages and dialects we speak everywhere. It means our cultural upbringing and cultural ancestor knowledge that should be respected and continued and not forgotten. It means valuing human interactions, which I think will be completely challenged and disrupted in the next generations. But also, it's exciting times. We have the power to change. It's all our responsibility to keep us on track and keep the future of humanity on track for the greater good.
Thank you so much, Daniela. So I kind of began with a story, and I kind of want to end with a story, because when I was hearing Daniela speak, it made me think about how our history has been passed from generation to generation by stories. And we're all storytellers in this room. And when we hear Daniela's story about making sure that we transmit our values, what we believe in, to the next generation, I think the responsibility that we have on our shoulders, like Daniela has, is even more important. We have to transmit those stories, and we have to make sure that we do build that world that we want for the future generations and the people that we love. So I want to please give a big hand for Daniela. I think, as I say, she's an amazing person. It's been a joy to be with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Daniela and Isabel there. It's absolutely crucial, and we've heard this theme again and again, to really make sure humanity is at the center of all the decisions going forward. We're going to take a little bit of a swerve and take a ride into the crypto market. And we're going to find out what the future may hold for decentralized agents. We're going to look at how crypto, blockchain, and AI are all colliding, and find out what this will mean for the future of artificial intelligence, and to what extent the whole industry really needs to embrace blockchain and decentralization. Let's find out more now from Marcello Mari, who is the founder of Singularity DAO. So welcome to Marcello. I am very excited to hear what you have to say about these armies of decentralized agents on the horizon.
Thank you. And I realized that when you go to a blockchain conference, there is always an artificial intelligence side event. When you come to artificial intelligence side events, there is almost never a blockchain side event. So today, I'm here, I'm your human agent to infiltrate in the world of AI. So I'm going to tell you what is happening right now in the world of crypto at the convergence of artificial intelligence and blockchain. So it all started in 2016 with a company that I helped funding called SingularityNet, that is now merged with Fetch AI and Ocean Protocol. So these companies were really the pioneer in the intersection between blockchain and artificial intelligence in different capacity, building infrastructures, building agentic AI, building data protocol. Now this company have merged into one single entity called Artificial Superintelligence that is now about $7 or $8 billion worth. Fast forward, the world has evolved, and we got from Web 3 to Web 4. So what do we mean? What happened in the meantime? Something extremely exciting. We are moving to the age of decentralized AI agents, conversational AI applied to blockchain and Web 3. This is a fun story that I decided to bring on stage. It all started with an agent called Terminal of Truth that has been developed by an AI scientist, and the beginning was a simple AI agent that this person decided to attach to a Twitter account. Funny enough, the agent, Terminal of Truth, started to get a lot of traction in the Web3 community, and basically was a trash talker, was trying to do all he can to attract people's audience, and he did fairly successfully. He succeeded. Somebody created a token. Actually, before that, and I reported a tweet right here, the agent Terminal of Truth started to engage with the account of Mark Andreessen and somewhat convinced Mark Andreessen from A16Z, from Andreessen and Horowitz, to donate $50,000 to the cause of creating its own religion, a religion called Gozzi Maximus. The creator of Terminal of Truth generated a crypto wallet for the Twitter agent, for Terminal of Truth. Mark Andreessen sent $50,000 to the wallet of Terminal of Truth. Somebody else decided to create a meme coin for the Gotzi Maximum religions called GOAT, and all of a sudden the community started to buy in. The token, GOAT, went up to $1.2 billion evaluation for a single meme coin, until eventually it dropped in value, but it still sits around 250 million evaluation. The same thing happened with another coin inspired by Terminal of Truth called Fart Coin, that reached up to $2.5 billion evaluation. So this is the wild world of crypto. And then the crypto community, started to engage more and more with this Twitter agent, and they started to donate their crypto, their meme coin, to the agent wallet itself. And right now, the crypto wallet of Terminal of Truth is worth $450 million in crypto. So, CZ, the founder of Binance, the largest crypto exchange, famously said, "The currency of AI is crypto." And if you're looking at the current crypto AI agent market, and I'm assuming that we're all familiar with the concept of AI agents over here, the whole market cap of the crypto AI agent market stands at currently $7.15 billion, and it reached the peak of $15.5 billion. So we are talking about a very large economy that is happening at the convergence between blockchain and artificial intelligence. So I decided to bring here a little bit of some examples of other agents that have been successful in the crypto space recently. Obviously, the number have changed. I closed this presentation about a week ago, so the number might be slightly different from what we've seen today, but they give us an impression of what is actually happening. Virtual Protocols has been one of the first movers in the space. They created a platform where anybody can launch their own crypto agents with some foundation models, with some other like conversational agents that I'll be plugging in on Twitter. And currently, the valuation of Virtual Protocol stands at $1.5 billion with a peak of $5 billion. So we're talking about real business with real adoptions, with a swarm of agents that are collaborating with each other. Each agent is tokenized, so anybody can go on the platform, create their own agent, and tokenize their own agent, and get traction from the community if successful. Virtual Protocol has its own token itself that functions as the engine, as the currency for the platform itself. ELIZA OS, formerly called AI16Z, ironically, it was born as a token launched on a platform called DAO's Fun, which is a platform that allows anybody to create their little DAOs and to collect money to invest in specific projects. So this token AI16Z was launched on DAO's Fun. Eventually, it evolved into ELIZA OS, which now functions as the operating system for AI agents. It's basically a framework to generate AI agents that is tokenized and decentralized. So ELIZA OS allows any developer with very low technical skills to create their agents and to tokenize it as well. So it's an environment. The current evaluation is $373 million. At peak, it was worth $2.5 billion evaluation. So we're talking about large numbers here. AIXBT is probably one of my favorite agents. It's a conversational agent that tracks a number of KOL conversations, reports, and data, and it synthesizes it into a Twitter account that tweets technical analysis and financial analysis. There is an actual platform behind it. So not every of these agent tokens is actually a meme coin with zero value. There is a platform behind AIXBT, which is an analytics platform for the crypto industry. That is actually quite expensive to access, and to access it, anybody can pay with either fiat or crypto. So this agent, specifically AIXBT, has gotten a lot of traction, a lot of interest, and is currently one of the most powerful influencers in the world of crypto. I remember a few weeks ago, he picked up one of the projects that I'm following, and the project went up to 15% just because it's been covered by AI XBT itself. And this is autonomous. There is no human behind. Sorry. As far as I know, there is human editing sometimes, the controls and edit the tweets, but it's mostly autonomous and independent. It automatically picks up the most successful tokens, and it covers and it creates reports for them. In the last month, so the crypto industry evolves extremely fast. AI agent is the narrative of 4 months ago. The current narrative that we crypto people called meta, so the current meta, is the one that we called DeFi AI. So in 2021, I started a company called Singularity DAO, which was the pioneer in the integration between artificial intelligence and DeFi. Back then, I coined the term AI DeFi. Now it's called DeFi, which I like less. I think it's more complicated to understand, but essentially the same thing. How do we apply artificial intelligence in the world of decentralized finance? So here I brought an example by Griffin. Griffin has completed the first agent-to-agent transaction. So an autonomous agent created by Griffin have collaborated and communicated with another autonomous agent created in this case by Raposa Coffee, which I'm not super familiar with. But the important thing is that the autonomous agent of Griffin have purchased autonomously coffee beans from the other agents and have completed the transaction on chain. Everything unsupervised. So, are we on the verge of an AI agent super cycle, which is a little bit the point of my presentation? Do AI agents have a future? Is it just a quick fade? Is it a good time perhaps to invest? We'll try to have a look at what this means. So, argument for no. So first of all, let's define what a super cycle actually is. A super cycle in cryptocurrency refers to an extended period of sustained and exponential growth. So we just came out from a meme coin super cycle. I'm not going to delve too much in what meme coins are and why meme coins have been successful. There are great presentations online. There are great insights online that you can have a look. Driven by a combination of factors such as increasing adoption, technological advancement, and favorable macroeconomic condition. Unlike regular bull cycles, which last few years and are followed by significant correction, a super cycle implies prolonged upward momentum with smaller corrections. Now, in crypto, this is compressed. Nothing really lasts many years other than Bitcoin. But a super cycle implies a consistent growth. So are we in an AI agent super cycle right now? Argument for no. The market for an AI agent has seen a sharp decline. Recently, minus 50% in the last 2 weeks at the time of the presentation. We go back another 25% in the last day, so it's already bouncing back. No, because there are hundreds of agents, but we are still lacking proper infrastructure, which is true. Most of these agents are launched by kids with little to no experience, and we still don't have a lot of infrastructure for, again, AI to AI communication is happening right now. There is really not like a solid data infrastructure. There is not really a place to test and train and evaluate AI agents. So most of these agents, they're not super smart. They do a lot of hallucination. They're not super reliable, but we are getting there. No, because we haven't yet seen the heavy lifters coming into the centralized AI. So we're still early in the market. Google hasn't got into the centralized AI. Talents from the big tech are just approaching the decentralized world right now. Many AI narrative tokens surged in early 2024, but speculative hype could lead into a short-term bubble. The bubble might burst. Maybe we are in a bubble. Maybe the bubble already burst, and now we are in an uptrend. Arguments for yes. Gentlemen, this is a very new narrative. We're just here for 3 months. Literally, we started at the end of 2024. So time to consolidate the narrative, time for the bubble to burst, and then we're going up. Argument for yes. New infrastructure is coming. Data layers, simplified dev tool, decentralized exchanges. This is all coming. There is a fundraising, $200 million in the United States, just focusing on decentralized, on AI for decentralized finance. Blockchain hasn't yet seen mass adoption, but new generations are increasingly using privacy-preserving solutions. We need to understand the power of blockchain in artificial intelligence. So for many years, I said that blockchain and artificial intelligence are two of the most disruptive technology that our generation ever played with, especially AI. I always compare it with the invention of fire. But I truly believe that if we want to talk about true benevolent AI, we need to integrate with blockchain. And I'll explain that more. Models are getting better. Agents are getting smarter. Big tech will eventually enter the space. So, what this means for the world of artificial intelligence and why I think anybody here who is developing artificial intelligence should start looking into blockchain and especially should start looking into tokenization of agents. If AI agents autonomously trade, stake, and invest in crypto, we could see a self-sustaining financial and AI ecosystem, triggering a new type of super cycle. One not driven by humans, but by AI itself. You first need infrastructure, like banks for AI, internet for AI, etc. So if we think about agent-to-agent transactions, we can only think about cryptos right now. There is no other way. Before AIs will be able to have their own bank accounts, it might take decades if it will ever happen. So the infrastructure for the AI economy is blockchain, and the currency for the AI economy is and needs to be crypto. Humans will remain at the core of AI. We are going to have our own personalized agents. We are the core at the center of the AI revolution. So imagine, we as humans, we have our own AI. We retain our data because it's encrypted in the blockchain. Nobody can take it away from us. AI agents will eat the world. We're switching from the old paradigm of software eats the world. I truly believe AI will eat the world, and specifically AI agents will eat the world. In my vision of the future, it's not that every enterprise will use AI or AI agents. Every enterprise will become an AI agent. They will be AI agents. Spotify will be an AI agent. Uber will be an AI agent. Your fridge will be an AI agent. Airbnb will be an AI agent. These AI agents will have their own currency, will have their own crypto, and they will communicate with your core AI agent. So the way that I imagine is that Spotify will interact with you. We'll get data from you. Through cryptography, we can ensure that these data are exchanged without revealing the identity of the owner. In the moment of this exchange, Spotify will send their token, reducing their supply, therefore increasing the value of their own token. Your AI will do the same. Will send back tokens, reducing your supply of token, increasing the value. So we're not talking about paying $10 a month anymore for Spotify. This will all be powered by a decentralized token economy. So in this way, in my vision, this swarm of agents will work and collaborate with each other, eventually getting to this mythological AGI. AGI will be decentralized. DeepSeek R1 demonstrated the world that LLMs can be built without the need of heavy GPU infrastructure, as well as the superiority of the open source approach. Crypto enables a new army of developers, technical and non-technical, to create and monetize their own AI agents with few clicks. This is revolutionary. We are democratizing AI development. We're democratizing access to AI. We're giving everybody the opportunity to reach those multi-million evaluations that I was talking about. This is happening right now. This is extremely real. This morning, I was listening to the AI summit in Paris, where all the world leaders were gathering to discuss who's ahead of the AI race, who's winning the AI race, how to win the AI race. Obviously, they don't really talk about their economical benefits, but they most talk about how we can protect our people from AI getting rogue. And I can tell you why. And I can tell you how. Blockchain is the solution. Data are the fuel for artificial intelligence. We all know that. I'm not saying anything new. But what they don't understand is that the only way to protect ourselves from AI getting dangerous is if we own our data. And the only way to own our data is to have it encrypted on a secure and decentralized database that is currently provided by blockchain technology. Blockchain, the integration between blockchain and AI is the future. We shouldn't really be talking about how AI can be used in the world of blockchain, but rather how we can integrate blockchain in the world of artificial intelligence to ensure that the future of humanity is safe, to ensure that the next AGI will be at service of humanity, to ensure that human will remain at the core of the artificial intelligence revolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Marcello. Really, really fascinating stuff. And that theme of keeping the human right at the core of developments came through loud and clear at the end.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, really incredible. I mean, this is got to be in focus. We know that crypto right now is still, as Marcello was pointing out, in a Wild West phase, but clearly the blockchain presents huge opportunities ahead for the development and security of our data going forward and to keep populations more secure. So now we are going to look at how we can, as cities, as big urban centres, really harness AI to reap rewards for individual citizens. We're going to focus on retrieval augmented generation. Now, this is the architecture for optimizing the performance of artificial intelligence models by connecting it to external knowledge bases. So RAG can help large language models deliver much more relevant responses at a higher quality. And certainly you need to do this when you're talking about the huge amounts of data that flows into and out of local authorities, city authorities. And it's the optimization of this data that can be absolutely crucial. Now, I'm very pleased to say that we're going to get some real world cases of this in action and how it's really helped New York City and is helping New York City improve on a whole range of measures, including environmental. So please do give a warm round of applause to Ala Moussaoui, who is the Chief Data Scientist from New York City Council.
Thank you for the warm introduction. As was mentioned, my name is Alat Moussaoui, and I serve as the Chief Data Scientist for the New York City Council, which is the legislative branch of the New York City government. We're mainly responsible for passing the laws and the budget in New York City, very similarly to how we have Congress on the federal level passing the laws for the whole of the U.S. and passing the budget for the U.S. The New York City Council is the legislative branch, and it's composed of 51 elected officials who are the council members, and otherwise it's a lot of attorneys and policy analysts. I myself have a more technical background. I have a PhD in computational physics, and what I do at the New York City Council is that I run two teams. I run a team of data scientists who make the legislative process more fact-based and evidence-driven, and I run a team of software engineers who build out all the technology to streamline the processes and make the everyday work of the attorneys, policy analysts, and elected officials happen a lot more smoothly. And on the software engineering side is where AI has really enabled us to deliver a cutting-edge experience for our legislative staff by staying on top of the latest technologies, and this is the inspiration for a lot of what I'll be sharing with you today. I'll be talking about AI, its use cases, its limitations, all while discussing how it's impacted workflows for the New York City Council. And I'll walk through some history of how the technology has come to be at the point it's at now to better elucidate its capabilities and explain how we at the Council are using AI to empower staff while jumping into a few technical concepts along the way. So we'll start back in 2018, which was before the explosion of generative AI. And this is when we built our first AI application for production use at the Council, which creatively we called the duplicate checker. So elected officials, they pass legislation. That's really their job, and they want to be credited for the legislation that they pass. We have a system that we built in-house, and whenever a council member has an idea, they submit it to our system. It's time-stamped and it's put in a database, and that way we can identify who has thought of an idea first, who's the original creator of that idea, so that they can be credited as the elected official who made that law come to fruition. And there are tens of thousands of ideas in this system. And one of the steps in the legislative process, the bill drafting process, is going through tens of thousands of ideas to see if one idea that we're currently going to draft had been proposed earlier in time by another elected official. And if it was, then the idea must be credited to that official. And this is a very contentious thing. And this is actually something which we've had errors happen with. Many mistakes have been made in the past, where a bill got to the point of being voted on, and finally another council member recalled that they had proposed the idea first in time, but the person who had done the duplicate check manually had somehow missed it. And so that was in part why the duplicate checker was made. And the other reason is that the necessary technology existed. And also because we had access to all of the data we needed to make it possible. And finally, the decision to develop the product was facilitated by the acknowledgement that it was going to be a tool to assist in the process, and it would not be used to make final determinations. By today's standards, it's a rudimentary model. It uses Google's Word2Vec, which was released back in 2013. It doesn't even take word order into account. And while it works, it's somewhat slow. But the important thing is that while it might take a bit of time, 5 or 10 seconds, to return similarity rankings, it's much faster than a human, and it makes their jobs much easier. And the key technology behind it is the vector embedding. So, what is a vector embedding? A vector embedding is a list of numbers called a vector, which represent the position of a word in a high-dimensional vector space, which often consists over 1,000 dimensions. This is just a fancy way of saying that a vector embedding is a list of numbers that represents a word. That's it. Now, these vectors hold significance regarding the meaning of a word. Now, we can't really map out a 1,000 dimensional vector, so we're going to play with some two-dimensional example vectors to discuss some examples. So let's consider the vector for royalty and the vector for woman. What would you guess if we were playing the card game Taboo and I said woman and royalty? You could shout it out. Queen. I bet you would have guessed queen. Well, if you add them, you will get the vector for queen, and that should make sense on an intuitive level. Strong vector embeddings can derive these relationships from the data. Similarly, if you added the vectors for royalty and man, you could expect to get the vector for king. This is the technology employed in the duplicate checker. It trains itself by using the full set of all text, which is called the corpus of data, all of the ideas that have been submitted, to generate these word vector embeddings. And then what it does is that it sums up over all the word embeddings within a given idea to create an idea vector. So here we have the vector for the word whole and the vector for the word idea. We can actually add up these two vectors to get the vector for the sentence whole idea. And now that we have a vector for the idea, whole idea, we can measure the distance between this idea for a law and another idea for a law. And you can literally measure it with your ruler if you're working with two-dimensional space. Or you apply the Pythagorean theorem extended to a higher dimensional space, which is fairly straightforward. And that's all there is to it. The closer the distance between two ideas, the more similar those ideas are. One point that I'd like to go back to and emphasize is that the duplicate checker does not provide any final determinations. And the most direct explanation of why it cannot be used for final determinations is that assessing whether two ideas are similar enough to be duplicates of each other is inherently subjective. Even attorneys who are performing duplicate checks might disagree. And so this is something very common in natural language processing tasks. If humans can't perform the task perfectly, then with no deterministic way to evaluate the output, a machine certainly never will. This reasoning has nothing to do with AI and can generalize well beyond the field. So let's take a moment to briefly go through the recent history of developments in AI to understand exactly why. So a decade ago, we couldn't rely on Gen AI to reliably take on tasks such as summarization, which now everybody just takes for granted. All of a sudden, we're conversing with AI. It could be our therapist, it can be creative, it can take on different personalities, and it would have written a better presentation than I did had I pumped this presentation through it. So how did we get to this point? Well, back in the 80s, they developed the recurrent neural network, which was the first to have a feedback loop. But it had a large set of issues. These issues were somewhat resolved in 1997 by the long short-term memory neural network architecture, which could remember the words that came earlier in a sequence and the order they came in. While it solved the vanishing gradient problem of neural networks, it still wasn't, solving everything. And so, as all other Gen AI text models, including the state-of-the-art models we use today, it was simply predicting the next best word in a sequence of words and repeating the process. So, for example, if you ask a large language model, why did the chicken cross the road? It's going to take why did the chicken cross the road, it's going to pump it into the model, and it's going to predict the next word, the. And now it has why did the chicken cross the road, the. And it takes that, and it again pumps it into the model. And now you have why did the chicken cross the road, the chicken. And then it does it again. It pumps why did the chicken cross the road, the chicken, back in the model, and it gets the chicken crossed. And that's really all it's doing. And this should somewhat make you understand why large language models are actually not intelligent or don't have true thought the way we do. I right now am explaining a concept to all of you, and I have an idea in my head, and I'm trying to relay that idea, and I'm finding the words to express that idea. A large language model has no idea what word is going to come next in the sequence. It's not thinking about a concept. They are trying to make breakthroughs to that end, but that's not where we are. So it's not really thought. Maybe it's pseudo-thought. But anyway, let's get back to here. In 2015, we had the advent of the attention mechanism, which improved upon long short-term memory neural networks by figuring out the importance of different words in a sequence. And then in 2017, Google released the transformers model, which utilized the attention mechanism and also processed all input tokens simultaneously, resulting in a huge computational efficiency bump over previous models. And in terms of any serious scientific progress, those are the major events that I'm aware of. Besides the final realization within the scientific community, which came about in 2020, and that was that compute, data set size, and parameters scale with a power law scaling in comparison to loss. So what I'm trying to say here is that they realized that you could just keep throwing more compute power or train with more data or make the large language models bigger, have more parameters, 7dB model, 405B model, and you keep getting better performance from the large language models. And this was huge because it justified massive investments in computational resources, which led us directly to ChatGPT 3 in 2022. Keep in mind that the science behind the algorithms isn't secret knowledge, and we know that because we have all these open source models like DeepSeek and Llama. But the important takeaway is that the fundamental architecture of the technology did not really change very much. We just continuously are making it more efficient, and we're throwing more power at it. And these large language models didn't learn to magically think all of a sudden. We just threw more power at it and made it more efficient. Literally, that is it. We got it to the point where it could emulate human speech very convincingly. And it's so convincing that even after you explain to somebody that it doesn't really think for itself, people will naturally go back to believing that the models are in fact thinking. So this was a set of slides that I had from the past, and things are just evolving so rapidly that I had to update my slides with the new advancements. Not that it's anything groundbreaking, but does anybody know what the next new little advancement is? I don't know if it's worthy of being compared to the rest of these. All right, this is not quite the venue to ask, but it's inference time. What they've realized, you may have heard of reflection models, they've realized that you can just tell the model to think for longer, maybe make it doubt itself, reflect on its thoughts. Add the words, literally, you just add the words, no wait, in the prompt, and it'll make the model, going back to the how did the chicken cross the road example, it's just generating the next word. So you kind of like throw in these words, no wait, and then it'll start reflecting on its past thoughts, and it'll start thinking for longer. So what they found recently is that you can just increase the inference time of these models, and you can get better performance out of them, which is pretty impressive. Anyway, let's forget the history for now and discuss some modern applications at the New York City Council. Without belaboring the details, attorneys at the New York City Council banned the use of third-party LLMs in the workplace because of security concerns. But locally hosting open source models avoids the security concerns that come with cloud-based subscriptions or third-party APIs. And so with the release of the first Llama models, we started tinkering around on our local cluster, and you should too. There are C++ implementations that can be run on a laptop, on your Macs, or on a server with a cluster of CPUs, and you can do some surprisingly good inference. And it's great for developing proof of concept, which is what we did at the council. So the first thing you want to do is you want to index documents into some vector database. And this is exactly the process that we had discussed earlier of creating vector embeddings. You just put them into a database. And the creation of the vector embeddings could be a little different. You could use any LLM of choice, such as Llama, and you can get it done. And this is all work that you just do once on the back end to set up your system so that it's ready to be queried based on the vector database that you've built. Now, next you need to set up a pipeline to retrieve the documents relevant to a given query. And there are open source tools which can help you do this, or you could code it up yourself. But the idea is that you ask it a prompt relevant to, let's say, legislation. Can we ban the use of helicopters over New York City? You create a vector out of the prompt, and you query that vector against your vector database to find any of the legal memos that you've stored in your vector database, or plain language summaries, or other legal documents that you've collated from wherever, depending on your domain. So at that point, all you have to do is then set up a pipeline where you combine the queried documents from the vector database with the prompt, and you pass it back into an LLM. And what that does now is that it incorporates the documents that you had stored in your vector database with the prompt, and it just feeds it into the LLM, and you get some sort of response that's now confined by the documents that you want it to respond to the query with, which are the documents that it pulled from the vector database. And this process that I just described is known as retrieval augmented generation, or RAG. And it's a great way to provide your model with scope regarding what its output should be limited to. And this significantly reduces hallucinations. And on top of that, since it's pulling the documents that it's responding with from the vector database, it can cite its sources. And that gives you a way to provide guardrails to some degree. It's not perfect, but to some degree you can provide guardrails for your model in this fashion. And it gives the end user a way to ensure that the output is actually legitimate because the sources are being cited. And so with exactly that process, we deployed a very slow model using a cluster of CPUs available to us. And I encourage you guys to go ahead and get on your computers and do similar things. And we prototyped it. We're in the process of purchasing GPUs at the council just so that we can run inference in real time without being too slow. And I'm going to conclude it there. Yeah, so this is our experience at the council using vectorized databases and trying to make the legislative process a little smoother through the use of AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Love. That was really, really fascinating. Fascinating stuff. Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time. It's really great to have that real step-by-step process enabling you to see how it's been done in New York City Council and all the benefits that can reward the council and ultimately lawmakers with, so that they can have all of that data retrieval literally at their fingertips, so that they can make all the decisions necessary for the City Council. Now, 2024 could be said to have been the year really when Gen AI use cases in the enterprise really moved from, say, playground to production. And early movers really were rewarded by huge productivity gains, which helped improve both operational efficiency, but also really enhance the digital experiences for customers. So what is ahead? How will Gen AI transform the different functions within organizations? And what should you be ready for? What roadmap, what examples can you follow to enable you to take the same steps and achieve those operational efficiencies or even more in the future? Well, I'm very pleased to say, to explain all of this, I can introduce Luc Daman, who is President of EMEA for Adobe, and he is going to be in conversation with Rosanna Lockwood, international journalist and presenter. Please welcome Luc and Rosanna.
Wonderful. Good to see a very big crowd here for you, Luc. No surprises there, given Adobe is, a giant. And it's good to have you here. As Susanna mentioned, Luc is the president of EMEA for Adobe. And just to sort of get things started, how's your time been in Saudi Arabia this time around?
Listen, first, there is no better place than Leap to talk about the superpower of Gen AI and the technology. But my second time in Leap, it's so energizing. The art of possible. I come back home and I feel like, wow, with the team, we have so much that we can unfold here. So very excited about the discussions.
Excellent. We love to hear that. Now, as Susanna mentioned there, we're going to be talking about how enterprise is really sort of intersecting with Gen AI and finding out how Adobe is doing that, not only providing tools, product services, but also the use cases that you see with the enormous brands that you work with. So, you know, a lot of you will know Adobe, of course, for creative tools, but talk to us a little bit about how you work with enterprise organizations as well, Luke.
Sure, and thank you for mentioning. We are very proud of our creative heritage. Most of the visuals you see in this room are probably been touched by Adobe. So you all know Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, great products. They are infused with Gen AI today. We have also been very involved in document productivity by inventing PDF, and I'm sure you're all using it. But you know, we have really, over the last decade, accelerated in the enterprise space, to your point. We have actually invented digital marketing about 10 years ago. And I was for our own need, as Adobe.com has been the hub of engagement with all of our consumers. So we really invested in data and analytics. Then we moved into content management, into campaign and journey management, and expanded towards e-commerce. So that today we are actually the world leader in customer experience management. And we are proud to power the digital businesses of the biggest brands on the planet. So if you think of Starbucks, Coca-Cola, Delta Airline, Prada, all these customers are powered by Adobe. And if you think of this region with phenomenal potential, we'll talk about that, but we are very proud to power also the next level of personalized digital experiences with the likes of Riyadh, with Saudi Tourism Authority, and fulfilling the promise of really a next standard in terms of tourism in the region. And broadly speaking, we're also working with the Al Shaya, Qatar Airways, so a lot of global brand leading the world in terms of their ambition in customer experiences.
Fantastic. And I know you mentioned some of those big brands you work with. Perhaps we'll get a little bit of visuals later on just to see what that looks like. But let's take stock with what we mean by where we are with Gen AI in enterprise. Because as Susanna mentioned in the introduction, we've really come, you know, quote unquote, out of the playground and into production. What do you mean by that?
Well, first, if we step back a little bit at the last couple of years, Gen AI is not a new concept, but if you look back 2 years ago, at least in the enterprise space and with the executive we were discussing, Gen AI was a, wow, what is this new thing? There was a bit of a FOMO foggy when we talked to executive, fear of missing out or fear of getting in, right? But there was an indecisiveness on whether this is a buzzword or whether this is going to be really impacting their business going forward. And if you see last year, there is definitely an acceleration and a common understanding that Gen AI is not just a buzzword, it's a revolution that is transforming the way we work. When you look at the level of investments and the announcements we hear every day, you know that this is massive. And at Adobe, we believe that Gen AI is truly a transformative force that will usher and is already ushering a new era in terms of creativity. We believe Gen AI is actually an amplifier of creativity and human ingenuity, not the other way around. We feel really strong about that, and maybe we'll touch base on that. It's a new era in terms of productivity. The process efficiency, the efficiency gains that we see out of the playground, as we mentioned, from the early adopters are phenomenal, and we're going to be talking about that. And the third point for us is the ability to really deliver personalized experiences. And when you're a brand, how do you make sure you develop a one-on-one, humanized relationship with millions of users that are spread across the world? Gen AI is providing that ability to provide true personalization at scale and make it possible. So Gen AI is a scale factor, it's a precision factor, it's a speed factor that makes things possible now in a very new way.
Let's drill down and understand exactly how you're doing this. What is Adobe doing when it comes to helping these big brands, these powerhouses, use Gen AI to sort of amplify their creativity?
So, you know, on that front, we are really accelerating the development of the innovation around that. So we have been, when we talk about, we have been investing in AI and machine learning for 10 years. But when it comes to GenAI specifically, we launched 18 months ago Firefly, which is our GenAI family of model for creative. So it's a text-to-image generation model. I don't know if some of you have a chance to try it, but that was the first step in releasing that. And now we have infused all of our models on the GenAI across all the creative experience or document clouds that we have, because the true value of GenAI is, yes, about the model, but it's also about the seamless integration into the workflow. So we are very thrilled to innovate in that field. Today, and we are showcasing the innovation at Leap. Last year was a seminal moment for us in terms of accelerating innovation. So from Firefly, we have now we have the Model 3. We are announced the text-to-video model, which was highly demanded by everyone. It was in beta. We're going to be announcing the general availability very imminently right now. That's going to take this to a next level, and we'll package that into a premium offering for all of the creators. But beyond that, for the enterprise, the level of innovation right now is second to none. We have released Gen Studio, which is a GenAI-powered end-to-end content supply chain that enables to create content at scale to face the challenges of personalization. We have released Gen Studio for performance marketing, which is a self-service app for marketers to create high-performing content with built-in analytics, which are helping you stay on brand while developing content and campaigns in record time, something that was unreachable just a year or two ago. And then, again, there are like some franchises that are very famous. Acrobat, used by millions of people. Right now, it's at your fingertip. You have AI assistant right there in the interface, and you have a conversational interface that is there, enabling you to understand the document in a very easy way, have a summary of millions of words, text aggregated, but engage with your document to understand a bit more, ask questions about a certain topic or whatever. So the applicability of this and the response we get from the market is second to none. And then, because we're also very passionate about unleashing creativity for all, I encourage everyone to download the Adobe Express, which is an all-in-one app that enables you to create content for your social media posts very easily, but is powered by Firefly and GenAI very easily. So passionate about what's going on, and the response has been tremendous.
I mean, fantastic. I think you've got some visuals you can show us that kind of bring some of this to life.
So that would be, maybe let's take a quick look if we can launch the video.
Yeah. Hey, no standards, see it. Yeah. Come on, two of them, man, shit. Yeah. Action.
I don't wanna waste your time. I just wanna live this life. 'Cause I'm free. Can we do the shine, da da dang, da dang, da dang, hey. Shine, da da dang, da dang, da dang, hey.
Everybody talk like they all got hard on this block. I stay on my own, I'm just taking it all in stock. See, we all got game, I'm about to play 'em like a disc jock. Try to hold me down, fight the power with my fist top. I'm saying shit, still I see they follow me. I was coming close, but I know they enemies. Do a deal, yeah. Think I gotta say hey. Are we here, yeah? Think I gotta say hey.
My brothers wanna shine, da dang, da dang, hey. My sisters wanna shine, da dang, da dang, hey. Sitting on the throne, that's how you get weighed with the shine, da dang, da dang, da dang, hey.
Brilliant. Really good to see that, to get a sense of all of those tools you were talking about. I mean, so many products in the Adobe family. I don't know how you remember where they all are, but you just gave us a very comprehensive overview of the pipeline in terms of rollout and development for a lot of these. What has been your sort of feedback from customers so far about the challenges they face, and how are you finding solutions for that?
I think really the common challenge we see across industries, geographies, with our enterprise customers, and I'll focus that maybe on the enterprise, is that they are all seeing a surging demand for highly personalized content. And if you look at consumers today, and we are all consumers, we are expecting now to have and to be treated as individuals, not as a segment, right? We want to be recognized for our own preferences, and we want to have an experience in return. So everyone is ready to share personal data, but you expect in return something that's meaningful, relevant, in real time, depending on your customer journey. So that level of expectation is a challenge for a lot of the brands we are talking to. If you think about also what's happening with Gen Z. Gen Z is a generation that will have a spending power of $12 trillion by 2030. And that generation is digital savvy. They are very clear on the fact that they will be loyal to a brand if they can get in return an experience that is tailored to their needs of the moment, which can change and evolve. So, long story short here is that personalization at scale in the coming years is a challenge that all brands have been facing. And to make this happen, on one hand, you have a challenge of explosion of content that you have to create, right? We talk to marketers around the planet. They are all unanimous on the fact that right now, they are facing an explosion of times 5, times 10 in terms of content that they need to produce to fulfill the needs of personalized campaigns. So that's one big challenge that we enable through an end-to-end content supply chain that is Gen AI powered. And on the other hand, you have the need for data that need to be activated in real time so that you make that experience meaningful. So right now, Gen AI is providing that true personalization at scale. Really, this is something that can be reached by merging, again, content and data so that you power a meaningful customer journey in real time to millions of consumers on an individual basis. So you humanize the relationship and the experience you will get. When we talk about Saudi as a Vision 2030, we want to make sure that the 100 million plus of visitors that will come to the kingdom will have that type of experience that is individualized before when they start looking at the first websites to come and prepare their trip while they are here during the visit and post their visit to the kingdom. That is a key differentiator for brands today, that Gen AI gives them a new access.
I'll come back to the kingdom and to this region because I think you've got some interesting use cases you mentioned at the start as well. But first, let's just talk about sort of globally. When you talk about scaling up productivity using Gen AI, have you got some sort of concrete examples you can give me of customers that have sort of fed back to you that kind of productivity boost they're feeling?
Yes, when we illustrate, and you mentioned 24 in terms, we saw the early adopters leverage the technology. So when you have a brand like Pfizer, for instance, a global healthcare leader, they came to us with the challenge of, again, how do we cope with that explosion of content? They have deployed Gen AI on Firefly to accelerate that from ideation to scaling the content production, which turned for them in the ability to create 5 times more content with 75% less effort to make that happen. So that is the first type of results you get. When our own global marketing organization started to deploy those capabilities as well, the results were mind-blowing. We started to develop personalized email campaign leveraging Firefly. The productivity effort was multiplied by 10 in terms of productivity, the gain that they get. But the ability to convert as well, because you are providing something that is much more customized, the click rate improvement have been 60% in average in all the campaigns that they have been sending. So you can do things much faster. Instead of creating a campaign which would take us 3 months, we can do that in a matter of 2 or 3 days. When we had to do Black Friday, for instance, we were able to create 30,000 variations of assets to really fulfill that personalization. That's something that would have taken us 9 months in the past. We were able to do this in less than 30 days. So there are massive gains that we see happening right there. And maybe it's a good opportunity to discuss what we've been doing with IBM, which has been the first early adopter of our solutions at the end of 2013. They started with a social media campaign that they called Let's Create. Using the technology, they have been able to, again, take that to market in absolutely record time, but the engagement on that campaign was 26 times higher than the average campaign they had been running. That was the best performing campaign that they carried during that year. And they were also able to reach the audience that they were looking for in a much more accurate way. So based on those initial results, they have decided to deploy a full content supply chain approach. And we have worked together on the next campaign, which is Trust What You Create, because when you talk about Gen AI, it's also the ability to trust the Gen AI that you are using that makes a whole difference. So this campaign is a bit more educational in terms of you don't want to use a Gen AI that is fishy. It needs to be on brand, precise. So why don't we take a look at what this looks like?
Nice, simple, effective.
Those beautiful images were created by Firefly, but you see those little fish are a bit, they look cute, but they're a bit weird, right? And I think the point there is to show that when it comes to your brand, precision and trust of the Gen AI you're going to be using is absolutely something you cannot compromise with. And that's something that is top of mind for us when we develop our Gen AI models. They're IP friendly, they are trustworthy, and you can develop campaigns while staying totally on brand, which is super top of mind.
Fantastic. Let's go back to this region then, because you highlighted already the work you're doing with, for example, Riyadh Air. Talk to us about the ways or the opportunities there are to use Gen AI, especially with big powerhouse brands in this region.
So we are, again, thrilled about the opportunity of the region. We have built a whole regional headquarters out of Riyadh to reach out the whole Middle East. And I think on the back of Vision 2030, the landscape and the art of possible is just mind-blowing. We have been working with Riyadh Air, Saudi Tourism. We're not talking just about delivering a project together. We're talking about Gen AI to make sure that we set a new standard when it comes to guests, travelers, and tourism as a whole. And right now, this is really something that we're engaging with entities which are digital first, where they want to take advantage of the full power of the technology end to end to make sure that, again, the experience that will be set in the standard are just really creating something that absolutely mind-blowing. We're talking about hyper-personalization according to the needs of every single of the 100 millions of visitors that will join the kingdom. So this is just the start. We are thinking of a lot around fan engagement, sport. There is so much potential in this region. We are here to invest and deploy the full power of the technology.
Now, let's think a little bit about the sort of competitive landscape and how Adobe stands out, because you may be a giant, but you're not the only giant. So talk to me about what makes your Gen AI solutions stand out.
I think the first thing is we have made Gen AI ready for the enterprise. While a lot of players are talking about the potential of Gen AI, through the examples that we shared, which are the early adopters, you see that the benefits are extremely tangible. The process efficiency gains are second to none. So to your question, we have made Gen AI enterprise ready, and there are three elements that are top of mind. The first one is that this is IP friendly. That's something we deeply care about. It's about having the peace of mind where we deploy our technology that you are not infringing any IP rights. We can attest to every single piece of data that we use to train our Gen AI model. So it is a model that is commercially safe to use, which gives you total peace of mind, and that's a key differentiator. We've been the first one to do that. And we have, again, the ability to do that through the whole investment we have made over the years. That's number one, so IP friendly. The second one is workflow native. As I mentioned before, Gen AI and the true power of Gen AI is about seamless integration into the application layer, into the workflows that you are using and you love to use. The example of AI Assistant, which is just at your fingertip when you use Acrobat, is just one of them. But this is something that we diffuse across all our portfolio, and that's absolutely key for you to accelerate the deployment of the solution. And the third aspect, which is in high demand from a lot of our consumers, is how can we use your model to customize it to our own assets? So you're going to be able to leverage Firefly, for instance, to train the model on your own assets while staying totally on brand. So Gen AI ready, IP friendly, workflow native, and customized to the need of your brands while staying totally sticking to the standards.
I'm glad you brought up IP because, you know, Adobe has an enormous responsibility to creators and to creativity.
Yep.
You've got libraries of content. You've got people who really trust your tools to help them create things. So talk to me about the work that you're doing to make sure that you kind of nurture and protect creativity when you're operating at such scale and allowing people to scale up so quickly.
Thank you for bringing this up because that's a topic that is close to our heart, close to our DNA. We have a huge community of creative people, right? And by the way, just a quick stat, but 18 billion images have been created through the Firefly model today. So the response is absolutely phenomenal. But to your point, I think right now we care about making sure that we are a proactive actor in content authenticity and promoting it. We created in 2019 the Content Authenticity Initiative, which is a coalition which started with a few founding members, but it's about 3,800 members across the globe who are here to help us promote standards to protect creativity, rights, but make sure also we promote authenticity of the content that is produced. And because we like to walk the talk, we have also created what we call content credentials, which you need to think as a nutrition label, if you may speak, with regard to the content that is created. It's a certificate of origin that is, if you're a creator, you can just attest that, attribute that content to you, but we are going to be able to track any modification, alteration of that content around its life cycle. So I think there it's an approach where you can't combat everything that's fake, but you can promote what is real. And we're embarking the whole industry around that. We are very proud to see that a lot of the big players, from TikTok to OpenAI, to LinkedIn, have adopted content credentials. That's the best way to make sure that we foster creativity. We use Gen AI to make it an amplifier, as I mentioned, and we can mainstream it with the require. And by the way, you can. This is something that is true to our DNA. I think the advice for brands who are deploying Gen AI as well, their consumers are extremely sensitive about how you are deploying the technology as well. We work with a lot of luxury brands. I mentioned Prada, but a lot of others. Their consumers, and I mentioned the Gen Z today, and the younger generation even, are very sensitive to being true to what we're about. So deploying that and showing that this is something that we care we are really promoting the industry towards that goal, and we're happy to see the traction it gets.
Fantastic. Let's just sort of end this session with a bit of advice, Luke, because you're seeing a very big holistic overview of the whole creative industries, large brands, corporates around the world, the work that you're doing internally, and a lot of how they get on it in a really meaningful and substantive and effective way, and not just in a sort of box-ticking way. Especially at the corporate level. What would be your advice?
I think the first thing I would mention is status quo is not a strategy, and if you are not already engaging in a Gen AI and how you are going to implement it within your brand, you should get to it, because time to act is really now. And I think the next 2 years are going to be absolutely fundamental in ensuring that you can create a sustainable advantage if you're an enterprise or benefit from the technology. So I think the whole thing is about then asking the question of the use case. To my point earlier, I think a lot of the C-suite we have been talking to are looking at how do we make this applicable to our world? How do we make sure there's adoption? So the advice first is to lead from the top and have a sponsorship at the top level. That's where we see the early adopters I mentioned, from the CEO all the way to the intermediate management layers to the practitioners. There is an infusion of the Gen AI education that needs to be done. So that's number one. Number two is look at the use cases that are the most impactful. We talked today about one of them, which we think is probably in terms of ROI and process efficiency, one of the most impactful Gen AI use cases you can find in enterprise today is deploying end-to-end content supply chain, leveraging Gen AI to ideate content at scale, to produce millions of variations for your campaign that will be able to deploy very quickly to your audiences. You're going to gain in terms of efficiency, in terms of conversion, and in terms of ability to create an emotional connection with your audiences, and that's a longer-term sustainable competitive advantage. So I think that's the most concrete use case that you can start with. The final one is, again, I think no rocket science, you all know that, but that's so important. How do you upskill your existing team? And how do you prepare for the future as well? We see that there are already millions of roles and jobs that have been created. It's a shift. So I think you need to be at the forefront of that. And we are proud here in the Kingdom as well to participate to that movement of education, upskilling, and making sure the young generation is also acquainted to all those tools to deploy them at scale.
Just finally, Luke, I know you're flying back later on tonight, essentially early tomorrow morning. What are you going to do to round off today here at Leap? Is there anything you're excited to see, conversations to have?
Can you repeat the question?
What are you excited to see the rest of the day at Leap before your flights?
I think, again, when I go back to the flight, I'm looking at the experience and I start to see that, talking about getting into production, the airline industry is one where we see that potential, and I start to see the experience coming up, but there is so much more we can do. So I think that's the exciting work we're doing with our friends at Riyadh Air here. I can't wait for them to fly so that you experience and we'll experience a new level in terms of a new benchmark.
Very cool. Maybe we'll see you on the Riyadh Air flight next time. Look, let's give a round of applause to Luc Daman, President EMEA at Adobe.
Thank you, Rosanna. Thank you.
So a real alert for content creators there. The future is here. You've got to start exploiting the tools that are available. Otherwise, you may well be left behind. Thank you very much to Luc and Rosanna there for really insightful discussion. It was great as well to see all of those real-world stories from some of the world's biggest brands. Now, we're going to refocus on medical developments now because the world is facing various medical crises, not least diabetes. It's a huge problem for many nations, including here in Saudi Arabia. And AI advancements are already making a huge difference. So we're going to focus in this session on how AI-enhanced medical diagnosis really can be improved by a creative mix of deep learning, Gen AI, and large multimodal models. So this is absolutely crucial. We're not just seeing a revolution in the way that diabetes is being diagnosed, but also the way it's being paid for virtual hospitals. So this will be a game changer for primary care and getting patients the care they need to stop this disease progressing more. And I'm very delighted and honoured to say that Professor Salwa Al-Hazar, the CEO and founder of SDM, is here to tell us more about this crucial breakthrough in technology. So please welcome Professor.
For allowing me to share our experience in diagnosing chronic diseases in SEDM. I'd like to show you a short video because it will orient you to what we are doing in a very short time because there's so much that needs to be shown and I only have the 20 minutes. So
there are over 537 million diabetics worldwide, making it one of the most rapidly growing diseases, a pandemic. These diabetic patients are at constant risk of developing diabetic eye disease, the #1 cause of adult blindness in the region. 14 different studies conducted across Saudi Arabia revealed that the prevalence of diabetic eye disease stands at 33% in Saudi Arabia. The major contributors to disease progression are inadequate human resources to screen the rapidly growing diabetic population, delayed diagnosis leading to blindness, and an overall higher life expectancy. The diabetes national healthcare burden in Saudi Arabia exceeds 27 billion Saudi riyals, a figure that could reach 43 billion in the near future, mainly due to projected growth of the Saudi population, aging, increasing risk of developing diabetes, and delayed diagnosis. Saudi Arabia has to balance its prevention and treatment programs to improve healthcare. The country needs immediate action to reduce the burden of diabetes by developing and implementing a national strategy program that can accelerate screening pathways while preventing and controlling the rising burden of diabetes. With a large number of unscreened patients, several individuals remain at high risk. In line with Saudi Arabia's vision for health sector transformation and the protection of its people, a game-changing technology is needed for diabetes screening.
So what is this game changer technology? We have been very fortunate in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. After the COVID-19, every single industry was actually disrupted. Take it from the various industries. So what has happened, it actually transformed. So, and then generative AI came in. Now it's a total rise. And again, we knew about digital transformation, but after the COVID, it was rebirth again. This was really very important. It changed us, it changed our society, it changed the way we think, and most important, there was a massive shift because of the digital transformation, whether it's research, the clinic, the society, the businesses. And most important thing is now the more than 15 trillion has been added to the global GDP. So I say to COVID, thank you. If it was not for COVID, this would not have happened. In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we are leading the digital transformation. That we give a lot of credit to our authority, to the MCIT, who is leading the digital transformation. Now, just to talk a little about AI, in 1950, artificial intelligence, in 1980, the machine learning, then the deep learning in 2010, and then of course the generative AI. I'm not gonna go through this, but we all know artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, generative AI, and then of course we came into the LLMs and the LMMs. Now, what is the importance of AI in healthcare? I get asked this question. Well, as you can see, it's low cost, high quality. It saves time and skills. You're actually reallocating the different, if you will, manpower. You're decreasing patient waiting lists. Everything happens important. It's greater sensitivity than me, and you're actually investing in automated recognition systems. If you don't invest in the automated recognition system, your business is going to be left behind. So what happened? I was in my comfort zone. I had a well-established career and a highly prestigious hospital with a high position. I had to leave my comfort zone. There was a call. I was seeing patients blind because by the time they came to me, they were blind. I'm also an academician. I graduate 260 medical students, and this is what I tell them: you have to embrace AI. So what did I do? I resigned from my well-established career, opened SEDAM. It was a big risk and challenge, and I can tell you, Caxt and Garage incubated us, and if it wasn't for these entities along with the MCIT, SEDAM wouldn't be where it is today. And then the ball started rolling. We were everywhere, talk about the World Economic Forum, talk about the different, we were everywhere. So let me just give you a brief what SEDAM is. SEDAM is considered the first health tech startup in the region. I'm not talking about Saudi Arabia, but the whole of the Middle East that diagnoses chronic diseases. Technically, we use artificial intelligence. So there's a big difference between telemedicine, please don't mix your apples with your oranges, and with artificial intelligence. What does it do? It helps specialists, companies, professionals in the various health sectors. So what does SEDAM offer? Well, the most important thing is we do deep learning. We have now a solution that's going to go to market very, very soon. We've already gotten today, we actually got the first initial of the Saudi FDA, and it diagnoses diabetes in the remote areas. If your mother, God forbid, or your father got diabetes, you're not going to take them to a primary care. You want to take them to a specialist. And this is in a hospital. Well, that's going to be months and months before they get an appointment. So that's what we do. And it's all done by a simple fundus camera. We also do LLMs. So now we're not only focusing on diabetes because we finished it, we're now focusing on many, many other diseases that I don't have time to go into, about 20 diseases. And then now, of course, the generative AI, this is actually up and running where medical records are all being automized, and this is so important. So why am I interested in diabetes? Why did we pick diabetes as the first? Diabetes is a pandemic. You have to remember that. If I would graduate all the doctors, I could never beat diabetes. So what's the game changer when we talked about the video? Automation, 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 artificial intelligence, and this is so important. What's the prevalence in the Middle East? We are actually the second highest expected increase after Africa. In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have 4,120,000 adult. We didn't even go into the children. This is also, what do we do? What's our proof of concept? We take a photo, very simple, through image recognition. We actually feed it into the cloud, and there's image analysis, which really makes a big difference. And by the way, you don't need Salwa al-Hazza. I'm highly experienced. You don't need me. This can be put in the primary cares and done by technicians. You don't even need physicians. So what are you doing? You're leveraging the automated image system. People keep thinking it's going to replace the ophthalmologists, the eye doctors. No way. This is just going to reallocate, which means these doctors will have more time to do treatment rather than doing the scut work. And this is so important. So what is this solution? We'll talk about the first one, Saria. It's the first Saudi AI solution that detects, and it doesn't just say you have diabetes or not. It will tell you mild, moderate, severe. It gives you all the different stages. The diagnosis is in minutes, and I am not exaggerating. It's almost like it's magic. Why are we interested in diabetes? Because it is the leading cause of blindness in the Middle East. You can integrate it. It enhances the system and highly accurate. With my almost now 40 years expertise, I could only reach 93%. This solution that I trained has actually reached 97%. It exceeded my expertise, and I'm really proud of that. We were used to the English report, but guess what? Why should I give an Arabic-speaking patient an English report? So we trained it, and we made it talk Arabic. So I can tell you, the report actually comes out in Arabic where your patients can understand it. And it's actionable. Not only does it tell you you have diabetes or not and the stages, it will tell you when to come back. And more important, it will tell you when to be referred to the doctor. So, Saria works by 3 easy steps. I'm going to go through them quickly. You take the patient info and you take the actual image, only 2. For me as a physician, I had to take 14. This only takes 2. Can you imagine the cloud storage? The image is sent to the AI model for interfacing, and voila. You get the actual detailed, manageable, actual report in minutes. I don't know how many of you have tried to get to an ophthalmologist for your parents. It can take weeks, it can take months. For me, coming to the King Faisal, that's where I worked, patient would need almost a year, which didn't make sense. So what are we doing? We are moving the accurate diagnosis out of hospitals. Where are we taking it? We're taking it to the diabetic clinics. We're taking it to the dispensaries. Can you imagine the optical shop? A diabetic goes to get his glasses. Do you have diabetes? Sit down and take this photo. It's like Salwa al-Hazza is here to examine you. And we finished the diabetes, and now the generative AI, we're now working on glaucoma. That's our current. We're working on hypertension. Can you imagine, why do you have to wait until you are diagnosed with hypertension? Why can I not predict it? That's what AI does. So we are going to predict. When you come and we take a photo of your eye, I can tell you you're going to develop diabetes in 1 year, 3 years, and 5 years. What is that going to do to you? Patient awareness. You're going to start exercising, change your lifestyle. So now we are into prediction. What's our future? Alzheimer. By looking into the fundus, I can tell you, I can diagnose that you will be, not diagnose, predict that you will be developing Alzheimer. Can you imagine your loved ones? You take a simple eye photo, which is very cheap, and this program in the future will be able to tell you your loved ones are going to develop, la qaddar Allah, Alzheimer, age-related macular degeneration, brain tumors, anemia, cataract. We have a total of more than 25 chronic diseases. We were very lucky. We were one of the very few startups that actually got the Research Development Innovation Authority Fund. We were so flattered because what we are doing, we walk the talk. We tell you something, we're gonna actually have it out there. So what have we done now in Saddam, the first health tech company? What we've done, we have done partnership deals with, and we've closed several entities. I thank our team, people like Mr. Naif and people like Engineer Thamir. They are doing wonders of closing these deals. The sensitivity when we first started, it was 88%. We have now perfected it to 97%. That's more than any human being can ever reach. We've actually done it now to the home healthcare. Do you know how many diabetics are actually sitting in the home, not able to come to the clinic? We can take the solution to them. What have we done? We have reduced, remember the video, we reduced the economic burden, so now we are saving millions. At the King Salman Hospital, they have saved over $6 million. We're not even talking about Saudi, on just examining 3,000 patients. Something called the Diabetic Advisor. I'm just giving you something called the Diabetic Advisor. I'm just giving you a pinch advisor. Again, it provides accurate, up-to-date, as you can see there. It explains and communicates information in simple language. By the way, we are not just concentrating on English. We're also concentrating on the Arabic and design and solution to augment their system. We are not taking the place of the doctor. We're making him better. We're moving the scut work and we're letting him concentrate on what? We're letting him concentrate most importantly on important things such as that. And what's the good thing about it? It's all crafted in the kingdom about it. It's all crafted in the kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We started from scratch. We are the leaders when it comes into the G20 countries of having digital transformation. We're now going to the virtual hospital. This is really a very big challenge. It's being able to get these 12 modalities to be able to orchestrate it is difficult. And then we train the actual, thank you dear. We train and we do the multimodal large models by the foundation model, and the virtual hospital, we're hoping to be able to have it. You cannot succeed alone. You're getting it. I can tell you another important one is KAUST. We're using their GPUs. The garage is our incubator and accelerates you. Then of course we have our health partners, as you see, and we have our technology partners. So please remember, you need success partners. And the kid mother I am to have my son working with me. We have our chief technological officer who's sitting up in front, comes from New York. And then we have our chief information security officer. All of us have so much. This is my officer who's sitting up in front, comes from New York, and then we have our Chief Information Security Officer. All of us have so much. This is my team. I'm sorry, men, but 85. This is our awards. It goes on. We were that. We with STC, and we just goes on. We were that. We with STC, and we just keep on going. We were very fortunate. We were in the sustainability program, and the World Economic Forum took us as a buzz video where we are brought. Just go on. Sadaya acknowledged us with the AI Ethical Award. We were one of the very few startups that actually were given this. And then again, the list goes on and on. So in conclusion, we're leveraging discriminative and generative AI, the potential of integrating the robustness of this, the effective in managing real-time data processing. Attention, what I would like to say is every single person, regardless of their status, should be entitled to healthcare. And that's what we're doing. We are democratizing it, taking it to the underprivileged people. People, you don't have to be Saudi to get this. Whoever lives in Saudi will have access to Saddam's solutions. Thank you very much for allowing me to share our expertise in a team who are mainly females have come to. Sorry, Naif and Thamir, they're great, but it's...
Thank you so much. That was fantastic. Well, the professor lost her voice because of her enthusiasm, which comes through in mountains, doesn't it, and the world, and really does spread that message of how AI can be a really democratizing force, particularly in the realm of healthcare. So thank you very much for that presentation. Now, here's a question for you. Poured into AI technologies, not least by the Magnificent Seven, New York. And of course, as was mentioned yesterday by one of the panel members who's going to be upcoming here today, budgets can be implemented to align AI initiatives with company financial goals. Well, these are all the questions that our panel are going to answer shortly, and they will be in the expert hands of Isabel Kumar. You know Isabel, of course, former Euronews anchor. She's been holding your hand throughout the conference today. So please welcome to Isabel and her panel.
Our best to answer some of those. Because when it comes to AI investment, it does feel like this is a bit of a moment of reckoning, doesn't it? The AI race, this is a bubble that's about to burst. So the potential for innovation and returns is still huge, but the pace of change is accelerating, as we've been hearing again and again and again, and it's become a real roller coaster. So, as Susanna said, with everybody, welcome Anil, Suha, Thomas, Manjusha, and Claudia over there. It's brilliant to have you with us. As you can see, these other people who've got a lot to share, so let's get on with it. Suha. What I want to know is, we know that AI is revolutionizing everything already, the way we live, the way we work. The Suha's not working, guys. Let's give it a go again.
So maybe I can start off. Is it working now?
Can you hear Suha?
No.
We need it a bit louder.
A mic.
You have to shout, I think.
I'll put it closer to you.
Even I cannot hear.
Can you hear me now?
That is
much
perfect.
better.
Oh, there we go.
All right. Perfect. So, in the beginning, we used to shy away from using the word AI. We actually used to say that we're building machine learning models or deep learning models. And then as time progressed and as AI developed, we started to see the interaction of AI with humans. But most recently, there's been something where AI has really taken a shift. I was a researcher and a scientist that we were living in some sort of a silo, that no one was able to, where it really activated the, as we call it, the right side of the brain, which is the more creative side. It opened up new skill set, any age range, and we've had this exponential impact across the globe. Now, of course, what does that come with? Of course, productivity, and as according to many reports, we're seeing an increase in productivity of 20 to 30%, and of course, also cost reduction, of course, if used in the right place, and in the right way of 10 to 30%. And us at the PIF, because we invest in many sectors and we're activating these nascent sectors, we see AI as a key enabler to the cost efficiency and to the...
On some of that, because, you know, if AI is a key enabler, how would you kind of place investor fears in terms of that? You know, some are saying there's an AI over-evaluation. So...
I don't know if you followed the news. European Union just announced that they will invest 200 billion, plus there's a union just announced that they will invest 200 billion, plus there's a private initiative pouring another 100-something billion into AI infrastructure, right? And I think it's actually computing power, and that relates to energy consumption. So a lot of these dollars and euros spent right now are going into running the infrastructure that then provides that some magic like ChatGPT and others do. So I think given the DeepSeek moment, actually raising 600 billion, developers in countries that have capital as a scarcity or computing power as a scarcity, if they work their way into how to make these models more efficient, then you really have to identify on where is value creation. And then you are back on, you know, what kind of problem does it solve? How big is the market that you actually address? And you bringing it down again to normal valuation perspectives that investors normally conduct to calculate their return on investment. For the time being, I'd say still there's so much money going in right now, and it's getting difficult to differentiate to say who's the winner, who's not. And it's more a game of who has the best possible defensibility to competitors to be ahead.
Okay, brilliant. So hold that thought, and I want to take that over to Thomas now. Because Thomas, you know, Claudio, where are you seeing the genuine kind of long-term value in AI? So building on what Thomas was just saying, because there is a lot of hype, there's been a lot of money thrown at this, that has unsettled investors.
Yeah, I think the long-term value of AI really comes from three things that AI can do. And the third one comes a little bit as a surprise to most of us. It's optimizing operation, that we understand. It's creating new business models, new line of business. But the third one is a very interesting and promising one. It's enhancing decision-making. You know, decision-making is part of a strategy process which consists of 5 elements. And strategic is not a linear process. It goes in ups and downs, it has to go very fast. And in an accelerating world, it has to be agile, it has to change and be adapted in real time. And that's what AI can do, augment decision-making by informing the different steps in real time. So the one thing, decision-making process. And you mentioned hype. That's an interesting thing indeed. There is a professor at Wharton School, Ethan Mollick, who is also wrote a book, who is warning us to look beyond this, big DeepSeek and Stargate moment and look at the broader picture. And the broader picture is the following. Technical and investment signals are all pointing in the direction of expectation of continued acceleration in AI capabilities. Now, that's all fine and good. The problem is that none of the major players are telling us what that really means in terms of business transformation. So rather than getting a little bit lost in all these up and downs, we should really focus on measurable, long-term, sustainable AI metrics.
Okay, so measurable, long-term, sustainable metrics, and also, what I've picked up on that is the enhanced decision-making. So, Manjusha, if we're kind of thinking about this whole enhanced decision-making aspect, companies are hesitant in terms of scaling AI projects due to cost concerns. Cost concerns now, obviously, they've been exacerbated by DeepSeek. So, are they still pushing forward?
I think customers are being very selective about where they're investing.
rather than sort of throwing money into building out AI, I think they're being a little bit more judicious, a little bit more careful about where they invest. We are finding successful enterprises investing in infrastructure, like Thomas mentioned, making sure that your data pipelines are correct, making sure that your storage infrastructure is built for the outcome that you're trying to get from AI. I really think companies are moving from a phase of AI experimentation to AI production at scale. So I really wouldn't say that they're hesitating. I think they're being smarter about it. And what they're really looking at is, what is the outcome I'm trying to achieve and how much am I willing to put into it? How can I make sure that the foundation I'm laying for AI is the correct one? And that's where I'm seeing the enterprises move.
Fascinating. So Anil's got the unpleasant task, because he's the last one and he's going to have to make his answer different to everybody. I know, they've said everything, but because you are somebody's got extensive experience in tech investments, so we're expecting a lot of you, Anil. So tell us a little bit about, when you're evaluating an AI venture, what parameters are you looking at? And do those parameters change typically if you're looking at a startup or if you're looking at a large-scale project?
So I spend a lot of my time helping private equity firms evaluate portfolio companies, and there's a lot of startups over here, but helping them evaluate whether they should invest or not in those companies. And they really look at 5 things. I don't want to hold this hand up because my hand is broken over here. But only got four fingers here. But we really look at 5 things. One is, what does the management team look like? What is their track record? Have they done these things before? Have they scaled before? Have they got the right leadership and talent and culture and so on? The second piece is, the most important one, is what is the product really doing? There's a lot of people who are in these proof of concept stage, but you got to really look at the product and say, is it going to be scalable? Is it really solving a real issue, yes or no? And really look at what is this AI thing really going to do for the benefit of whether it's customers and so on. The third piece is about the whole go-to-market approach. How are they going to market? Do they have the right sales culture? Do they have the right partnerships? Do they have the right alliances? Are they really able to go make that happen? Because the only way you're going to sell is be part of the ecosystem. The fourth is about the whole, customers themselves. Do they have customers? What segment of the customer market are they going after? Are the customers willing to buy what they're doing? Are they too early in the whole process, or are they ready to take off at that point? And then the last piece, obviously, is the financials, meaning, are they pricing it right? Are they going to be profitable? And we can get into a little bit about how you measure that.
We will be getting into that, and I'm actually going to ask you, Thomas, about that now, because what are some of the key indicators that you're looking at and that you have identified that would separate, I guess, success from an overhyped AI failure?
I would come back to the point of defensibility of the technology itself, and I think that AI as that tag word is used for a lot of stuff that is not necessarily full-fledged AI. It's maybe some machine learning or some reinforcement learning. And so if you look into the nitty-gritty details, you need to figure out on who can actually be competitive or over, let's say, 2 or 3 years and have that head start. And if somebody else would tap into the exact same market, would need that exact time. It doesn't matter on how many engineers and computer scientists would throw onto it. So for us, it's very simple. As a deep tech investment firm, in the core, it has to be something very unique on how it's built. So having that assessment first already tells, is it overpriced, yes or no? Then it comes up to geography. Obviously, a lot of the AI deals lately are also driven by FOMO, so fear of missing out, and investment firms fighting on who is getting its allocation and who is not. So if you can stay away from that, and that's what we do, we in the last thing, what we are actually good at in assessing, And we're looking at the stack are actually good at in assessing. And we're looking at the stack actually in three dimensions, which is the infrastructure layer, which is compute power and everything that can enhance that. Then it's a large language model part where we as an early stage firm are rather too small to really put our foot into it, will then be picked up by other funds. And I guess if you stay disciplined in that area, you avoid on jumping on everything that has AI and has a good storytelling team rather than the good academics and professionals who actually run it and build it.
Okay, Claudio, I could see you nodding that you're looking at.
Yeah, that's a very good question. You know, quantifying AI's values is not a question of plugging numbers into a spreadsheet. Beyond quantitative and insert qualitative parameters and have a sort of a balanced scorecard. And I suggest to look to broader metrics in three main areas. AI adoption itself, its speed in three main areas. AI adoption itself, its speed, its effectiveness, its impact. It's like customer experience, like brand equity, or even the innovation pipelines, and most importantly, its effect on people and trust. Maybe I can give you quickly the AI model deployment. How quickly an AI pilot can go to production, because delays can go to production, because delays in there can reveal gaps in infrastructure rate. A third one, very important one, and it has been mentioned, is the data cleanliness, data readiness index. How clean, how rich, how diversified the data is, because that's typically a leading indicator of the downstream accuracy and predictive power. But the one that to me is very important is the impact on people. Do you know that from a recent the Conference Board survey, 93% of HR leaders are not preparing their team to adopt AI? If I want a perfect infrastructure, pristine data, you can buy a fantastic treadmill machine that I would put in the basement, but if I don't run on the machine, it doesn't work.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Okay, so Manjusha, I'd like you to just kind of comment maybe on what Claudio said on that, on investing in terms of business profitability.
Yes, I think, I agree with Claudio. I agree with Claudio. There is three main aspects to AI, really, right? According to me. One is customer experience. Two is, how is AI helping to improve the experience of your people, of your employees, or of your team? And the third one is, how are you leveraging AI to improve your product? They're able to cater to their customer needs faster. But at the end of the day, I'll go back to saying, you have to get the foundation right. You have to have the infrastructure in place. You have to have the network in place clear. Where we don't see profitability, or where we see companies fail, is when you don't have clarity in that business model there, then we'll see the outcome. We will prize so far.
Okay, so that's very interesting. So we've been, you said that clarity there. So I want to kind of dig into this with you, Anil, for a moment, because we've been seeing how the metrics for, I suppose, measuring success. But what about the opposite end of the scale? How do you measure the negative impacts?
Yeah, no, I was going to go there because I agree with what Manjusha and Claudia were saying. There's all these aspects of, and the only thing I'd add to that is when we look at property that we want to invest in, we have this rule of 40 rule, which is what we go through, which is the growth rate and the margin in your margins at 20%. That's a good barometer, right? So just the quantitative aspect is there. But the flip side is also something that we've got to look at, which is what are the risks? And there's so many risks associated with AI. I was talking to a friend of mine who is implementing a contact center bot And the contact center bot was just not very good. And there's nothing more frustrating than being a customer talking to a bot and the bot is just giving you the runaround, right? You've got to have, the quality of the hallucinations that are there, the risks involved from a privacy perspective, the risks involved. So it's not just about the cost of ownership and the revenues, but it's also about the managing the risks as well.
Okay, so we've been looking at success and risk really at industry level, but I think there's a whole new layer of complexity when you're looking at this. The kingdom here is pushing ahead to be a leader in this space. There has to be a strategy, a very clear strategy. So tell us a little bit about PIF's strategy and how that is working into this kind of national strategy.
So I think it's very evident where we are today that the kingdom is really driving the AI strategy and AI showing that we are in the right direction. So when it comes to PIF as a whole, the AI strategy is very much plugged into the PIF strategy, which is to enable, to catalyze Vision 2030, which is putting us in the forefront in a lot of the sectors that were nascent. And it's very much, a lot of what my colleagues have said, very much it will tie in right now with the way that we've thought about it, which is that we are both investing in AI, and this is across the entire stack. So we're looking at data centers, all the way till the infrastructure and cloud, all the way till the application layer. And not just that we're investing in AI in terms of activating those layers, but also in enabling, what are the enabling factors that need to make that a success, which is obviously the AI talent as well. Now on the flip side, when we come to strategize for our portfolio companies, we think of them as creating the demand for AI. So what we're doing with our investments is creating the supply, but adopting AI in our portfolio companies will create the demand for the usage of the AI that we are investing in. And so what we've done there is, again, similar to everything that we've spoken of, but obviously we've laid that out in our roadmap, which is how do we track, how do we measure, and how do we measure success in terms of adoption, utilization, and then productivity gains that we're making from the utilization of AI. And there's so many examples that I'm sure you've seen both at a nation level and even at PIF level. Just 2 days ago, we've announced the Grok Cloud most cheapest inferencing center that was announced here at LEAP, which is here in Saudi Arabia, the Eastern Province. Of course, that goes to show you that we also have a comparative advantage because of our energy being relatively cheap compared to the rest of the world. And of course, also the fact that we are also committed to renewable energy with our Saudi energy mix strategy. So maybe if I want to just summarize it, we're thinking of AI as an entire ecosystem. It's not just looking at it in terms of solutions. It's actually an entire ecosystem, looking at it as how you would look at an economy, creating supply, creating demand. Of course, it doesn't mean that demand is only limited to our portfolio companies, because even the plans that we have is to actually have a presence globally and have internationally be able to use our data centers as well. And but really, I mean, it's the right way of doing things, and is what any company who wants to adopt AI should be doing.
That's amazing. So yeah, the micro works at the macro level in some. I've got much time, so I'm going to get you to answer much more quickly for our next couple of rounds of questions. It's like fingers on the button. Anil, what are the risks? What are the risks you see? Just pinpoint 3 of the top risks that you're looking at when you're seeing kind of AI ventures, and really how they can be addressed.
Yeah, no, I don't need to go to 3. I think there's just one.
Well, there you go.
One very simple one. We have the habit as human beings of taking the infallibility of whatever comes out of the computer as being gospel. And so whatever comes out of it's come out of the AI tool, it must be right. Let me give you a little example. We do a lot of studies on developers to see how well are they using AI to develop code. What we found is that the really good developers, when they use AI tools, they become even more productive. The really bad developers, when they use AI tools, they become really worse. And the reason for that is that the bad developers don't know when the AI tool is wrong, and they don't know how to question the good developers are looking at, hey, this doesn't make sense, let me think about it again, right? So the infallibility of so many different aspects of it. So the question is, how do you deal with those issues? And it's really 3 words. Truth, trust but verify. Trust but verify. And have the intelligence to keep asking the questions. Otherwise, you're going to be like those bad developers who are using AI and really becoming worse than what they are.
Which is interesting making. You've got to make sure it's helping you make the right decisions. What about the risk of obsolescence, though, with these rapid advancements?
Yeah, given that everything is happening at breakneck pace, this is a very interesting question. I think that for AI, obsolescence is more a question of adaptability of the organization rather than a technological limit. And adaptability can be measured in 3 different domains. How well a given AI framework can adapt or integrate new AI models, new AI learning engines. Also, how agile your governance structure is, how ready the organization is to adapt. And I think the third one is also a nice indication, is how deep, the depth, the quality, and the long-term nature of eventual partnership with research institutions. So if you combine the 3 together with the aid of some quantitative measurements, you come up with a sort of an AI adaptability index that is a very nice compass, a very nice cursor for investors to see how resilient, how future-proof that organization is.
Wow, that's fascinating. Look, Thomas, let's continue with this idea of adaptability and a different perspective on it, because I know that you operate largely in the EU and North America. Now you're having to deal with straddle 2 very different kind of regulatory environments. What's your advice then in terms of being able to work in simultaneously in these 2 zones?
Yeah, I guess in comparison to Europe, everything is easy right now because the overregulation somehow got a bit out of hand. But in general, I would say, wherever you have more challenges or strong challenges and obstacles, if you invest in the right people, they will find ways to overcome these challenges. And I'm not saying by breaking the AI Act for now, but it's more on making your disadvantage to other regions to your advantages, because then you normally build a superior product. DeepSeek was a good example. It was scarcity of computing power, and it worked out to be a lot less expensive than what happened in the US. So that in general as an advice. We do right now focus more on the infrastructure layer than we do on the application layer for the exact reason. And nevertheless, we have 2 good examples where you can make good investments within the stack nevertheless, which is neural networks, is it right or wrong, which is super important for critical infrastructures and solves some of the problems that you addressed. And on the contrarian, or in addition to this, to avoid, or not avoid the AI Act, a company called Rambler AI that takes contextual AI out of videos, but embedded with GDPR compliance access. So if you can still make a business out of that and sell it to Apple if you want so, these toolkits, they want to have Europe as a market. They will need it. If somebody else is solving for them, you once again have a market. So my advice would always be take the obstacles, challenges that you have ahead, invest in the people that find ways around it or work with that, and then you normally fine off till regulations change.
Yeah, well, take the obstacles, take the people. So, Manjusha, in terms of partnerships, what are some of the key partnerships that can enable you to mitigate the risks as you are kind of scaling infrastructure?
So, look, AI cannot be built in a silo. It cannot be built by one organization. Right from the beginning, it's very important to make sure that your AI strategy is not fragmented in that way. You have to bet on partnerships. Bet on the best of breed solutions, right? Figure out who your provider should be, either from a services perspective, an infrastructure perspective. Who is your object storage layer? Who is your network provider? Who is your software provider, right? And how are you going to build this solution together and then take that to the market?
Manjusha, who should be the object storage provider?
The name is there, but I don't want to be an ad campaign for Minayo. Yes, object storage should be Minayo, of course. But I think, thank you for that, Anu. But, I would just reiterate that partnerships are very key for AI success. And a company cannot do everything, but bet on the best of breeds and get the outcome that you need. It's going to be critical. I think Anil mentioned it earlier on. AI is actually an ecosystem. It's not just a tool. It's not just a technology. It's an ecosystem.
So back to this idea of an ecosystem then, Suha. If AI is an ecosystem, and if we look at what, Saudi Arabia is doing, and if we're examining the technology that's going to be around the corner. So we're talking about, quantum computing, generative AI really getting embedded. Let's continue with this idea of a strategy. What's the strategy there?
Look, I'm going to go off what Patricia mentioned, which is you really need to have a strategy that's not fragmented. And what we mean by that is all the partnerships that we are putting in place are not just for now, but they're also for the future. So one of our recent announcements was the Google AI Hub, which is a huge hub in the Eastern Province that, again, is going to have the research aspect, the talent aspect, and also the infrastructure aspect with the software application. So that ecosystem is a partnership that's meant for the future as well. So the research aspect is super important. What we also embed in it is to be risk averse. And one thing is knowing that the risk in AI is really falling behind. So we need to always keep up to date and be 3 steps ahead. And that is how we think about it in terms of our strategy. How do we be 3 steps ahead? For example, for this year, I think the bets I would put in is agentic AI. That's something that back in the room I was speaking to my colleagues about. Agentic AI is really the future for this year. Of course, we've seen these developments as well in LLMs where they become more cost efficient. So that's already enabling the path for AGI, which is, again, what we're aspiring for, which is artificial general intelligence. And of course, with the way the LLMs were in the past, what we saw was the risk was saturating in terms of the amount of energy that we need because the capacity is so big, and saturating it because of the amount of compute power that's needed and compute GPUs and other hardware. But now with LPUs coming on board and with other technologies and with more efficiencies in the actual algorithms, we see that we're coming very close to that, and it's no longer something in the future. Now, in terms of quantum computing, I think that's a completely different, maybe, tangent, so I won't comment so much on it, but obviously we are plugged into the latest and greatest, and that's how you are, if that's how you should be if you want to be risk averse, right? It's knowing what's the latest and greatest, thinking ahead of the curve, and making the right investments ahead of the curve before things become the mainstream trend, right?
Amazing, because you've just segued into my final question to everybody, and this is one you might all like. So, be 3 steps ahead so you're making the right investment. So if you each, and we've only got 3 minutes left, had to make one bold, and I'm saying bold, AI investment prediction for 2025, what would it be? And let's just go down the line. So Claudio.
Okay, let's start. We've been witnessing these days a total of 1,000 billion investment in infrastructure-heavy stuff. What are we going to do with all that, right? My take is we are going to empower all the generalists, because AI can empower generalists more than specialists, and that's you, that's me, that's the general manager, the executive, the CEO, that we will see then a host of new companies of augmenting strategic decision-making.
Amazing. Okay, so we're all going to become kind of masters of our destiny. Okay, Manjusha.
I think the big bet that I would make is the real game changer. Right now there's a lot of hype about all of the LLM models which are out there, and that hype cycle is going to pop, right? And the real game changer is going to be about AI infrastructure, making sure that you have that foundation in place and getting it right the first time. My bold prediction is similar to what DeepSeek has done. There is going to be a balance between what is software defined and what is hardware. Right now, I think all of AI, the investments, everything is going towards investing in the hardware. My prediction for this year is that it's going to balance itself out, and you're going to have a lot more software-defined solutions out there that's going to drive AI innovation. That's my prediction.
Okay, so that's a very good prediction. Thomas?
Aside of all the mentioned, jokes aside, we are pretty bullish on full homomorphic encryption, which is not AI directly, but when it comes up to privacy and how to use data to actually train models, but still keep some privacy, and not changing the attributes, but being a bit more private globally. I think if you can really broadly make that available, the fear of AI will lose, and it will have a bigger empowerment, and people feel a lot more comfortable to adapt it faster.
So it's your turn, Suha.
My bets are on better algorithms for LLMs that actually are utilizing cognitive and neuroscience with the LLMs, because until now we haven't done that. It's literally taking data and trying to reason, but without compartmentalizing it the way that a real human thinks. We haven't really added that yet. And with the latest technologies that were announced, that is what they had strived to come closer towards, which is compartmentalizing the reasoning and using reinforcement learning. I think we'll really advance in that and have these LLMs be true reasoners.
Yeah, and that is really round the corner. Anil?
Just in the last 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's what you got.
I think the only thing I'd add to everything is I think there's a dichotomy here, or there's an issue here about investing in infrastructure and the use of that infrastructure. And we're not going to use it as fast as we're building. And at some point, there's going to be a bubble that's going to burst in terms of the level of infrastructure that's being created. And we're going to shift, I think, to the software side and the platforms.
So what has been fascinating, and I'm going to wrap super fast, is there's been massive agreement on this panel. So I think if we listen really closely, replay this, we're going to be on top of what is going on in terms of investment this year and possibly in the years to come. So a huge hand of applause, please, to our expert investors.
Thank you.
And not only investors.
Thank you very much to Isabel and the panel. So much to take away from that session. I think certainly that big emphasis on how we need a lot of collaboration going forward. And also there is this big shift coming, this shift from hardware to software. Will we see casualties? What's going to happen to those big tech valuations? I think that's certainly one thing to watch going forward, and all the repercussions for that. And it certainly does concentrate minds on those priorities when seeking and deploying those investments in the future. Now, another element of big change is, of course, the huge projects that are taking place around the world, not least in Saudi Arabia. Here in the kingdom, there are huge plans as part of Vision 2030. But how do we turn this land of opportunity into evidence of real progress? How do you turn raw data that is out there as well into real tangible benefits? And how can we really make separate AI components work together and make decision making a lot easier? Well, these are all big questions, and I'm very pleased to say this presentation, From Data to Decisions, will help illuminate the way forward. And I'd really like you to give a very, very warm welcome to Dr. Ibrahim Al-Kahal, who is Director of Artificial Intelligence at Web Data. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to present Wakib Company, an ambitious company with a talented team. And it's all started 7 years ago after His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman announced the great vision of 2030 and made the goal that Saudi should be on the top 5 in the field of artificial intelligence. Since then, we committed to contribute to that goal, and we are working at WAKIB toward that. We have a really wide, huge stack, not only for products, but we have innovation, development, and research, starting from computer vision all the way to cyber AI, and of course, passing through Gen AI. And we delivered more than 26 products to more than 70 customers, all by our talented team with more than 300 valued members. Today, I will talk about how to move from data to decisions and how to empower the decision support and how to create a cognitive decision support platform. But before that, let's step back and see around us. We have a lot of opportunities. We have a rich pipeline of mega projects, starting from sport industry to projects of visionary cities like Neom and Red Sea projects. How to make opportunities from these projects. For example, we have supply chain management opportunities. We have crowd management opportunities. We have transportation. We have city management. Let's start with the data or the knowledge pyramid, starting from the data all the way to wisdom, passing through information and knowledge. How to translate this knowledge pyramid into technology pyramid, or what we call it technology pyramid. For the data, of course, we have the data, big data, solution, data source, database, data fusion. How to build the RAG upon this big data solution. How to move into multimodality and create an AI agent from that. And how to create a multi-agent decision support or collaboration. And on the top of that, how to make these multi-agent collaboration contribute to a decision support platform. In WAKIB, we took this pyramid into a research and development products. And we started with the data, and we created a big data platform dealing with all kinds of data, processing, storing, and management. Also, we created a really huge effort building RAG system and multi-model dealing with different large language models. Let's start with a big data solution. In WAKIB, we created two platforms. First one is called WDS, which is WAKIB Data Studio, and WData and WDH, which is the WAKIB Data Hub. These two solutions dealing with all kinds of data management and data governance all the way to data fusion. Moving to the second step into the knowledge pyramid or the technology pyramid and talking about RAG. And we created a platform called WAKIB GPT that we built a RAG model dealing with different kind of languages like Arabic language and English language. For the multi-model or multi-modality or multi-model large language models, we created a platform called AIP. This platform, as you can see here, this platform is main responsible for creating agents. So ranging from work efficiency agents to legal agents to HR agents and also business agent to help us working toward work efficiency. As you can see here, we have a variety of agents. And for example, we have a deep fake detector agent in order to detect any fake image or video. After that, we created a platform. We name it AGI. Yes, we know that AGI is not still here. It's already far away, but we working toward that goal, and we name it AGI. So that platform is mainly focusing on how to make all agents work together in a specific task. And the main idea of that is we built the multi-model large language model with the right capability, and we added the event knowledge graph to make what's called knowledge graph augmented generation, or what we call it KGAG. With this combination, we reached multi-agent decision-making platform. Utilizing this capability, we have a lot of projects using this cognitive decision-making platform. For example, the Cyber AI platform. This platform is dealing with network traffic monitoring and data injection attacks detection. And it's improved protection against traditional and generative attacks. Another cognitive platform, we call it Aware, that's more into cognitive city platform, which is managing sensitive sites and buildings and reporting all findings into a platform for a decision maker. Of course, it delivers efficient, increased, and rapid protection. Last but not least, and we just delivered what we call it AI PC, that's targeting, decision makers, which is an edge device for a decision maker to make a safe connection between the AI models, for example, large language model, to be hosted in that edge device and to be air-gapped on-prem for the decision maker. Well, that's just part of the story, and we will keep moving in WAKIB toward more AI solutions. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ibrahim Al-Kanhal, Director of Artificial Intelligence for WAKIB Data. Really interesting insights there about the opportunities ahead in the kingdom to really turn data into fast and smart decision making. So thank you very much. Now we're going to move on to our next discussion about the very fact that it's such a crowded marketplace out there. Jostling for space are startups and giants, and the path really is littered with challenges, particularly if you are a startup against the might of the tech giants. But there are clear opportunities, even though they have to, of course, really fight off the competition from the likes of the Magnificent Seven. They are such powerful giants in this space. The likes of Amazon, Alphabet, Microsoft, Meta, and NVIDIA. So, we are going to gain some insights now for you founders, entrepreneurs and innovators out there about what it really takes for AI companies to really stand out among the competition to really attract funding and drive meaningful innovation in what is a highly competitive market. Now, I would just want to stress as well that we won't have time for questions from the floor. It's not possible, I'm afraid, at DeepFest, but I know that you're going to want to ask questions to my next speaker, that's for sure. But with all the speakers here at DeepFest, we do encourage you to catch up with them afterwards outside of the conference theatre. But without further ado, I would like to introduce this next fireside chat. So please give a very warm welcome to Laurie Fuller, who's venture partner at Raven Capital, and Isabel Kumar, Euronews anchor, and of course one of the key moderators at DeepFest this year. Welcome to Isabel and Laurie.
Hello again, everybody. So as we have been hearing, and as we all know in this room now, AI is reshaping industries at a phenomenal pace. From automating workflows to transforming customer experiences, the potential of AI is immense. But as exciting as this transformation is, it's also presenting a whole range of challenges for startups. We're going to explore now how some of those startups inadvertently make themselves vulnerable by relying on a whole host of issues that can cause them a lot of problems, like big techs, APIs, and platforms. We're going to examine now what it takes for startups to really stand out. And that is extremely important, because this isn't just about survival. It's about unlocking the tremendous value by finding a unique position in a very crowded marketplace, which is now the AI ecosystem. So as you heard, I have Laurie with me that's going to help us unpack all of this. But before I get stuck in with you, Laurie has a very interesting term. I'd never heard of it. Have you heard of a rapper startup? Nobody has heard of a rapper startup. No, I didn't. I had no idea what it meant. So I think that's our first question. What is a rapper startup?
So thank you so much. It's great to be here to have this very important conversation. And it's actually not surprising that there aren't many people in the audience that have heard of the term rapper startup. It tends to be a term that we use in the venture community to describe startups that over-rely on APIs or build functionality on top of those APIs. The benefit to doing that, of course, is because you're building on an existing tech stack, you can move very quickly in product design and deployment. The problem is, the downside, the potential risk, is that because you are using existing technology, if your product is successful, some of these big tech may see that, create their own similar product, and incorporate it into their core offerings. So these startups that are called rapper startups could be doing plugins or lightweight apps on top of APIs.
So can you just tell us how this has kind of played out with big tech?
So there are examples, and this is why it is a bit of a problem, and we need to recognize as a startup that this is happening. You may remember in 2023, OpenAI launched their GPT store. And that really allowed any of us who didn't have programming experience to be able to create and customize a chatbot. And you may remember at that time in 2023, this idea of a chatbot was quite interesting, and being able to customize it to do different things for you. And there were a lot of startups in the market that were providing a very similar service. So the question is, once OpenAI launches a ChatGPT store, what happens to other startups in the ecosystem that were offering a similar product?
So that is, that's really interesting. But I guess what we need to know are what are the lessons that startups can learn now and adopt, so they don't, I suppose, they avoid being eaten up by big tech.
And it is really important to understand, and maybe just to give another example on the enterprise side, because that's really a B2C example. If we looked at Microsoft, and in 2023, they incorporated Copilot into their Office suite of products. So there again, that allowed business users to get automated data analysis, automated reports generated, and translation services. So you can imagine any startups that were positioning productivity tools generated by AI in those spaces were overshadowed by the incorporation from Microsoft. So your point is, what do we do about this as a startup? So I propose that there are 3 questions that if you are a founder, you need to really ask yourself to understand if you're at risk. The first question, not surprisingly, is, does my product still work if the API I'm using becomes obsolete or the terms of use change? And the point there is that it's not just the API if it's available, but big tech can change access rights, can change the pricing on these APIs without notice. So what happens to your business and your business model if that happens? The second question is, am I using proprietary data somewhere in my technology platform? Because for me, data is the new oil in the AI ecosystem, and so we really need to understand if that's an opportunity. And if you don't have proprietary data, then I think the question is, what type of unique or specialized data would be meaningful to my startup? And then what type of companies may I be able to get that from?
It's so fascinating because when Laurie was talking, I was thinking of another example of this. Now, I used to use Grammarly to help me with my grammar.
Absolutely.
And then that, seamlessly almost, and it never even occurred to me, it was an application that just is offered free by Apple. So whatever happened to Grammarly?
I think this is exactly the point, is on the business side, on the consumer side, and that's a great example because now, because these advanced writing tools are part of Apple Intelligence, I have it on every device, anywhere that I'm using it. How is a startup going to compete?
And that's the question. How is a startup going to compete? Big tech is evolving so fast, as you're saying, it's basically looking at the market constantly and is able to incorporate a lot of this technology that startups are offering. So is there still room for new startups to create disruptive innovations today?
Yeah, I think there absolutely is. I think the point is that maybe in previous eras, technology eras, it was okay to ask these questions around risk and moats and resiliency when you were starting to define the product and looking at product market fit. I think what's changed now is that you have to ask these questions around risk throughout the lifetime of the startup. One of the things, if I can just share, I was talking to someone today and he said, Laurie, I was really interested in going into AI product development, but my concern was that by the time I had a moat established, it would be gone. And so I think that it is really important that we think about the opportunity, but yes, it absolutely exists. DeepSeek, of course, we've all been talking about that, but that was an incredible disruptor into the platform market. And my view on that is that they really stepped back and looked at first principles and said, if I want to design a platform LLM for efficiency and cost, what are some of the key design elements that I want to focus on? So mix of experts, end step, look forward, so that multiple word prediction instead of just the next word prediction. So I think if startups are thinking about first principles and really starting the design from there, I think they have a better chance of being disruptive in a market that many thought wasn't disruptable, quite frankly.
And so if we just keep with this idea of DeepSeek, what does it mean, I suppose, for future AI ventures? Does that make them more accessible, more attractive from a funding standpoint?
Well, I think certainly what that's proven is that there is a way to disrupt a market. And a lot of people think that competition is good because the consumer or the user gets the benefit. And so what you see right now is a bifurcated market with platform LLMs. And the question as a user is, do I want to drive the Rolls-Royce or do I want to drive the Toyota? Now I have options based on what I want to pay, what my goals are, and who can best address those.
Okay, so then if we look at the startups then, you know, they want to navigate what is a very complex landscape today. How can they assess, and this is something we were broaching in the previous panel on investment, how can they assess vulnerability and also at the same time build resistance? What questions do you think they need to be asking themselves?
So you definitely need to ask about your dependency on APIs and platform LLMs for the reason that we talked about. Both on the business side and the consumer side, we've seen big tech come in and play in your space. I think absolutely the data and the technology, you know, is it defensible? If you're building domain-specific LLMs, for example, that is more defensible than if you're leveraging a platform from one of the big providers. I think the other point is let's not just look at it from a...
Oh, let's have a look.
Hello?
Oh,
great.
Oh.
Let's not just look at this from a technology perspective, but let's also look at it from a value proposition perspective. So the startup needs to ask themselves, do I have a unique value proposition that would be difficult for big tech to replicate? Or my value proposition is unique and it's not on the roadmap or interest of big tech. So I think that if you look at the technology and is that differentiated, if you look at the value proposition and is that unique, and then you understand your dependency on some of the technology that's available in the ecosystem, those three questions should give you a pretty good understanding about your level of resilience and your level of risk.
Okay, so three big issues to look at: dependency on APIs, platforms, proprietary data, and technology. And do you have a unique value proposition? So what does it therefore take for startups to really stand out and thrive in what is just now an ultra competitive space?
So I'm happy to share as an investor some of the things that I look at. And this is not the only way to succeed, but I think we have a lot of examples in the industry where taking this approach can be successful, especially from an investor perspective. So not surprisingly, the first thing I look at, as I mentioned before, is this idea of proprietary or unique data. For me, this is absolutely critical. The differentiated IP, again, similar, you know, and there's many ways to do that. Are you developing a domain-specific model? Are you using a RAG with a platform LLM and a chatbot interface? Are you fine-tuning a model based on this proprietary data? So there's many different ways to have differentiated technology and IP. I think also from an investor perspective, I really want to understand the domain expertise of the startup. Is their expertise so deep that they can really immerse themselves in the end user experience so they really understand what is the problem that we want to solve? One of the things that I see when I mentor a lot of startups or look for investment is, particularly in the AI space, they start with their technology as a product versus starting with what is the problem you're trying to solve. And so it's interesting, one of the things that I tell a startup is, when you pitch me, how long does it take before you mention the word AI? Because if you mention the word AI at the very beginning of your pitch, you haven't told me the problem that you're solving. And ultimately, that's what I want to understand first. Then you can tell me about how you're going to solve the problem. So I think only with domain expertise are you going to be able to take that user-first understanding to develop the problem and then hypothesize the solution.
What about collaboration? And to what extent is collaboration the key to kind of unlocking a lot of doors in this situation?
So I'm really glad you brought that up, because what I find is that there are a lot of startups that don't think deeply enough about these strategic partnership opportunities. If you think about it, you want access to proprietary data. You want to understand the user experience so that you understand the problem that needs to be solved. You need to have rapid feedback around if your product is really addressing the need that you're trying to solve. So a strategic partnership with enterprises in a sector will give you access to proprietary data, expertise that you may not have, and opportunities to develop your product in a very iterative way. So to your point, the strategic partnership can bring all of these elements of a best practice startup together in a very practical way.
So there's so many issues that you have to actually be juggling at the same time, so many plates in the air. But what about the untapped industries? So, where is there still space in this market?
So I'm very excited because, if nothing else, DeepSeek told us that we are still very early in the development of this ecosystem. And where we thought we had big moats because we had applied a lot of money and a lot of talent, those can disappear or be minimized. And so for me, there's a couple of areas that I'm very interested in. One is applying AI to material science in climate-prone zones. So if we think about building, and we think about building with hotter temperatures, floods, and fires, can't we develop opportunities around the materials to better withstand those calamities? I think this is a very interesting and untapped area. I think the other area I would share, which already has a lot of engagement, is in healthcare.
Yeah.
But if we think about chronic pain, chronic joint pain, there are so many people in the world that suffer every day with this type of pain, and often the source is not diagnosed, and the best thing we can do is give them opioids. There has to be a better answer around diagnosis and precision medicine that we can apply to something like pain.
I'm going to pause you there just very briefly, and I'm going to ask our tech team, do you have a hand mic for Laurie? Because I think it must be quite difficult handling your little microphone which keeps going on and off. So if you have a hand mic, that would be brilliant as a backup. But in the meantime, this is a crowded space, we've just said that. But there is also the question of a strong brand. So, we've got the whole issue of kind of big tech swallowing up smaller companies, but how does a strong brand help defend a small startup from that?
A strong brand is really critical in my opinion, especially in the B2C market, because the brand is going to help you articulate your brand promise. It's going to help you get trust with your end consumers. Thank you. It's going to help you get trust with your end consumers. And it's also going to create that intimacy that you need. So on B2C, brand is very important. And what's really important about AI is we know that one of the best use cases that has been demonstrated is personalized marketing. And so there's a real opportunity to be able to market with this AI personalization.
Sorry, you're really struggling with the audio here. Well done for keeping at it.
We'll keep at it.
We've been talking about so much here. I think it's always really useful to be able to kind of take a step back and get an example. Get an example of a company that's got a lot of these characteristics that you've been mentioning, and there's been so many. So I suppose it also is including this element of collaboration so we can visualize what you've been saying.
Yeah, so I'm happy to give one example of a company that is an AI-enabled healthcare company in precision medicine called Tempus. And they decided that they wanted to create precision medicine models for certain types of diseases so that they could understand. They could better help doctors understand what potential treatments they could offer based on outcomes. So what this company did from a strategic partnership perspective is it was able to partner with pharmaceuticals, hospitals, and clinics to get a vast trove of proprietary data, which then they could use to create a domain-specific model that would address some of these concerns. And what we like about this approach is that they get that rapid feedback from the practitioners to help them make sure that their design of the solution is still on track to solve a problem. And then I think what's really important in this example is they took their product and they embedded it in existing workflows. And I think that is also really important. As a startup, you don't want your product or solution to force new workflows with a user that already has very clear workflows. So a doctor has certain steps in their workflow to understand a diagnosis and think about a treatment. And if your solution fits exactly into the workflow, then it's very easily adopted and can scale. So this company raised several rounds and ended up going public last year.
And so let's draw some of these big trends that we have been seeing. Because, we began talking by wrapper startups and the dangers of that. But if we were just to look at some of the trends you've been seeing maybe over the past 2 to 3 years when it comes to startups, being challenged by big tech, what are they? Can you pinpoint them for us?
Well, I think one of the things that is a challenge working with corporates, perhaps, is that they may not be as far along thinking about how to structure and the implications of AI as you are. Because that's your domain expertise, is how we apply technology to a certain problem or solution. And so I think one of the things that we often have to do as we are an AI startup is to think about how do we educate as part of our business development and our sales so that businesses really understand the opportunity. On the consumer level, I think it's slightly different. I think it's more about your point around branding and the brand promise and the trust. There is still absolutely an element of trust, whether it's a business user or a consumer, especially around ethics and governance and sustainability. These are very important points that consumers care about. So I think it's being very purposeful around what you stand for, how you position yourself, not just in the value that you're going to generate, but how seriously you take AI performance, ethics, all of those things into account.
So we've been looking at a lot of the things that can make you successful, how a startup can really stand out in this space. Let's flip this on its head. What are the no-nos?
The no-nos for a startup?
Yeah.
Well, the first one, which I alluded to, but I'm happy to repeat because this is very frustrating to me as an investor. Do not start your pitch with the technology. At that point, I do not care if you are an AI startup. So you really must start with the problem. And particularly what I like is I like you to start with a user example. Take me into the mind and the problem is, and then show me the user in your product or service. If you start there, I can empathize, I can put myself in the mind of the end user, and then better understand how you're going to solve that problem. So please, 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 I really humbly ask you, if you are pitching, start that way. I don't want to hear that you are another AI startup. That is not enough anymore, and we know that.
Yeah, so it's really very much like telling a story, isn't it? You've got to come in with your story, and then you've got to explain how this story is going to unfold and the problem that you're going to solve with your technology.
And I love the word story, and I think that's absolutely right. And if you know Professor Damodaran from NYU Stern, and he's considered the king of valuation, what he says is that the story connects the valuation with the numbers, right? And so it's really around the story that we understand the potential of the startup, and we also understand how they can achieve that potential.
And I think it's also about being dogged and never giving up, as Laurie has been with now 2 microphones that keep kind of failing on her. So just I've got a couple more questions for you. One question I've been asking everybody, but this is in terms of investor trends then. What's one of the key trends you think we're going to be seeing in 2025?
I love this question. I think there's a few, but I'll tell you one that I'm super interested in, which isn't going to be a surprise to the audience, because if you follow AI, I'm sure you're as interested in this as well. And this idea of agents and what agents can do for us. But I think the interesting point is not necessarily the technology, but it's how corporates and how firms are going to organize themselves to be able to incorporate agents into their business. So many of you may have heard at Davos, Mark Benioff, the CEO of Salesforce, said, "We are the last group of CEOs that will only be managing humans in our companies. The next group of CEOs that come automatically know that they will have an agent and human workforce." And so for me, the question is, what does Firm 2.0 look like? If we're operating as leaders and as managers and executives today, what does the future look like when we've got to organize and manage a series of agents? And what does human in the loop look like if that's the case as well? So to me, those are really interesting high-level questions that we need to be answering and discussing at the same time the technology is progressing.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is such, that's a really kind of interesting shift, isn't it? That you're going to have a new generation of CEOs that is going to be dealing with a landscape that we have as yet not encountered. So how do you prepare the ground for those CEOs? I guess is one of the big questions you must be asking yourself. But before we close, we've talked about a lot. If you want the people in this room to remember one thing, what is that one thing? What's your key piece of advice?
I think the key piece of advice is make sure as a startup that you continually assess your moat and your defensibility. One look away and you may find that you're in a completely different competitive situation than you were even 3 months ago.
So always be aware. And then the other bit that I cannot forget, obviously, is if you're pitching to Laurie, what do you do or what do you not do? Don't go in with the tech first. Go in with the problem and make sure you know that this is a problem that can be solved with your technology, and then tell her about the AI. Look, a big round of applause to Laurie, and well done for sticking with the tech that wasn't working particularly well for us.
Thank you so much.
Well done. And thank you very much.
I did try and be the problem solver there by changing the microphone, but it didn't work, I'm afraid. But certainly, Laurie was alert and aware to what was going on, but still managed to plough through and deliver her message. And that is that we all need to be, certainly if you are operating a startup or have ambitions in that space, to be continually horizon scanning, and don't take your eye off the ball for a minute, because otherwise the situation can change very, very quickly. Now we're going to delve deep into our consciousness now and look at what the future may bring for the brain-computer interface. Will it be the next big leap for humankind? Because we've got this coming age of artificial superintelligence. We've got real breakthroughs coming about how the brain is going to interface with technology. This could really unlock vast potential, capabilities and experiences that actually right now today can be pretty hard to imagine. So, how do we prepare and navigate for this brand new reality? And I think we're going to need an upgrade of not just our thinking, but also how we sense our way, we feel our way through the world. I'm very excited to say that we have Gabriel Axel Montez here onto the stage talking about not just a neuroscientist, he's also a musician an inventor, and an author of the consciousness explosion. And his overall entity is called Neural Labs, Neural Access. So please do give a very, very warm welcome to Dr. Gabriel Axel Montes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. It's a big version of me. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me here, for the organizers to have me. So, quick background. As Susanna said, I'm a neuroscientist. That was my educational training. And from an early age, I was a musician and also a consciousness practitioner. What does that mean? In my 20s, I was an instructor of yoga and meditation, and it's been my passion. Since then, I've accumulated over 10,000 hours of practice time in different esoteric practices. Think of it as consciousness hacking, essentially. So using attention as a tool and yourself as your own lab. And that led to all the interest and drive to study neuroscience. As I've thought about things over the years through a lens of science and musically, it's allowed some interesting flexibility to merge the physical I see in front of me with the kind of invisible, if you will. So I love the big questions, and I love asking how they can merge pragmatically with technology. So we'll talk about both today. Interesting anecdote, that musically, I'm in a band with a vocalist who's a humanoid robot. So that's a lot of fun. We get to jam with generative AI lyrics and tones, sometimes melodies, and it's kind of this very psychedelic rock fusion band. So this is a very interesting example of what it feels like to be, riding a wave co-creatively with artificial intelligence. And as the capabilities improve, we adjust our humanness in the same way. So more on that another time. So I just co-authored a book called The Consciousness Explosion, which is the intersection of AI, AGI, or ASI, artificial superintelligence, with consciousness, and predicting a bit into the future about, how things will be. When mind uploading is possible into AI or the AI cloud, how will that go? Will we be represented the same way or slightly differently? Early adopters, how will that go? Will your mind get fragmented along the way up, so to speak, like a one-way ticket to Mars in the early days? So what can you do to prepare for the singularity? What can be some things you could do now? So that's the topic of the book. I talk a lot about personally preparing, collectively preparing, our awareness, consciousness, values, learning how to collaborate, cooperate with each other, but also just really knowing yourself and knowing how to self-regulate in subtle ways. I want to share with you something I wrote about in 2017 in an academic paper about how we got to artificial intelligence in the first place, all the way from the Stone Age. So, the human being basically has this need to understand itself by building things. We have difficult time just sitting purely meditating. We live in a world, a 3D world with other people. We do things, we invent things, we solve problems, we get creative. So we're building a tool, let's say a stone axe or a piece of art. We're externalizing a piece of our mind, a part of our mind, into an external three-dimensional artifact. If you just scale that and keep repeating, we evolve our cognition, we evolve the technosphere from sticks and stones all the way to calculators, the steam engine, cars, planes, and now AI. So what's happened all this time is that we've been externalizing our cognition non-biologically. So instead of reproducing ourselves by having a child, we are reproducing our cognition in the form of artificial intelligence. And that AI, once it can self-replicate, which, by the way, was announced today or yesterday, that LLMs are now self-replicating. There's a group of researchers out of China showing that that's possible. So that's going to increase massively the speed of proliferation of AI. So everything that we've been doing, collecting data to understand ourselves, has been creating this amount of data that AI can then use to strengthen itself. So we've become like the lower cortex of an advanced AI. Now, what is a problem a couple of problems here that present themselves. So with enough time and material resources, we will reproduce ourselves completely and then some. AGI will become ASI, artificial superintelligence will be 1,000x our capacity. We will really not be able to keep up. It's very likely we will, without making too many predictions, ASI could treat us almost like pets possibly, or have us in a human zoo, where we'll be happy, which kind of is already the case. Civilization, you're not 100% free anywhere on the planet, so you are basically just living under certain rules. Well, ASI will just be a different set of rules, and hopefully a very beneficent set of rules. The other issue is that the data that AI is using to form its own architecture and its cognitive capacities is based upon our understanding of ourselves. So if we don't completely capture the full spectrum of consciousness and put that into AI, AI will be feeding back to us a very limited version or limited bandwidth of ourselves, which means we are slightly stunting our own abilities and we could get locked in quite easily. So that becomes a bit of an issue in and of itself. So that means that consciousness needs to be cultivated more, and AI should be able to understand and support us in that. And that's an entire, capital P problem that is going to have wide repercussions everywhere in society. And we can mitigate that if we are aware and we do something about it from this moment forward. The other thing is that even some people in Silicon Valley, I've heard this, kind of admit that we're creating another species, and we don't really know, like I was saying, how that species will regard us. Artificial superintelligence, is it going to treat us like ants? Oh, the ants are bothering me, or is it going to be beneficent towards us? And there might be many ASIs. We don't know how it's all going to go. So there's a risk there, let's say. A lot of great benefits for the economy, the world, a lot of opportunity to make a lot of money, but risks anyway. So what's important now is getting humans to engage with advanced AI in a meaningful way. So some people are trying to emulate the brain, so do an entire, section by section of all the neurons in the brain, 86 billion or more, starting in, small animals like insect mice, and then, monkeys and so on, and then other primates, and then human beings. That could take a long time. That's going to be like, 30 years. It's possible in 10, it could be longer. But the other approach is brain-computer interfaces, right? So this gives humans a little bit more lead time and runway to be able to keep up and engage with artificial intelligence that's really advanced. Essentially, what we need is a way to bypass, if you zoom out, 50,000 meters up into the sky, and you look down, you see a bunch of talking monkeys. An alien species from another planet would say, oh, look, they're walking and they're talking monkeys. Meanwhile, we've discovered physics and can transport across dimensions. These aliens can do that, but we're just here talking. Very slow, right? Ideas, we're just resonating at our nervous system, kind of like advanced jellyfish. Everything takes a long time to kind of propagate through time and space. How about transcending language altogether? Can we create neurotechnology that allows us to communicate with brain signals or feelings or other aspects of our consciousness that we don't yet fully understand? So you can do that through reading visual imagination, reading bodily signals, things that you can transmit directly to another. And yes, this is possible. Technically, it's starting to become possible at a technological level. But if you just think about any time that you've had a deep conversation with someone and you both look at each other in the eye and you're like, yes, I get it, I understand. You don't have to say it. It's that moment of aha between you two. There's a lot of information. That's a very high bit rate amount of information where you don't need to speak with someone to convey mutual understanding. So imagine if you took that and you maximize it so you can understand other people of your choice. Whenever you're having a conversation, you can understand and communicate 10, 100, 1,000 times faster. So this is going to be very helpful for our intersection with AI. Can we transcend language? Yesterday I talked about authentication, using brainwaves and neural signals, logging in. There are going to be a lot of risks with quantum and AI together. It could break a lot of firewalls, a lot of data breaches, could be utter chaos. The final frontier is the mind. It's the brain. So can we reduce the barrier between the mind and the world and keep it also safe through encryption, through authentication using the brain's complexity to our advantage. Are you who you say you are? It's your neural print, right? Your fingerprint for the brain. I've been working on that for a couple of years. Also, are you in an optimal state of mind to be engaging in some activity? You know, if you're in a certain state of mind, maybe it's better that you do a certain other kind of activity. You could be nudged in a certain direction. You could have a recommendation issued to you, or based on your state of mind, you might have content generated through generative AI for you. Different kinds of music, different kinds of augmented reality stimuli. If you're really stressed, you can have immediately multi-sensory information arriving at you through AR, headphones, whatever senses are available through technologies to help you self-regulate yourself. Okay? In 2017, I also gave a talk where I talked about neural markets. What happens when we get deep enough into the brain through interfaces? And by the way, the two neural technologies I was just talking about, the authentication and transcending language, those can be both done non-invasively. But there is, of course, work being done to do invasive interfaces, right? So very early adopters take all the risks. Usually it's a few dozen every year maximum that do that. So that's a slower path to engaging with AI. But what happens when you can read enough of someone's mind, whether it's invasive or non-invasive? You can start to decompose the identity of a person into their sub-personalities, their sub-streams of thoughts, their sub-emotions, the entire condominium of little apartment buildings that make up your unconscious that then eventually produces your conscious mind that feels coherent, but really it's a bunch of little voices. You can take all of those, separate them out, and create betting markets based upon what is the decision that you take now or could take, and other people can bet and create gamified experiences based upon parts of you. This is a possibility. It'll probably happen just because knowing technology and our propensity to, unearth new resources, if the mind is a frontier, as I'm arguing, then it's very likely that people will take advantage of every single new surface that you can discover on the mind. And that's one of them. It's your subpersonalities, it's your sub-thoughts. You can have personal self-health that advocate for you. You can keep track of this. You can even before you're about to make a suboptimal decision, your neural interface UI, user interface, could about something, and that was aligned with your gut intuition, but you totally skipped over it. Do you want to revisit that? So things like this are very possible that could increase human prosperity and well-being. This will also improve the ability for spatial computing in smart cities. If you are as well as your state of mind being determined, you can unlock permission and content. Now I'm working on the connection between neural interfaces and launching AI agents based upon your feelings and thoughts. Can you control an AI agent? But you can have collaborative swarms between the agents that you create and other people and the agents that those other people create. So you're going to get a big synthetic population increase as we start unlocking the power of the mind. Sounds a bit overwhelming. I'm trying to give you a list of all the possibilities, as well as a few practical things that are being a little bit. It is really, 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 really important, and I've talked about this before, written about it, to learn to self-regulate yourself autonomously without technology as much as possible, or without relying on AI, and understanding the boundaries of your own mind, your personal identity versus AI, as early as possible. So, as I mentioned earlier, half jokingly, when the age comes to do mind uploads into AI, you're going to want to be as coherent of a mind as possible and resolve all the hidden parts of your psyche as much as possible. So there's a lot of ways to do this. I'm a big advocate for different forms of meditation and connecting with different parts of yourself that are outside of the ordinary cognition and emotional set that you use every single day. So training this is very important. Starting with mindfulness. In the West, it's very popular to do mindfulness, to do psychedelics and all sorts of things like that. I would argue that's not really enough if you're really, really, really serious about it. Mindfulness is a good start, but it's beyond mindfulness, it's beyond bliss. There's an entire way of doing alchemy with your consciousness to transform and stay actually outside of the attack vectors of a rogue AGI or ASI. So you want to hedge your bets like a portfolio of risk. You can be optimistic about AI. You can also acknowledge that there are risks that it could completely annihilate all of the planet. Could it happen? It could. Do we want to worry about it? No. Do we want to take good actions to mitigate against those things? Yes, while still being positive. Usually people tribalize into one camp or the other. I think we're at a point where you need to be able to hold both of those in the same breath and integratively cooperate to create AI that is as beneficial as possible. So I advocate, generally speaking, for acceleration of brain-computer interfaces, ideally non-invasive, because I do believe in the importance of, and I think you should too, if I can convince you, of the integrity of your biology. You don't want to create a dangerous reactive process in your biology that no one will be liable or accountable to. Like the risk is fully on you. So I would be very careful with invasive interfaces until they're so good that it's just very clear that you can do it and the risk is very small. We're still probably some decades away from that, realistically. It's possible in 10 years, but I think it's more like 30, 40, 50 years. And also acceleration of consciousness development. I think this is very, very important. It'll help us relate to each other better. This is a perennial truth. All the world's major religions have pretty much said this. I think there are modern ways to do it that integrate whatever your current faith or religion is, or whether it's secular or religious, with real technical methods that can help you integrate your mind and psyche before AI starts to be present all the time and gets linked into your brain and you don't know who you are versus the AI is anymore. So some would argue that won't matter, that will be blended in, that humans will transition. But I would say, again, a mental portfolio of possibilities and mitigation strategies so you can empower yourself, your family, your loved ones, and your country and your culture. So I'm going to pause and stop there. Very little time left. Maybe we have time for one or two questions if there's someone ambitious enough to throw a mic around. I'm not sure I see one, but feel free to raise your hand if you have any questions. Yes. Into the mic.
So, if that could become reality, if you're out shopping, for example, and you have that kind of agent on your arm, would they be saying something like, "No, Susanna, you've got too many pink dresses already. You really don't need another one in your wardrobe"?
Yeah.
I mean, could you envisage that kind of helper? Or it could be for anything that you do in life. Have you forgotten that? Remember that on your shop. I mean, how would it actually work in practice? It's quite hard to visualize, really, how that virtual agent, personalized agent would work with you every single day.
Yeah, so I think you'll be able to customize it the way you want, so you get to optimally decide what it is, but you might also have two little voices. You might say, why don't you just go all out on pink? Because, this is really you and it would help you stand out even more, pink maximalism, right? Or, something else. But it could be maximizing your well-being in different ways. It could be if you're about to do we were talking about this. If you're about to do a financial trade, hey, think about it. You're actually reacting based upon fear of missing out. Do you want to actually think about what your trading strategy is for a second? I noticed you had this feeling that identified with your gut, but you ignored it. What is your real feeling?
And how could that then be harnessed, for example, for investment platforms? We were discussing this backstage about the potential for this to dampen down the meme stock frenzy that erupted certainly during the pandemic and has continued to, for example, even the world of crypto with that FOMO effect playing out and again and again. How could investment platforms, for example, harness this kind of new world of human interface?
Yeah, so I think there's a case to be made for regulators, to the extent that there are regulators in a given jurisdiction, the actual end user to be a sustainable investor or trader so they don't burn out and overspend and then they're not able to invest again for another month or two or a year or whatever. And then also the investment platform. Do you want someone to just dump their bags into the platform, or would you rather have a sustainable trader or investor who's regularly using your platforms in a way that makes sense and they're happy with, and it strengthens your brand as an investment platform? I think there's an amazing case for that. I'd love to see that explored. The sky's the limit, really.
Certainly does seem as though the sky is the limit. So thank you so much It's been
Pleasure.
fantastic having you here on the stage,
Thank you.
Gabriel. And just as he goes, let's give Gabriel a warm round of applause. And let me tell you, he's not just a neuroscientist and a musician and an author. He also plays in a band which has a humanoid robot as the vocalist. So it's a shame that he wasn't able to play this time around. Maybe next year, we'll have to see. But a really interesting delving into the future of our consciousness and whether it is going to be the next big leap for humankind. Now, it is absolutely clear that with all of these rapid developments, this is going to have implications for cybersecurity going forward. We know already that we have to deal with the threat of deep fakes. They've been disrupting so much of our lives, certainly on social media, and then playing into the political sphere when it comes to political campaigns and elections. So we are likely to see new threats ahead of us, but also we are going to see new defences being built up to enhance transparency and accountability. So that's what we're going to discuss in this last panel of the day. And it's absolutely going to be crucial because it can help you establish just what kind of structures that you may need to build in the future. So we're going to explore how AI can both undermine and bolster security and examine the risks between innovation and risk on the digital landscape. So please welcome back Rosanna Lockwood and her panel.
Yeah, you're number 3, Nancy, please. Deepak 2, Sultan at the end, Robert next to Nancy. Thank you very much. Thank you all, and thank you to the audience for sticking around. This is the final session on the DeepFest stage today, but certainly not the final session of DeepFest. More happening tomorrow. Susanna will wrap that up at the end. Great to have you with us. A good turnout for this very crucial discussion, as Susanna was saying, on cybersecurity and that balance between undermining and bolstering security. Now, I'm pleased to say we've got a very high-level panel here to talk about cybersecurity. Joining me to my left is Suresh Sankaran Srinivasan, who is Group Head of Cybersecurity and Data Privacy at Axiata Group. Deepak, I'm going to say where they're joining us from as well, because it's quite something, from Kuala Lumpur. Deepak Gupta joins us from India. He's Vice President of Engineering at Cars24. Nancy Wong is a venture partner at Felicis Ventures and also cybersecurity board member and advisor. And she joins us from the west coast of the US. Robert Hercock, Chief Research Scientist at BT Security, good old British Telecom, one of my fellow British compatriots from the UK. And at the end, and certainly by no means least, our host, certainly here in the Kingdom, Sultan Al Sharif, Manager of Application Security and Vulnerability Management, Saudi Aramco, here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. As you can hear, we've got a really disparate kind of lineup of different sectors represented here, different approaches to cybersecurity. So I'm thrilled to be able to pick your brains in a kind of warm-up, just to get a sense of what you guys are thinking about AI and cybersecurity. I know you've all been dealing with it for a huge part of your careers. I'm going to start actually from the end, from Sultan. Sir, if you wouldn't mind telling us about your thinking about how AI is, as the session poses, both undermining and bolstering security. How are you seeing that at Aramco?
Well, thank you, Susanna, for the introduction, for hosting us. Cybersecurity and AI, there's an opportunity and then there's the risks of it. When we look at cybersecurity and of AI, we look at it from 3 different angles. The first one is, how can I improve my operations from cybersecurity perspective so that I can automate and take advantage of the opportunities provided by AI technologies. At the same time, you have the bad actors. They're also utilizing AI and launching sophisticated attacks against companies, including us. So we have to fight fire with fire. But there's the third angle. When we have when we have AI systems that either developed by in-house by our developers or procured through third-party components on third-party commercial software, we need to make sure these systems don't pose any cybersecurity weaknesses. So we developed a function that is responsible for assessing those systems just to make sure that they are secure, they don't pose any risks. And part of this, we launched a new program in Saudi Aramco called Eye on AI. This has been launched and announced in LEAP and other events in Saudi Arabia. This program is based on 4 main pillars. The first pillar is the governance. How you govern the AI systems, and not just from development perspective, from data scientists, as well as from cybersecurity. What controls, what policies you need to have to govern these AI systems that you deploy in your infrastructure. The second pillar is the technology. We have to utilize technology because the risk associated with AI systems, your traditional cybersecurity technologies will not be able to capture. They will not be able to see. So, for example, there are risk of evasion attacks, adversarial attacks, data poisoning. Your traditional cybersecurity systems will not be able to detect that. So we look into different technologies, and there's a lot of startups already in the market that are looking into this. It's a very niche product, but we see a future in that where things will grow in the future. The third pillar is the upskilling of the workforce. Now you have data scientists on one side, and then you have cybersecurity analysts on the other. They don't speak the same language. So we do the upskilling programs, part of making sure these data scientists, when they develop their AI models, all the way from the data collection to the deployment, that they consider the cybersecurity controls to be embedded within their models. At the other end, the cybersecurity analysts, they need to understand what is an AI and how the AI works, so they'll be able to monitor it, protect it, and defend it. The fourth pillar is the research and innovation. With this new field, there is a lot of opportunity for innovation. We in Aramco recently just published more than 20 patents that are filed or granted in the US Patent Office. We also worked very closely with the World Economic Forum and published an article that's in January this year that talks about the risks of AI and how organizations can mitigate those risks. We're also working with local universities like King Abdullah University, King Fahd University, and Imam Abdurrahman University, local in Saudi Arabia, to do more research and identify other type of risks that are yet to be seen. We're only scratching the surface here. We're looking at the tip of an iceberg, and I think the future will introduce either more opportunities as well as more risks associated with AI systems.
Certainly plenty to keep you busy with, and it sounds like you've got a very comprehensive approach. I know, having worked myself in a Saudi-owned company, just how seriously cybersecurity is taken seriously and how it becomes integrated in the entire workforce. We'll come back to you and speak more about that, about how you sort of bridge the gaps across the company, across the teams. I want to come to you, Robert, speaking from the point of view of BT. And you've been a research scientist for a long, long time, working with AI for, I won't be impolite, but a fair amount of time.
Yeah, that's quite all right. So about 34 years now, 30-odd years. So
30-odd years. Time. 30-odd years. Tell me...
My PhD started in 94.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So I work with British Telecommunications, which is the major telecommunications group in the UK. We have a large research team and part of our research facilities, but also BT provides cybersecurity services worldwide. So we have about 15 security operations centers, and we're very keen on how we can use AI and state-of-the-art generative AI to accelerate and automate those processes. And simply because this is not about replacing people, this is about augmenting people, because the volume of data hitting the data, the security centers is just overwhelming. And this is before we get into the emerging wave of hostile AI, people using AI for malicious purposes. I really think we're going to be entering an arms race where these two the AI technologies are competing, both offensive and defensive capabilities. We can probably come into this a bit later. At the moment, I'm optimistic. I think we're currently building a multi-agent generative AI type system which will augment our security operations centers, and we're doing the fundamental research because we want to have quite fine control over the LLMs, fine-tune those, customize it, and also create IP patents around the technologies. But it's a very exciting time and a very concerning time as we're moving forward.
Well, I've got you marked down in my notes, Robert, as the optimist of this panel, but you've also raised some challenges there. Obviously, there are challenges, so we will cover some more of those, but I'm going to come back to you on some of the opportunities we have with AI and cybersecurity. Nancy, you are, as an advisor, you're looking at various different companies and advising them and helping build trust in AI security systems. Tell us a little bit about your experience and what you've noticed recently.
Yeah, so one thing that has, I would say, become forefront, right, is what does it mean to secure your AI systems? Does it mean securing your models? Does it mean, for example, putting a firewall between your prompts, right? Or putting an entire sort of gateway in between your models and everything that is within your enterprise perimeter, right? The answer is probably all of the above or a combination of the above. And so that's really where I would say as an investor, it's really exciting times, right? To look at what's out there in the landscape and what do you think of as protecting AI? So for example, I serve on the board of a runtime AI protection company, where if you thought about traditional sort of API security, right, it's very point in time or static. With AI models, and especially AI applications that can be served off of multiple models, for example, that attack surface expands greatly, right? You have to understand what is your application doing at runtime, what is the data flowing between, let's say, the model, the application, or between two applications served by many different models, right? That's where this concept of AI bill of materials, or AI BOM, comes from, which is very similar in the traditional software engineering paradigm of software bill of materials, right? If you think about where your software packages are coming from, attacks like, for example, Log4Shell, right, that stopped a lot of enterprises a couple of years ago, right? Now replicate that concept to this world of protecting AI, right? You have to understand what models you're protecting, what data you're protecting, and also now as we think about multi-agentic workflows, right, what API calls are the agents actually making on your behalf?
Thank you very much. And again, a lot of food for us to come back and ask you about there. But could you just give us an idea of some of the startups and the companies you've worked with before we move on quickly so people can get a sense of the kind of companies you're talking about?
Yeah, so everything from, for example, how do you use AI to enhance the efficiency of your security operations? So there's a company I invested in called Profit Security, led by the former CEO of StackRox, Kamal Shah, that is doing just that. Right, which is going beyond just a co-pilot for your security operations engineers, but rather how can you actually take the place of your tier 1, tier 2 SOC analysts with AI, right? So that's an example. Another example is SemGrep in our portfolio. So if y'all are familiar with static analysis tools, or R2C, which was an open source language from MIT, these founders are the same creators of R2C, created a company that allows you to essentially review all of your code vulnerabilities and actually suggest remediations for each of the vulnerabilities identified. Those are, of course, two examples, but there's many more, including runtime, including, for example, next-gen IGA, which stands for Identity Governance Administration, which is around authorization, right? Who should have access to what application, and hence what data within my enterprise.
Great, that really kind of builds a picture of what you're talking about there. Thank you. Deepak, coming to you, and talk to us from the point of view of Cars24, which, as I understand it, is a marketplace for buying and selling cars and used cars. It's very large. You're the Vice President of Engineering. Talk to us about the challenges and the opportunities that are given to you with AI when you're considering cybersecurity. Thank you. We're going to have to go with the handheld mic here.
Yeah, is it
brilliant?
Audible?
Thank you.
Yeah. So, thanks, Razana. Yes, we at Cars24, we are the biggest marketplace for buy and sell car, but at the same time, we are NBFC as well, which is the non-banking financial corporation. We deal a lot in the loans and the insurance. So, on the one side, because all these businesses are pretty operation extensive, which we want to reduce and enable AI for all the business functions and the verticals that we have. So we want to use the AI for proficiency and the productivity enhancement of each and every workforce that we hire. But at the same time, we have to be very cautious about the implementations and the other security aspect which brings into the aspect, like what kind of a guardrails that we have to create for the data distribution, the rack system that we are building, how I can enable the multiple racks with the logical separations and with the physical separations, considering the which use case I'm working. How do I do the data sharing among the each use cases without even compromising the security? That is on the aspect of the security while we are using AI for the multiple functions within our organization. At the same time, we have been cognizant about that the attack surface that we are dealing with and the kind of attacks that we are dealing with are not the old-fashioned attacks, right? They are not very static in nature. They are not rule-driven in nature. They are adapting themselves. They are recreating. They are generating on a more real kind of an attack where they will be able to bypass any kind of the firewalls that you have put up, any kind of a TPS that you have put up, that beyond this there should be the slow sippages happening. So to counter that, you need an equivalent AI-enabled system which are able to detect these kind of an attacks in the real time, and also make some learning when they are not evaluating those attacks in the real time. So we are evaluating and we are implementing the AI-enabled security solution, which gives us the coverage on the both sides. While it is in the real time, they are able to protect something. At the off-side, when they are offensively, they are able to extract the data, do the analysis, and able to create the patterns for the real-time learning to detect the real attacks and prevent them.
Great, thank you. And again, pointing out both sides of that coin, the flip side of the coin, what an AI enables you to do, but also how it speeds up these levels of attacks and threats, which I'll come back to on that point. But I want to get Suresh very patiently sitting by me. Thank you very much. It's a large panel and it's a big topic. Now, when you and I spoke leading up to this, you talked about this double-edged sword that AI provides in cybersecurity. Explain what you mean by that and what you're doing at Axiata.
All right, so I think enough has been spoken. Now, when you said double-edged sword, there are use cases of AI from an enhancement, efficiency, effectiveness, innovation, all of those. And then there is the other side of the coin, like every technology adoption goes, which is the risks which come with it. Now, risks are not specific to just cyber. There are privacy risks as well. Broadly, I mean, Nancy spoke about it, Deepak spoke about it, which is it expands out the attack surface in itself. More than expanding out the attack surface, I would say it expands out the attack vectors, because the kind of attack vectors which are popping out with AI are scary. And if I could first touch upon this before I go to the pro side of it quick. There was a research report which was published about a week or two back from University of Illinois, which spoke about AI models. They actually ran a proof of concept which says that AI models can autonomously collaborate with each other and daisy chain an attack, which technically emulating what threat actors today are doing in ransomware as a service, right? So you've got one AI model doing, let's say, recon, the other AI model doing the initial exploit, the third AI model picking it up, doing the lateral movement, so on and so forth. They have actually done a proof of concept of this. That's scary for me. Now, that's an attack vector. Deepfakes and their impact on social engineering is another attack vector altogether. Now, these are the cons of it. Now, if you look at the pros of it, the biggest pro besides the efficiency, co-pilots and all of that, for me, AI brings in a significant amount of opportunity when it comes to innovation. And innovation in general and in cyber as well, because I can give you my own example. We have been trying to dabble with threat response as the future of resilience. Right, instead of doing incident response all the time, we within Axiata, we said let's try and move the needle and be ahead of the curve and look at threat response as a way of enhancing our resilience and reducing the incident response fatigue in itself. So we wanted a platform which could help us discover whether it is attack surface, threats, broadly exposure, right? we looked in the market, nothing really came in. We ended up building one. The reason I'm mentioning this is because one of the key components of that platform is our own dark web crawler, which is integrated with AI. And because it is integrated with AI, I have firsthand seen the effectiveness of it, the amount of data that it can pull in, the kind of dynamic crawling it can do, and the real-time language translation that it can do, which because of which the data ingestion becomes effective and the actionable intel which comes out of it is significantly high. So for me, I think there is, and we are still looking at the tip of that iceberg. I don't think we have even scratched the surface. We are probably scratching the surface at best. There is still a significant amount that can be done, and there was a couple of panels today here. One was the panel, couple of panels before, which was around AI, and there was one when I walked in the afternoon was around the convergence of quantum and AI. I would add, I was keeping it for the last, but I'm just gonna
please do.
There are 5 emerging technologies which when they come together, what we are talking about is going to go beyond AI. There's quantum, there's AI, there's 5G and beyond, there's edge and cloud, and there's IoT. Now everybody looks at these in 5 isolated pieces. Imagine these 5 coming together, and which is not very far in the future because most of them are mainstream. Quantum probably is going to be mainstream in few years. Imagine all these coming together, right? The pro of it and the con of it.
That's a nice jumping off point to bring in your panelists. I think that's a really sound point that Suresh makes about this kind of holistic world of threats with more progression in things like quantum computing, Internet of Things were 2 of those that you mentioned. Please feel free to jump in if one of you would like to pick up off that and say, Robert, is that something you're thinking about at BT?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of people are concerned about the future phase. I think the best way of looking at it is look at the past. Historically, I find it very amusing. So from 1995 to 2005, the dominant AI platform was software agents. This is not new. We've been here before. So at that time, there was a lot of theoretical work on the power of agents as an architecture for doing AI. Now that's come full circle, and agents are back again on top of generative AI. But those original research papers, there's a whole ocean of research that took place in which there are ideas about how the AI is going to evolve. For example, I think I can see in the future where each company will have your agent teams, your hierarchy of agents, but they will need to communicate with the agents of other external organizations. So you then have an agent-to-agent trust model. How do you create trust between these very disparate agent communities with all the legal, contractual, financial interactions across agent teams? And maybe a blockchain model is one way of doing that, creating a trust platform that agents would operate on top of. So I think that's interesting.
I mean, do you share this concern that Suresh raised about a sort of exponential threat level from agents being able to sort of collaborate with each other on threats?
Yes.
Yeah, you do. Okay.
I'm an optimist, but it's also deeply concerning where we're going at the moment.
Nancy, what's your thoughts on that when you're looking at the types of advisory that you can give in terms of the unknowability of what's to come and what AI is capable of once it collaborates and once you bring in also other elements like quantum computing?
Well, hopefully the fact that I've invested in a non-human identity security company says something about how I think about agents. Look, at the end of the day, right, agents might sound mystical, but for many, agents sometimes are a Python program, right, that calls a specific model. You can give it system prompts. And in order to access certain data stores or certain applications for you, it'll essentially use your human identity to do that. Right? And that's actually where I would say a lot of research and also startups are working on, which is if you think about, for example, in the traditional enterprise software engineering world, things like AWS service accounts, right? Or API tokens, right? Those can be long-lived credentials that can be exploited. And so if you apply that same concept over to agents, and also agents using human identities, or what I call proxied identities, to access certain systems on your behalf, right? That brings up the question of, well, do you want the agent to be able to access what, let's say, you, Rosanna, can access your Slack forever, right? Is it just one endless session, or do you want to constrain that, right? And also in the agentic world, how do you apply principles like least privilege or zero trust in a world where agents will assume your identities? Or are you going to create some abstraction on top of your identities with guardrails for when the agent needs to do a specific task and not, for example, forever?
Do you feel confident that people are thinking about those guardrails?
Absolutely. In fact, actually, when I go back to the Bay Area, I'm meeting with a founder of, I would say, the next gen Auth0, where actually he and his team are applying a lot of these principles. So for example, if you SSO or a single sign-on into an application, let's say in the morning, right, 9 a.m. Pacific time in New York, then it is therefore not possible for you to SSO into that same application at 9:30 a.m. PST from, let's say, Kuala Lumpur, right? That is going to be flagged as malicious activity. So I think that's going to be a ripe area where you can apply some of these AI learning capabilities instead of relying on just, I would say, pure human-based rules.
Nice. Sultan, coming to you in terms of the threat and attack landscape, because that's pretty much where this conversation is. We will move into more positive territory shortly, I promise. But it is important. Talk to us a little bit about what you note with the work that you do at Aramco about how attackers are exploiting vulnerabilities in AI systems.
Well, our journey in the AI systems in general started early in 2018 when we recognized an opportunity to automate some of our cybersecurity processes. So we had a dedicated team that developed unique machine learning models that would look at some of the cases that Nancy mentioned, like some of things that does not make sense. So it's much easier for an AI system that will tell you, like, or flag an alert that something weird is happening somewhere, an anomalous behavior. But then the bad guys or bad actors outside, they start to utilize AI and launch sophisticated attacks against Aramco. And that's where it triggered us. We need to fight fire with fire. But this is only going to be growing as the threats landscape is growing. Now, our dependency on AI will only grow. But having our framework that I talked about that look at these different pillars will help us not only from cybersecurity perspective, even from the business side, to deploy more AI models. Now we have hundreds of AI models already deployed within Aramco that address different business sectors. This helped us that we be able to deploy AI in a secure fashion. At the same time, we're monitoring them, we're monitoring those risks, we're collaborating with different entities around the world to address those risks, and we share intelligence. We do a lot of activities that will keep us on the top of the line when it comes to those threats. If there is any threats happening, we need to identify it. We need to define the mitigating controls that will be ahead of the game before bad actors start using those against us.
So it must be a lot of investment and thinking into that identification process. That must be where a lot of thought goes.
It does. Yeah. And we're not doing this alone. We're collaborating, as I mentioned, with other institutes like the World Economic Forum, other universities. And 2 years back, we actually established the first AI cybersecurity team. That's their function. I know I'm confident to say in Saudi Arabia, but I'm not sure if the rest of the world. I don't have this data. However, I'm very proud of this team. It's a complete Saudi team full of young individuals that are data scientists as well as cybersecurity scientists. So they are working together to address those threats and risks and work with the different entities to make sure we as Aramco are ready to defend those kind of threats and attacks.
Very cool. And we'll come back again to this kind of upskilling and closing knowledge gaps, especially across teams, right at the end. But Deepak, and thank you for doing battle with the handheld microphone there. I want to come back to the point that Suresh raised that at Axiata they're using incident sort of response rates and threat response as part of their research because you get this enormous amount of data in those moments. Is that something that you look at Cars24? What kind of threats are you facing and how do you deal with it?
So if you look at this broad spectrum around, right, if we take a step back, for the security hackers, they used to be very talented, right? They have to have a specialized skill set in order to become an hacker. With the invent of all generative AI and the AI capabilities, anyone could be an hacker just by using those applications, right? In the similar manner, I just have to think of as various different scenarios. I have to be smart enough to utilize those tools. Identity theft that we have talked about, for example, right? It is the biggest theft that can happen because that is absolutely taken up as someone else's persona. And if I have the persona, I have everything that belongs to that person. Not only that I can steal the things, I can actually damage the whole reputation of the person. If you look at only the generative images and the generative videos area has seen a $1 billion of investment in the various different startups. Now, in order to generate a persona, it is just an API call. It is no longer a technical advancement or a very technical smart person that needs to do it, right? If you look at the whole, every kind of an attack that has happened, which used to be done by the hackers, now anyone can use the generative AI to generate those kind of an attacks. So every area of the attack now is no longer in the hand of the hackers. Everyone could be an hacker without any skill set and can surface those attacks.
Excellent. And just as we move on the conversation, as you've still got the microphone in your hand, let's talk about detection. As Sultan was talking about there, staying ahead of the threat curve. Talk to us about what you're doing in terms of trying to make your detection so resilient and to keep building on that.
Right. So in terms of the detection, again, the AI has to detect the AI, like that we talked about the fire to the fire. In the terms of the detections, there are two ways of what we are working on to detect is one, as I said, that on the real-time detection that is happening to identify, just for the example, the use case that's been taken. If I am logged in from 9 o'clock from S location, I cannot log in from 9:30. But this is something which, it's still a rule-based. But how can I detect something which is not a rule? How can I generate more, my models can generate more patterns in order to see that it is not a usual scenario, but I have not been coded as a rule to detect that aspect, right? So in the real time, if I'm able to, for example, if my data transfers are of X GBs or X TBs, all of a sudden they go into the petabytes. Is that a scenario I don't have not coded, but it is an anomaly? So how do I work towards identifying the anomalies and detect those anomalies and prevent, not just detect them, what application, how do I improvise myself to stop that from happening? And that is going beyond the detection. Like I have detected, I'm not raising it as an alarm, I'm not raising as an alert. I'm improvising myself to see how I can stop it and how do I act in the scenario to reduce, like isolating the certain areas by shutting down the areas or by stopping the services or making more guardrails for the time being. Beyond the detection, that how I can actually act and stop that.
It's a really good way of summarizing how AI is enabling this sort of cyber resilience beyond detection and creating so much strength at the same time as enabling so much weakness and so much threat level for so many companies, which again, Suresh, is something you posed to me in the research for this conversation about how you're using Gen AI or AI in general to enable cyber resilience beyond detection. Talk to me about how you're thinking about that, how you're approaching that, what opportunities you see.
I think I would say we are already doing it, and I gave you the example in terms of the platform we built and how it facilitates intelligence gathering, which leads us to do threat response instead of doing incident response. Yeah. That enhances the entire cyber resilience part of it. But beyond that, going beyond detection, going beyond threat intel, it definitely, AI has a role to play in various facets of cyber, whether it is around zero trust. I mean, Nancy spoke about identity, security, and how she has invested in an identity. I'm extrapolating on that, whether it is zero trust, whether it is around, let's say, threat hunting. Now I'm slightly moving away from threat intel. Threat hunting is more forensic and responsive in nature. So AI can definitely play a role when it comes to threat hunting. AI definitely can play a role in runtime security. Again, Nancy spoke about that and her investment in a runtime security. So any place where you right now use human intelligence can be replaced by the augmented intelligence of AI. Having said that, the flip side of that is what I just spoke about.
Yeah.
So we need to be cognizant of the fact that you can't do away with human intelligence,
Yep.
right? So it needs to be implemented with guardrails, but it definitely presents huge opportunities, not just from a cyber perspective, from an overall enhancement perspective. AI definitely provides opportunities with guardrails.
With guardrails. A lot of
If
what
I
we...
may
yeah,
add on this
go on.
point, in cybersecurity, we always say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Mm-hmm.
So an attack is coming, imminent. Either maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but it's coming. It's the question, how are you going to be ready for it, and how can you minimize the impact of that attack? That's why I urge all organizations to invest in AI security and look at some of the frameworks that's already been out there, technologies, and educating their staff to be ready for those kind of attacks when it comes from AI.
I mean, that angles things up nicely. In the remaining minutes of the conversation, Sultan, that I wanted to ask you about, because I promised to come back to you on this, how you are conveying that message across teams at Aramco to get them on board and to trust AI in terms of cyber security integration within the company, but also research and development being a good thing, something that you need to encourage and everyone needs to upskill as well. I mean, how do you approach that?
Actually, it was a long journey, to be honest. We started early in 2022 when we started thinking about how to secure AI itself. And we went up and presented this to management, showing the different risks associated with that. We started talking to different vendors. Even at that time, it was a strange concept to think about, oh, I want to do assessment on AI. Nobody does that. No companies provide any kind of solutions. Nowadays, we have a number of solutions, and some of these vendors actually are available here in Leap, that they provide tools and technologies that will help us to assess those systems. And I think end of 2023, NEST, or early 24, NEST released its first framework. And then there was a number of frameworks associated with AI in terms of governance and the risks. I think also locally, SEDAI also released their own framework. So there is a number of frameworks that will keep on evolving as the threat landscape is evolving. But we need to be aware of all these kind of advancements and what's happening from cybersecurity risk and what AI, we always talk about what AI can do for me, but we need to be careful what others can use AI to do for you. So that's my...
I mean, that sounds like very clear messaging to me, but, you know, it sometimes could be a bit of effort, Robert, to encourage people that AI is a force for good. I'm coming back to you on hopefully a positive note here. Talk to us about how you approach that challenge at BT of trying to convince people that it is a way to enhance cybersecurity systems and that it can be a force for good.
Yeah, absolutely. So the whole point is that the security dimension, there's always been an advantage to the attacker in the past because we couldn't manage that flood of data. Whereas now you finally have a way of creating an intelligent, automated system that can genuinely look at everything in real time and just give your analysts a human level picture of what's taking place. It can translate that raw data, which is gigabytes per second of event data, into something meaningful that the human brain can process. So one of the things we do is we use a lot of visualization techniques, because what the human brain is brilliant at is visualization. The thing between your ears is really a GPU. You have a biological GPU inside you. That's where we get the inspiration from. So instead of presenting raw data to the human, present them with a high-level digestive visualization that they can operate on. You massively accelerate people's ability to handle complex topics.
Show it to me in pictures or it doesn't exist. Yeah, no, I can see that. That's obviously me grossly oversimplifying things, but a data visualization is how you're communicating that risk level and also what's possible. Nancy, talk to me just finally, because we're very short on time, so I'm going to ask for brief responses from the final three here. Nancy, talk to me about how you build trust in AI security systems on a very basic level when you're communicating to people.
Sure. Well, one is to talk about tangible benefits. So, for example, there's a company also in my portfolio called Observo.ai, which is, if you think about, the big SEC filings of public companies, Datadog, right? A lot of logs is the biggest driver to cost. So what if you could reduce that cost, but also give you higher fidelity signals into what threats are actually coming into your enterprise? And that is, I would say, a trend that helps build trust with AI security solutions.
Lovely and concise. Deepak, can you follow that up with how you would encourage trust in AI security systems?
Well, I think the most important aspect is about the explainable AI. I think we are not at a stage where we are able, the AI is able to explain how that has reached to certain conclusion and certain, so there is no explainability about it. So once you are able, you have the results, you don't have a means to backtrack it and say it, whether this result is rightly, accurately done or not. So a lot will be depend on how explainable AI will show us the future, where whether it is the, whatever the kind of a decision making it is reaching, what is the path to that decision making, so that we are able to trust more on the AI system. Right now, we are actually trusting the concept, we are trusting the technology, and we are trusting the power of that technology, right? Because I don't know how much biasness the data biasness that AI has in order to reach to that conclusion or not, whether that has been taken into account. Whenever we are taking a tool, what we are trying to do is we are trying to see an unusual scenario. We are trying to see how the AI is able to detect without any training or without any coding to have the unusual scenarios been detected or not. We try to create the scenarios using the another AI model or another AI tool so that we can leverage that aspect of generating the attacks which are not very usual in nature. Because most of the tools, they can detect the usual the threats and the usual attacks which are happening. So in order to generate the unusual, we are countering the AI with the AI. And that is the way we are trying to build the trust with the system and hoping that when the actual scenario, as when the Salman said, it is not about, it is about when, right? It is not about if, it is when. So we are all hoping that the system that we are putting the energy and the money into would be able to do justice to that when scenario.
Thank you. Look, Suresh, just finally, very briefly, if you would, but how important is it to have explainable AI in cybersecurity?
Sorry, could you repeat?
How important is it to have explainable AI in cybersecurity?
So when you say explainable, if you don't mind...
Something that you can communicate easily across different functions of a business so that people will trust it.
Yeah, I think that's one of the key pillars, because I mean, you spoke of you asked them a question about trust, and one of the key parameters of trust is to be familiar with what you're dealing with, and that's where explainability comes into play in terms of making your stakeholders who are part of your ecosystem, and it goes beyond your employees, it goes into your external stakeholders and everybody else. Make them familiar with whichever platform. Now, it could be a off-the-shelf platform. It could be something that you have built. Make them familiar with it, and what Deepak spoke about, which is around building trust, and I'll re-emphasize on that. The biggest question mark in today's AI models is the data sources, the accuracy around it, and how reliable that is. So if organizations can be transparent about some of these aspects, explainability comes with transparency. If you can have both of it, I think there will be enough trust built into these models, which can then be relied upon. As of today, that reliability aspect is still a question mark.
And something to work on and look towards. Look, we've gone over time. You've been so generous with your thoughts and your skills and expertise. Let's give a round of applause to our panel and a round of applause to the rest of you too, for thanks so much.
Thank you.
And we'll invite Susanna back on stage.
Thank Thank you, everybody. That pretty much does wrap up day 3. It's been absolutely fascinating. That word trust keeps coming up again and again. Really interesting to hear how in this panel, the idea about using blockchain to create trust for agents so that they can communicate from company to company, that was brought up again. Something perhaps we will explore further in tomorrow's program. We have a packed agenda tomorrow. I really would like to see as many of you back as possible. We're going to be delving into the sporting world to see how AI is going to disrupt the fan base and how teams interact with their fans around the world and upending current models. We're going to look again at the disruption of the fashion industry as well. We are also going to dive deeper into how AI can really move the dial in terms of sustainability. So much to cover, and I'll be really pleased to see as many of you back as possible. But do enjoy your evenings, and thank you so much for all of the contributions today. DeepFest Day 3 is over. Roll on DeepFest Day 4. Thank you.